What's up, Vamp? What's up, Anti? What's up, Legendary? What's up, TRN? What's up, Kyoko? What's up, Icy? What's up, Dexit? What's up, Big Bite? What's up, guys? What's up, I4G? Yeah, we're gonna do some reactions, and we're gonna check out Kenshiro, and we're gonna play some Rivals. Should be a pretty fun stream. I wanted to knock the sponsor out, so I don't have to do it during the subathon. So I kind of have to do it today, since we're gonna start it soon. Anything I need to knock out for the subathon, I'm gonna start doing that. Maybe we will start on the 4th of July. I think we will start the subathon that day, but we'll see. We shall see. We shall see. We shall see. Since I'm doing reactions, I'm not gonna go live on YouTube just yet. Same thing with TikTok. Who's Kenshiro? You don't know Kenshiro from Fist of the North Star? I didn't watch the anime, but I know he's very popular. The anime character. He's in Fatal Fury. Gonna check him out a little bit. The dude from Jump Force. Where he is in that game, huh? I be forgetting who's in that game and who isn't. The roster is like so random. Just randomly has like time skip characters and randomly it just doesn't. It's like, I don't know. Very interesting roster that game. That's for sure. Very interesting roster. He's sick, is he? We'll take a look at him today. I doubt I'm gonna play him, but we'll see. So I don't even like Fatal Fury characters like that, other than like a few. But hey, he might be one of the characters I like. Yo, Geese. I like Geese though. Hold on. I like me some Geese. That's a sick ass character. There's only like a few I like. I like Geese. I like Cherry. Kim. I like Kim. Rock is cool. Andy, I didn't get to try Andy. But yeah, there's a few cool characters in that game. Yeah, we're gonna give it a try in a little bit. I'm doing pretty good. I'm chilling. But yeah, let's get started. Okay. First video we're gonna react to is the Cyberpunk trailer. I didn't look at the Cyberpunk trailer yet, which is one of the main reasons why I can't be live on YouTube. Let me see this. Ooh, Tokan Fuel is so far, but we moving. There's more Mr. V's videos I could look at, but I think we look at a Kai video today. We'll probably look at a Streamer University video. I heard that video is pretty funny. We can look at that. I think it's long though. Let me look it up. Oh crap, it's 40 minutes long. Okay, I watch a little bit of it. If it's really funny, I'll keep watching it. But I heard it's really funny. What's up, D1? Token feels so far, but we moving. Actually, hold on. Let me start us off by watching the Tokan trailer again before we look at the Cyberpunk. Let's look at that Tokan trailer again for the one time. For the one time. For the one time. Where is it at? Tokan. Got it. Oh yeah, that's gas right there. Yeah, we need this. Wait, is there no Tokan official channel? Or are they just really just using the PlayStation channel? I guess there's no like actual YouTube channel for Tokan. They're just using the PlayStation. Oh, there is. Oh, I'm not subbed to it. Okay, here it is. All right. Yeah, I want to look at the. We can look at the starter guide for RoboKai, but I don't think this is gonna be that crazy. We can look at that as well. I don't think I'm gonna play him though. But if y'all want, sure, we can look at it. We can look at it though. What other trailer I want to pull up? Oh, let me look at this again. And where is? Yes, there it is. Nice. All right, let's look at the Cyberpunk Edge Runners. Go up edgy than a runner. Oh shit. Bro, there's no way the trailer starts with somebody already on the floor. Is King? I forgot her name. Oh man. Oh yeah, cyber psychosis. What the fuck? Oh yeah, he has cyber psychosis. Jeez. Yo, I heard this is Rico Nasty. That's crazy. I remember listening to Rico Nasty in like high school. Nah, that soundtrack is banger. What the fuck? What the fuck is happening? Oh shit. The carrot going out was agony. Yo. Yeah, that shit's gonna be crazy, bro. Look at that again. What does this camera even do? It's gotta be like some special ass camera. Oh, this is a car crash. God, fucking Night City, bro. Dude, I don't think they're gonna drop all the episodes in one night. Yo, if they do, I'm not streaming that night. I'm not streaming that night. If I do stream, I'll be streaming on Patreon though. But I'm not streaming that night. Yo, if they drop all the episodes in one night, I'm not going to be streaming that night. If I am, I'm gonna be live on Patreon then. I won't be live here. I'm not even gonna risk going live on something that early and something that new. Okay, if they drop all the episodes, I'll do it, but they won't. We'll binge the whole shit. I don't see it happening though. Nah, I'm not gonna risk watching it here and then posting on Patreon because it's just too new. This shit is too new. I'm not risking that. What the fuck happened to his hair? What the fuck? Look at his hair. What in the hell? Half his hair is just like... What the fuck? Man, King got him fucked up. Fucking low, sorry, Punk. Nah, this shit's crazy, bro. Nah, it's just gonna be sick. Yeah, if you guys didn't see this, they posted this. Some details about all the characters. Weak Kingsley, once known as King, a veteran edge runner who lives in the shadow of his former glory. This motherfucker look badass, bro. This motherfucker look bad. God damn, that shit. Damn, bro. These shots are crazy. They had a lot of shots of this. Weak Kingsley. He looks sick as shit. Blood type A. Yeah. Motherfucker is tall as shit. Clancy Brown, he voices him? Oh my god. Why is this guy always voicing villains? Wait. What the? Did I just get spoiled? It's fucking Mr. Krabs, yeah. Mr. fucking Krabs, bro. Yeah, bro. This character looks sick as shit. Out of all the characters they've shown, I think he's probably the coolest they've shown so far. They don't have any cards for the other characters just yet. But this motherfucker looks sick. Weak Kingsley. Yeah, this shit's gonna be sick. And D, Sasuke, a Snake Nation netrunner who hunts the killer who wiped out his clan. This is literally just Sasuke. Yeah, not much to go over there. Talia Yang, she hails from the Corporal Towers, but her heart belongs to chrome and violence. That's for sure. I mean, look, she's chromed the fuck up. She's literally chromed the fuck up, bro. Do you see how much chrome she has on her body, bro? That shit is crazy. And Roman Karex, a young cinephile in search of real stories in a city that abandoned cinema for brain dances. Oh yeah, the brain dances. I forgot about that stuff. The brain dances that you can get in the game. I mean, they talk about it briefly in I think Edge Runners, but it's mainly talked about in the game. The brain dances. Obsessed with documenting the truth and following the lives of other people. Documenting the truth. Yeah, this motherfucker's gonna get traumatized for sure. He's for sure gonna get farmed. Jesus Christ, bro. I'll be very surprised if none of these characters die. Very surprised if no one dies. But yeah, that shit's gonna be sick, bro. Atom Smasher. Oh my god. Weak Kingsley versus Atom Smasher would go crazy. Weak Kingsley versus Atom Smasher would go insane. Yeah, they got the soundtrack out for Rico Nasty. Dude, I know Rico Nasty did this shit. The soundtrack is a banger though. David's alive? Yeah, sure, buddy. Next group of dead men walking. I mean, the season's headline is new group, same chaos. Female rapper? Yes, Rico Nasty. Yeah, this is Where's Mr. Krabs? Oh, he is. This dude always voices like some villain or some like head ass character. Motherfucker's voicing a Viltrumite. Oh, they do have cards for other characters. It is. Talia Yang, April 2nd. We love one on this. Raised in Corporal Towers but is hardened in Maelstrom grip, Talia is fiercely independent and steeped in the gang's hyper-violent, chrome-obsessed culture. Jesus Christ. I love you some chrome. A Snake Nation netrunner, sharp technical skills, and a sharper hunger for vengeance. Yeah, it's wiping out. It's just fucking Sasuke, bro. Like, they knew what they're doing with that. That's literally just Sasuke. Who's this? Obsessed with the... Yeah, it's the same thing. And King stuff, we already read his stuff. People are already going crazy with the art, too. Like, my For You page is just literally cyberpunk. It's just cyberpunk art. So much cyberpunk. What the fuck? My For You page is literally just full of cyberpunk art. Yeah, the characters are cool. This shit's gonna be sick. And the soundtrack sounds like cyberpunk, so I imagine that shit's gonna be a banger. Hold on. Is there any other information I missed? Yeah, that's a banger, bro. That shit sounds like cyberpunk. All right, I'll watch it one more time. Darker than season 1? I think it will be. Bro, the trailer starts with King on the floor. Per origins from his backstory. He used to be king, now he's called... Well, his name is Weak, but... Used to be king. He's just taking a nap? Okay. What the fuck? My man is losing it. Bro, that guy's fucked, bro. He has cyber psychosis, bro. Nah, I don't think King's gonna live this. I don't think King's gonna live this shit. Last person we saw with Cyber Psychosis, we know how they ended up. Oh, what the fuck? What a Sandeva stands at? What a Sandy's? What a Sandy's at? What the fuck is that? Oh, this is some hack. This is some Netrunner hack shit. David, look. Why do you guys keep saying this? Yeah, that's just gonna be a banger, bro. That's just gonna be a banger, bro. We will be there. Next, Tokon. Let's look at this again. Let's look at Peak again.
Allow me to introduce your glorious champions. The Fighting Avengers. The Unbreakable X-Men. The Amazing Guardians. The Knights
Yo,
of
Super Doom. 240. Spark, thanks for the 220 or 120.
Stay out of my face, lady. You mess with the Ghost Rider, you'll end up as a ghost.
Bro, I got blown away by the aura, bro.
Hey, man, how about some help here? I'll make this quick. Show me how much monster you've got. Don't blink. Shit, take this.
Yo, what's crazy is that the Japanese voice actor for Blade is Sukuna. Like, that is ridiculous, first off. The Japanese voice actor for Blade is Sukuna. Yeah, let me pull up the Japanese one. Let me see if y'all can hear it. It's actually Sukuna, which is insane. Actually, let's watch the normal one first.
Gotcha.
Yeah, it's
Well, it's
Sukuna.
hot.
It's Junichi Sawabe.
Close your eyes.
Close your eyes.
It's over.
They say I'm a legend,
But I am also a god, so easily tricked. Ha! I've saved Asgard
Blade
more
Kuna?
times than I have threatened it. Honestly. No, really.
Beauty God. No!
Seeing Loki
dislike
trying to be a
my
good guy now is
rattling tongue,
insane.
beast. You will not survive.
My Ragnarok.
Whoa! Rage quitting is the ultimate fighting game sin. Let me check out some strats. And
Check out
now
some
time
strats.
resumes. It's
Oh,
me!
someone did like a side by side of all the comparisons. Here, I can pull that up. Almost forgot. Here it is. These are all the references that Deadpool has. Well, people have found so far.
Rage quitting is the ultimate fighting game sin. Let me check out some strats. And now time resumes.
Yeah, Johnny Cage's nut punch.
It's me, the
Ginyu,
FGC's favorite. How's this?
Jacko,
Lock it up, Wade.
Yoshimitsu.
I love it when
Wait, who's the spin? Oh, it's UL from Grand Blue.
I
Oh my god, I didn't realize that. How did I not realize that? That's UL from Grand Blue.
love it when you
Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Like, what? Yeah, the Naruto run. What is this? Scorpion. Scorpion. Scorpion again. Yeah, with the T-pose or whatever. Yep.
Hey, chat. Somebody
What the hell? Naruto
clip
run.
that.
Who's this? Isn't that the dude from the BlazBlue? That's BlazBlue, no? That's the dude from BlazBlue. Yeah.
So elegant.
What is this? Persona? Whose is this? Who? What the fuck? She has as a move? Wow, I didn't know that. One more time? What one more time? It's one more time? Universal mechanic? I didn't know I was thinking that game.
Bullshit.
Oh my god, Go 10. Or Go Tanks.
Random
Dr. Doom foot dive.
bullshit. Go.
Oh, you can say that's Vegeta, honestly. Kind of the same move. Totsugeki.
Assemble.
Wait, what the fuck am I looking at? Jam's kick, yeah. Lily. Oh my god, I didn't see this. He's using Condor Spire. I didn't even notice this. What the? Oh my god, that's where I saw this from. It's from Mega Man Smash and Ultimate in Smash Ultimate. What the fuck? I didn't realize it. How did I not realize that? I'm like, I've seen this frame from somewhere. I just don't remember where. It's his final smash from Smash Ultimate. Nah, this pose gotta mean something as well. I don't know what this pose means though. This pose has gotta mean something. In the Japanese version, he goes Muda. In the Japanese trailer. How did I not realize that? Look at the Japanese one. But yeah, it's Sukuna for Blade's voice actor. It's the chorus. Does it sound like Sukuna now?
闇に沈め浦正は全てを断ち切る解釈してやろうこれが俺の道だ私は伝説などではない
Kind of like Zoro too, yeah.
サプライズ余興は楽しんでいただけたかな残念だが私はもうアスナルドの味方でね信じてもらえないだろう
I can see that.
チビの神
I can see that.
近づくなこのけだものめさあ逃げま
I mean,
しょ
also,
うこれが
well,
私
Archer.
のラグナロクだ
おい誰だ今切断しようとしたやつは格ゲーマーな
Well, actually, wait. It's Yami and Sukuna's voice actor, the same voice actor, so I mean, it doesn't really matter. It's the same voice actor, and he's Grimjow, remember? So it doesn't really matter. But I can see him more sounding like Yami, though. I can see that.
すごいじゃないこれシェアしちゃおうよロマンテ何が出るかな俺ちゃんたちアッセンブルデッドプールコップたまたまなんか忘れてる気がするんだけどあ思い出した Enter the Midnight Samurai Outriders
Bro, what?
調子良さそうだな次も期待してるぜ
カーバンが
闇が俺のなりわいなんだ
ヒロイズムとは恐ろしい
Bro, this team is gas. I can't decide which one is better, this one or the villain's team.
ヨトゥンヘイムの力を見よ
さあ裁きの時間だ
Jesus. Japan Deadpool work there as Dio? Oh my god, is
俺の
it?
目はごまかせん修行を積むんだ俺のようにな
Sick, bro. Sick. Alright, let's see this Robo-Kai. I'm itching to look at this trailer again, actually. I don't know what the fuck I saw last time I looked at this.
I picked the right body to rent. This one's a winner.
I picked the right body to lend. This one's a winner is crazy. This boy rented a body.
I picked the right body to rent. This one's a winner.
Bro, he's fucking renting bodies, bro. Get your own body.
Sorry, long line at the rental shop.
Long line at the rental body. What? Long line at the rent a body. What?
Cause Aaron boy, that's just a stepping stone. Getting my foot in the door, that's all. Huh? I'm not doing this for him.
You think you're gonna
console me? Think again, you dumb Malia from moron bozo sapiens. A perfect physique like this brings victorious every time. Let's see some backbone. Try harder.
Allow me to explain. By forcing this Hercules beetle to work nearly as hard as an entire video game dev team, Robo-Kai can tap into infinite reserves of energy.
Who wants a loser among losers lose a life like that? Pass! Dummy! Don't forget it! Bring it on!
What the fuck? Oh wait, he chops July 2nd. Wait, that's pretty soon. What the fuck? No, their starter guide's out already. Like, what the fuck? What am I looking at, bro? Let's look at this.
Robo-Kai can trip up opponents with his many tricky moves. Gain an advantage in
What am I
battle
looking
by
at?
enhancing his special moves using his unique meter. Electric
Oh,
Gauge.
wait. Before I continue, I didn't pull up the GameSpot Tokon footage. Almost forgot because I forgot to look at this last time. Tokon. Fuck. Tokon GameSpot.
Certain actions increase or decrease the electric gauge. There are 3 levels
Wow,
within the
God.
electric gauge, with Robo-Kai's special moves
I'm on the wrong
becoming
channel.
more powerful as the level increases. Gimmicky
Gimmicky?
sets up a mat on
Oh
the
my
ground
fucking
in
god.
front
He
of
named his move
Robo-Kai.
Gimmicky.
The electric gauge increases while he is on
Yoshimitsu
top
and
of the
Tekken's
mat.
weird cousin.
Use this after landing a knockdown or when you are far from the opponent to charge up the electric gauge.
What in tarnation?
Junkie Bargain unleashes a projectile forward, expends
What
electric
the
gauge
fuck?
upon activation.
So he has
When
this
the electric
meter.
gauge is at or above level 2, it will track to the opponent's position to an extent.
Oh, that's cool.
At level 3, the attack becomes more powerful,
Oh, what the
unleashing
hell?
additional projectiles. It can come in handy in different situations, acting as a poke from long range or as part of a combo in the
These
corner.
animations are so goofy, bro.
Kaizen Blitz,
Kaizen
a
Blitz?
forward lunging attack, expands electric gauge
What
upon
the
activation.
hell?
Automatically triggers a follow-up attack on hit. When the electric gauge is at or below level 2, it charges up the electric gauge.
Okay.
When the electric gauge is at level 3,
So you gotta gain
it does
electricity
not
with some of
charge
his
the
moves,
electric gauge,
and you can spend it
but
on
performs
stronger
a
versions of
powerful
other
follow-up
skills.
attack that knocks the opponent down.
Cool.
Sparky Surprise,
Sparky surprise.
a throw move
What
shocking
the
the
fuck?
opponent
He has a
with
command grab?
powerful electricity. Charges the electric gauge on hit. Although it can't be blocked, it will whiff unless you are very close to the opponent and leaves you wide open.
Okay, I mean, I guess.
Lucky Launcher,
Lucky launch.
an attack that sends
How
the
is that?
opponent flying up. Expends electric gauge upon activation.
Oh, that's a pretty big
When the
launcher.
electric gauge is at or above level 2, you can land additional
Looks like a counter
attacks on
hit.
the opponent after they are launched.
How long he's in the air?
At level 3, it launches them
Oh
even
my
higher,
god, that's
creating
high.
an opening to deal major damage.
That is stupid
Try
high.
incorporating this into your combos. Beautiful Sky Today. A command movement flying
What the
upwards.
hell is that?
Expands electric gauge upon
Is that a
activation.
unicorn?
It is possible to move freely using directional inputs for a set
This guy
duration.
is so unserious,
When the
bro.
electric gauge is at or above level 2 upon activation,
Game is
it
go
is
to
possible to perform an attack right away.
Double
to surprise
overhead?
the opponent with an overhead. Try this out when you want to trip up a blocking opponent.
Okay.
What's useless will always be so. A powerful series of attacks.
The hell
It
is that?
continuously drains the electric gauge throughout the action. With the number of hits and damage increasing, the more gauge is available.
Okay.
The final hit is performed either when
Oh
the
my
electric
God.
gauge reaches 0 or after pressing heavy slash. Risky Lovers
Risky
fully
lovers.
activates the Hercules engine, powering
The
up
Hercules
Robo-Kai's
Beetle.
special
Whoa.
moves. This causes the electric gauge
Whoa,
to
what the-
continuously deplete, but he can use powerful versions of his special moves until it reaches 0.
Oh, he gets infinite.
When the electric gauge
enhanced
reaches
specials.
0, he explodes, damaging the area around himself. The explosion will hit Robo-Kai as well, so be careful. Robo-Kai can dish out
He can't die
serious
from the
damage
explosion, right?
after charging up his electric gauge. Start by throwing out his long-range
Whoa,
heavy
what is
slash
that?
as a poke and charging the electric gauge
They didn't show
with
that move?
gimmicky. Once you've built up enough
Big-ass
gauge,
hammer.
use the projectile from Junkie Bargain as a shield and make your approach. When you're up close, you can mix the opponent up with Beautiful Sky Today
Bro,
and
he
Sparky
puts the
Surprise.
trap thing down so fast,
Things
bro.
get tough for Robokai when he runs out of electric gauge. It's crucial to think ahead and form a game plan to use the gauge effectively.
Interesting. Let's look at this again. I don't know if I'm gonna play him, but I mean, I guess.
Together we'll light up the dome.
Any Lux players?
And I'll be your beacon when you need it most.
Have any Lux players in here?
Go!
You already know she's gonna sell some skins.
Manage the shot!
Any magical girl lovers? I'll play Lux. I'll try her out. If she's good with Yasuo, I'll play her. Then there's this girl.
You're in for the time of your life.
Oh,
I'll make it a grand finale.
The Desert Rose. Bro, every single character in this pass is a girl, except Thresh. Thresh and the girlies. Girl. Thresh and the girlies. This is so funny.
You're in for the time of your
They
life.
clearly need money. I mean,
I'll
shit.
make it a grand finale.
Look at a grand finale. Actually added Dante to this damn game. Oh boy. You see this again? Let me skip ahead. Can we get to the gameplay?
Building Ragnarok's descent from on high.
He got hold. Yeah, this is a teaser. This looks like a gameplay trailer, and they hold him.
Meet your end by the dragon's might.
Another dragon's might. Man just punches the shit out of you, and it leaves you standing too. That's so good.
Face me.
Counter hit, and it leaves you standing. So, and he can keep comboing you. Oh man, that's so good.
What's wrong? Am I? Stand down.
Is this the new mechanic? This air combo shit? Cause this is wearing a new mechanic when he drops. So that air combo he just did? Probably is that. There's a raging strike, a raging chain.
Am I?
Yeah, you saw he just sent him up in the fucking air. What the hell? We got air combos in this game now?
I won't. Stop.
Oh, they already announced he was coming. Well, they teased him. I just hope this isn't the last update to the game.
Beneath this beautiful world, both Azure
We thought we were
and
gonna get a season
Phantasmal.
pass.
Forge your glory in the flames of battle. Grand Blue Fantasy Versus Rising.
Rising. What a sick game. Coming to the Switch. Yeah. New system mechanic. I think it's that air combo thing, if I had to guess. If I had to guess, that's what it is. But I don't know. We'll see. I don't know nothing about Grand Blue. Game's fun. It was a banger. All right,
Evo
look at this share
2026
gameplay.
Underway. We are fortunate enough to get a brand new gameplay showcase for Marvel Tokon's
Nobody
Fighting
wants to
Souls,
record no magic,
giving us
though.
Another look at Magneto, who was revealed during Sony's State of Play earlier this month, and Black Panther, who made her debut at Evo Japan. Magneto, the legendary master of magnetism himself, dominates the arena by manipulating metal, hurling massive objects, and turning shattered debris into deadly weapons. And of course, Wakanda's newest Black Panther,
Nobody
Shuri,
wants to show no
who
magic
combines
gameplay.
lightning-fast agility, devastating spear attacks, and acrobatic movement to overwhelm her opponents. Here's your latest look at Magneto and Black Panther in action in Marvel Tokon Fighting Souls in this over 8-minute clip captured on a PlayStation 5.
Already. You have nowhere left to run.
Took the capture off the screen, my bad. Okay, assist. Oh, that was sick. Wait, what? Did you see that shit? Wait, this combo's actually really good. What the fuck? Lariat assist, brings him back into the sky, uses metal to slam him back down. And it gave a floor bounce. Wait, this Magneto knows combos. What? There's gotta be some dev footage, I think. How do you know Sherry had to install? What does this do? What is that? It's like purple with the butt. What the fuck does that do? Does it enhance your specials? But how? Catch. Holy shit. She just. Oh my god. Yo. She just always plus? What the fuck? Yo, can he play the game? Jesus Christ. We've seen some of this already, yeah.
Guide me to victory, my
What the fuck? She just explode? Her ass, Magneto, get her ass. Oh, he can fly, wow. I didn't see anyone using the flight. That Evo.
Receive my assistance.
Holy shit. Whoa! Wow! Yo, did you see that pool? Son!
Receive my assistance.
Damn. All blocked too.
You have underestimated me. That was a critical and foolish error. And it shall be the last one you ever make. Simple error. Doom stands beside you.
Bro, Sherry looks so fast. She looks so fast. I can't get my eye off the screen. Oh, she's gonna fucking do some mix. I'm gonna miss. Oh, she threw the projectiles called the assist. She can jump cancel off that projectile thing.
Be grateful to you. I shall rain my righteous fury upon you. Grateful to you.
Copy. Let's go, Cap. BP. Nah, this is dead footage. They actually know combos. This is literal dead footage. Whoever's playing this shit knows combos. Damage looks low? I don't think the damage looks low. We've seen some high ass damage in combos. Oh yeah, the HP gets bigger the more characters unlock. That's true. Which is why it's important to unlock characters. That's playing his own character the whole match. Hey, it looks sick. Yeah. I wonder if Sagem saw this footage. I think this is the highest level gameplay we've seen from someone so far. This GameSpot footage, I don't think anyone
is so sick.
I don't think anyone has higher level footage than this. I'll look at Max's after this, because I didn't finish looking at Max's yesterday. But I don't think anyone has higher level footage than this, because this is dev footage for sure.
Come on. Leave it to me. I will fight on. My guard was down. Copy. I got this.
That was probably so they can roll people day one. Yeah, this is dev footage for sure. They gave GameSpot the dev footage.
This should finish it. Don't come back.
What the fuck? Whoa. Damn. Cooked. So you can only use that once you have all your characters unlocked, right? This super thingy? Because I mean, everyone's in the cutscene. Oh yeah, it's glowing white. It looks like the Evo symbol. Yeah, it's glowing white, meaning you can do it. I don't know what the inputs are because I wasn't in the game when we played in the last beta. Captain's rough.
My guard was down.
Wakanda Avengers or something.
This should finish it. Don't come back.
God stands with me. And you're going down.
Soldier's beauty kind.
Cooked.
Summon your demise.
This is dead as hell with no music. Fine, when we put Spider-Man theme on, I got you.
Yourself.
I put Storm's theme on.
I'm ready, Black Panther. Mind yourself.
I'm not putting Spider-Man's theme on. You lost your minds.
On your knees. This is my power. There's no way you cannot resist.
Supporting.
I warn
Damn.
I'm with you.
You should pay attention.
It's not over.
Supporting.
Penny.
I'm here.
This shit make me want to play Sherry. Damn. Sherry? Cherry? Shit makes me want to play her.
Undergoing backup support. Joining us.
Leave it to me.
Repulsive. You put any theme? Three characters in season? I don't know. I think it just plays whoever's theme is first or something. I don't know. It's not whoever's theme is out. I think it's whoever your first character is or something like that. I don't know. Or you can pick it. I would have missed the mix. Ooh, nice anti-air. Bull squat. Son, this combo isn't over? Holy shit. Wait, what is this combo? All from an anti-air? A 2H? Boom, look at that. She said too obvious. Oh my god, the combo really isn't over. Wow. 25, 26 hits. Damn. Nah, this guy's cooking. No, we don't need Jean Grey in this game yet. Please, no. She's gonna be broken. Bro, that low. Oh my god. What option? What, when she does this, what other options can she do? This hop thing? She keeps going low, but what other can she do? She probably go overhead. It's very high low. PSP port, right? A PSP port. Hey, yo. I got this.
Here's my aim.
Oh, left, right. Left, right. That combo is so sick. He just slams you down with metal for the floor bounce. Oh, what is that? Is that a command grab? There's a lot of metal on the floor. Going in the air right there. Hey, if he hits you with that, he's doing crazy damage. Is that a fucking cop car?
Undergoing backup support.
Most impressive.
Most impressive. Yeah, apparently there is story mode.
Metallic might.
I don't know how it works though.
Metallic might. Help's on the way. I warned you. Not yet. Steel yourself.
Undergoing backup support.
Leave it to me.
Guard cancel.
Supporting.
Metallic might.
I'm here.
That Magneto and Storm look crazy together. Moving the screen, moving them on the screen with Storm, and then Magneto just pulling and pushing with metal.
Undergoing backup support.
Help's on the way.
Oh shit. Oh shit! Get a mag.
Follow me
A sentinel.
on the path to glory.
Hope you
Damn.
enjoyed those few matches between Black Panther
Nah, that was
and
hard.
Magneto in Marvel Tokon Fighting Souls. Let us
Nah,
know
that
who
was
you're
hard.
gonna main when the game comes out. in the comments below.
Nah, you can't deny it. Fucking Magneto looks sick as shit in this game. I can't blame people for wanting to play him. What the hell? Where does pupils go? What the?
For all things Marvel
Did you see
Tokon
that?
Fighting Souls, stay tuned to GameSpot.
I will be the one to lead the way.
What the fuck? That Magneto's crazy. Okay, where's Max's footage? I finished looking at Max's footage. I think that's the only footage I haven't looked at yet. I was looking at it the other day, but I never finished because it was like it's definitely not as high level as the footage we just looked at. 4K, no commentary. Let me see this. Oh, this is Magneto's theme. Okay. Bro, what is this baby combo, bro? I low-key hate watching fighting games when they're not out yet. 'Cause nobody knows combos. Unless it's a beta. Overhead, nice. Nice shield toss. Damn, did they give anyone else any other footage? They give IGN or something? Let's see. Or is it only GameSpot that got footage? Pokemon Fighting Souls. I want to see some Magic gameplay, but no one has any Magic gameplay. Yeah, the only footage we've seen is Shuri and Magneto. That's like it. Howard the Duck, hey yo. Marvel Tokon Fighting Souls match. All I see is fuck. The exhibition. We watched the entire exhibition already.
Shouldn't have got on my.
I'm ready to go.
Did Diaphone and K7 go over Magic, or did they only go over Wolverine? I know they went over Wolverine. Let me pull up Diaphone's channel. I know they were going over Magneto and Wolverine. Oh, the exhibition, we watched it. It wasn't really that much Magic though. Danger. I'm not looking at Danger. Magneto, Wolverine, Danger, Wolverine, Danger, Magneto, Wolverine. Yeah, okay, that's how they went over. Fuck. Fuck. Let me see this. Oh wait, no, I haven't seen this. Nah, I didn't see this. I didn't see this. Shall we? What the fuck? When the hell did... Nah, this was not day one then. I didn't see this. Okay, we'll look at that in a second. But we should probably look at it now. This footage is looking pretty whack. Well, it's not whack, it's just that it's new. I mean, everyone playing in this footage is new. Thought I was cheese. Alright, let's see this. Nah, I didn't see this. Shall we? I thought you meant the footage from the tournament. Nah, this is meant footage I haven't seen. Delivery. Oh, he's fighting Flux over. Flux has a really good cap. I don't think he's gonna play cap no more though. I remember he was playing cap. More overviews. Let me see this. I lost all his movement.
Okay. Hello. I don't think there's any other way to do it, but hello. I don't think we need a crazy intro. Arxis and Marvel and Sony, I will say all three. Got us in. We got a nice little session for Marvel Tokon. I got my boy Flux.
My brother,
long-time gamer.
Long-time gamer
Arxis
indeed.
gamer.
I fought Flux in at last Evo. We were playing 2x scale.
Once again.
Yes, once again. One of the main reasons I asked Flux.
Last footage I filmed at last Evo. I filmed with Flux.
From the beta, the last beta specifically, where I only played the first beta. I only played the first beta for a day, when it's like 3 days. So not only do I not have too much time on the game, but also there's even more characters compared to then. So like, for example, Spider-Man was in the second beta, and Ghost Rider was in the second beta, and now there's like more additional characters. So I've been trying to play when I've gotten a chance. Like I got to play on Thursday for a couple hours. Damn. Of course, I played in the tournament some. But Flux has also been playing, and we were playing before this. So I kind of want to use this partly as like a let's explore the game for a little bit and like try to figure out some stuff, especially with new characters. Like for example, you might have heard Magneto is not that good, but we've been trying.
Magneto's not that good.
He's kind of good.
Kind of good. Seems good.
You know? Yeah. So we want to explore characters some, and then we'll spend also time playing. So we'll try to split it like
like
half and half-ish.
50-50.
Yeah.
60-40. Play a little more.
60-40. Yeah, we play a little more.
I like to play games.
Is there anything you feel like people aren't talking about like a basic system thing, you know? Like for example, in my play, I'm like
can't take out Stride Dash, only for movement.
Oh, like that's assist, weird. Which is it doesn't work on Magic, but it worked on Penny Parker. So I'm like, what do I do?
So one thing that I think I've seen a lot of people do is like people like will just like end the combo like whatever like like off 2H, you get like a full combo after it, right?
Sure, looks so clean.
I don't know Magneto too well, so you can definitely do a whole ground string again, and then that's usually how you're going to try to break wall.
I see.
You know, get your teammates or secure Oki spend meter. Supers don't break in this game.
Oh,
so,
I forgot to put the panel in
you
for a
get full
sponsor.
Oki off of anything that you're going to spend bar on. So it's pretty good.
So maybe I could do like. Oh God, no.
Yeah, Shuri's install looks like it lasts a crazy amount. We just looked at the footage. That thing lasts a while.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh.
So after the splat there, then you could call assist, extend the combo, go for a break or like maybe a wall splat if you're already in the corner. This stage actually doesn't have corners. This is the endless stage, so it loops around on itself.
Yeah. Vino has a solo spike like smash thing. I feel like you didn't use an assist, so that's unique.
It's this, right? So it's quarter circle back medium. It brings down to the ground right away. You can either end the combo there or you can continue with an assist.
I see.
Yeah. So it actually when his main mechanics is the magnetize, right? So when he hits you with the unique move, you see like you get all the sparks around you. So that actually puts him in magnetize, and now that move is going to do this. Like it's going to shoot all the debris down with it also. It does a little more damage, better hit state, probably a little bit more advantage. We're still sort of figuring out like how all of the properties line up, but you know it's cool to see that he's got a lot going on. Yeah. So when he's magnetized, also his trap move. It sucks in, and there's a second debris that appears over him, and he gets a lot more frame advantage. That's where he gets, you know, he's very strong in that type of situation. So like even from full screen, this drags all the way over. I could combo out.
Why is the panel not working?
Yeah. But
I'm trying to put a panel under the stream for the Kenshiro thing, but don't let me.
It's like very strong. Other than that, I'm still trying to figure out how to put all the pieces together of his zoning puzzle.
Yes.
So when he has these debris on the screen, that's like those are the moves. That's what you're using to power up the moves, right? And you saw I took one in, I shot the fireball, and more spawned. So he sort of like self-perpetuates if you really get like cooking with him. Yeah. Anti-air fireball. He's got a down.
Yo, Palm, this would have fallen. Okay, I don't know why this isn't working. I'll just do this later.
Fast. Trap move. That actually will. So if you jump the trap, that actually protects him very well. The rock that he drops.
Oh yeah, I think that came up when we were playing off stream too.
Yeah. And then there's also command grab.
Yes. Yeah, the command grab is fast. Yeah, one command grab that's not fast.
And it makes debris.
It makes
debris.
Oh.
Yeah, it made more of the debris, so I get to keep up my zoning pattern or use it in pressure in the next situation.
And it's not secret info either, because you can see like on this stage you're like, where's the debris? But also you're like, no.
Yeah, like
I'm gonna main Blade Magic.
These orange things tell you like this is the thing for Magneto. So
okay, I don't get why. Like, the panel picture thing won't show.
There's a lot going on in this game.
It's supposed to be right here. It's just not showing.
For some odd reason, I don't get it.
Yes. Definitely can be visually overwhelming sometimes.
Can I try one more thing?
Yes.
So for people who don't know Black Panther, I've been basically only playing her on a recommendation. Basically what she does is she has a character specific resource that affects her movement. You can charge it manually, which is armor move. And the way I've been explaining it to people is like she does like Wakanda forever.
Yeah,
so when she does the Wakanda part, it's fine.
Wakanda forever.
When she goes forever, she's vulnerable, which is just an odd way of doing it, but sure.
Yeah.
And it makes it so you can cancel our special moves into various movements. So, for example, from neutral, you could do this.
That's sick.
So dun. Or you could do Rekka into it. So dun. Oh, I think this one you have to connect.
Has to be on, yeah, manually. Oh,
yeah.
okay, nice.
Yeah. Where like the projectile is really strong because you could just like do it. She also has this thing which gets her above Seems Plus. She can cancel off it again.
Very tricky.
Very tricky. As she builds meter, which you can't build it past it, you gotta like do stuff. But she has supers that like either give it a full stock.
So do a string game again. You can actually watch her meter. Her meter goes up the whole time she's hitting.
Oh yeah, I was talking about like her actual
meter. Yeah, the actual game meter, not her.
Yeah. Because she has an install that lets you
Okay, I didn't fix it. I don't know why it's not working. Whatever.
100 or
we'll update later.
I think
also, one thing discovers that if you block anything in you can't use assist for like 45 frames.
Basically, she's like really mobile. Plus, she has like big buttons.
Mag buffs.
Nice so far.
Mag players are up.
Sometimes it feels like attacks are small.
Danger buffs
like,
too.
Particularly small. So like having like this.
Yeah, having just like really strong pokes like that.
This is 45 minutes.
That's actually one of the reasons I really like Magic.
I can watch all this, but the other video,
that button,
the 46 minutes. I don't know if I can watch all that.
Is kind of crazy.
Yeah. Like, it feels like a lot of characters have good Ds.
Yeah, good sweeps.
But like
we skipped the way they talk about Magic.
Being able to follow up. I don't know if we want to call it hop, command dash, whatever. Feels pretty good.
Yeah.
The only thing is, I have no combos.
Yeah, I mean we're still figuring out that part, right?
Yeah. There seems to be like a universal combo structure.
You can kind of just do like that's just gonna ground spike. It's gonna be like very straightforward, not too advanced, but it'll get you going. It'll get you some damage. You know, you get to
and it's
keep
auto
your game
combos
going.
too. You know.
Yeah, and it's auto combo. That was like nothing more simple or nothing more complicated than jump medium, and it gave me a ground spike.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
Really straightforward.
Do we know? Does it say on the stage select screen how big every stage is?
I think it does on the stage select. Yeah. So we can actually go back.
It's
and
like
check.
Tekken.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
so
it
if
does,
you see the panels of the comic, right?
Yeah.
So New York City has 3, Savage Land 5, X Mansion 1 stage.
You see, this is the center, this is the left, and then the edge is the screen, and yeah. But then if you look at,
I think it does on the stage select. Yeah. So we can actually go back and check. Yeah. Yeah.
Wait, where's the other one? You look right here. This one has, oh my god, you're at the center, and you have to do one break and then another break. Then you're finally at the edge of the stage. Oh man. It's gonna take a while to get to the edge. You're gonna have to do 2 stage transitions to get to the wall. Same thing here.
Yeah, so if you see the panels of the comic, right?
Yeah.
So New York City has 3, Savage Land 5, X Mansion 1 stage only.
Damn.
New York City 3.
Yeah, X Mansion's
3,
1 stage.
And then Nowhere has 5, but I'm pretty sure it just loops around.
Nowhere.
There's a real corner on Nowhere.
It's Magic to try too. This is who Nitro's playing.
Yeah, I saw he was really on it. We played a little bit last night.
And I'm told Black Panther actually has pretty good assists, but I have no idea. So I've only played her point the whole time.
So Spider-Man was the character that I played during Beta 2. And I played him like a lot. I was grinding the game very, very hard for the time that it was open. I felt like I have a pretty good understanding of how it moves.
From Cap to Spider-Man.
His movement is very unique in this game. It is very dynamic. He's able to get to a lot of places on the screen that other characters have a hard time getting there.
Yep.
And a big core of his game is trying to make a read on how he's going to approach you, because he can throw his trajectory.
He can do so many ways to approach you, though.
Kings and queens again. Yes, I love this combination, actually.
Yes, truly.
Kings and queens again.
Yeah, there's like a bunch of different combinations of teams based on what
does she do? Here. Big old buttons. Big anti-air.
Yep. Yeah, just really strong buttons. Then the portals, right? The portals are their own separate thing.
How am I doing that?
You can throw fireballs in them.
It's her unique, right? It's like your unique button.
Oh.
Yeah, she can control the spacing of them. She can put them up. She can put them forward. Yeah. And yeah, can teleport into them, and you can attack out of them as well. She goes
everywhere, and she has fireballs.
In there. Yeah, and the fireballs go in the portals too. So you set it up. You can shoot the fireball in, and then shit, it's behind me.
But she can't throw the fireballs down or up. So DP.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a really good move for active switching.
Oh.
Yeah, because she's just out there doing it the whole time, and if you can call an assist and then do it, right? You should be able to tag out of like this. You're gonna have to do like a pressure string call early, and then do your Rekka after, right? And then the resist is gonna recover.
Remember reflect without the reflect. Nice.
Yeah, you got the idea.
It was bad.
Yeah, she's gonna be really good for tagging. I think I'm gonna play.
Haven't tried
I don't know. Whichever one's better, point Blade or Magic. One of them. I'm probably gonna do Blade though, but we'll see.
You actually have to wait quite a long time to.
Yeah, for sure.
So you were mentioning
we
that
gotta see how Blade plays
active
first.
Tag is a little slow in this game, which a lot of people are worried about.
It's not like a very proactive thing you do in neutral a lot. Only if you can see the assist hit, because you can only do it on a hit on assist. Otherwise, you have to wait for the assist to recover. It's really, you're going to use it to reset pressure and then active switch out of that pressure.
If Chess is
and then that's where you
on
get to
point.
mix up with the new character.
So even heard
We'll
the same
see.
thing.
That being able to use that Rekka while switching is really good. Because they're just stunned, locked out, basically jailed.
Yep.
Okay, I don't know how to super.
She actually has just a course forward, medium, heavy. But if she has a portal out, she'll go into the portal and come out behind you.
And do
it's
super.
like tracking. It's a very good full screen punish. She has something like that. And actually, I'm gonna bring in Magic also, or excuse me, not Magic, Danger.
Yeah.
Danger has something similar with her satellites. So normally her full screen beam is not actually a punish. It's too slow to punish fully. But like if you did Fireball, do Fireball. Okay, I can't do the inputs. It's fine. This will punish you.
Oh,
because the beams come out of her satellites first, and then they like alley-oop it into the big beam.
That's pretty dope.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Anything you want to say about Danger?
Oh, there's a lot. She's really complicated.
Fuck Danger.
Definitely the hardest character I've seen so far in this
Fuck
game.
Danger. All my homies gonna hate Danger.
The way that her interactions work is, her satellites, you have a lot of control over where these go on the screen, right? I can shoot them straight, like this. I can shoot them up forward. I can shoot them way up into the sky, and you see they're gonna come down, right? Now, I also have control over like the linearity of how far they are. So I can go
Yeah, she's a zoner,
right?
setup character,
and
yeah.
When I shoot anything, when I shoot a beam into these,
It bounces.
It redirects into, if it hits the satellite, it redirects and homes, lightly homes, not very strong homing, but good enough that if they're not moving around it,
Trap zoner.
it's going to make them block or hit them.
Disgusting. Is anyone else? Danger. I think Danger was the last character I went over.
Magneto, she can fly.
Oh, no, Magneto
can fly too.
Magneto can,
yes. And
yeah,
you do it by holding up, and you have.
That's enough of that. This is where they fight, right? I watched like 1 or 2 matches. I should probably skip to the end of the set once they're warmed up. Oh, nice. I'll watch this one and the next one. After that, I think we have time for like one more video or 2. Or maybe watch the Stream University video. I don't know. It's actually playing Danger. Ew. Oh? Oh, you know Danger combos? Oh, snap. I'm in danger. Nice. That Spider-Man assist looks nice. Okay, here we go. Looks pretty cool. Nice. How do you unlock assist? Stage transitions. Losing a round or stage transitions, yeah. If you stage transition your enemy, you get more characters. So like if you throw someone next to the wall, if there's a stage transition that will trigger, if that's not like the end of the stage, then yeah, you get another character. Or if you super next to the corner, it will trigger stage transition as well, not just throw. Throw loops are meta? Yes and no. It is zoning. Nice throw. Yeah, you see how it did like a red wall spot right there? If there's no stage behind it to transition to, it'll just do that.
Yeah, no worries.
Oh, stick just.
Here we go.
Oh, there we go.
I could definitely more there. Okay, so I just had to eliminate the 5H, I think.
Helps on the way.
Nice pickup.
Oh shit, that would have been a cool pickup.
I had to get out of there. It was too bad.
Might get zoned.
Jump out. I sacrifice skills.
Damn. Cool.
Dope. I should have let that one rock.
Nice jump in.
So you had to block it.
Whoa. Oh my god, that Shuri assist. Yo, do you see that? Look at that. Damn.
Shuri's projectile is so good. Okay, that does not have a very big downward hitbox. Wow, you threw them all off. That was so sick.
Joe Sword sacrifice. Boom. Nice.
Oh, what got you? Backdash. Backdash. I thought you were going to do Rekka.
Wes will get it at the mud like real men. People new to fighting game need some kind of hand-me-down.
Yeah.
Hey, bro. There's gonna be some people that come from rivals to try this game. They don't get smoked, but hopefully they stick around, I guess.
Wow. No escape, huh?
They not gonna have a good time. But playing like people didn't miss. Oh my god, Invincible versus week 1. Not even just we won that beta. Oh my god, bro. You gonna learn today. I remember, I never forget doing that short. And I had so many people raging over LMH, Super LMH. LMH Launcher, LMH Super. Those dudes are actually getting farmed. I should have switched.
The double jump there.
I love the fact that you can use other assists now in neutral. Oh my god. It's not just always Lariat assist. I can like, you can actually use Doom's laser now and stuff.
Nice.
Use Iron Man's missile assist now. My god, bro. So much better of a game. Oh, and then we got kicked. All right, running out of time, so I can't watch the rest of this, sadly. Pretty cool though. It was pretty cool though. Any other video I need to look at? Or I think actually it. Oh, the Stream University video. We can look at that. Put the category just back to just chatting. Wah, wah, wah. I bet you're also gonna be mad. So I'm making the characters look better. I mean, Blade already looks better. I can't lie. You don't got that weak ass fucking shotgun. You got a Uzi. Like, that weak ass shotgun, bro. That weak ass. That weak ass. Which one do I look at? This one's 43 minutes long. This one's 28. Let's look at the LA one. Fuck it.
We here, we locked in Stream University 2026.
Holy shit. Holy shit, that's a lot of people.
I'm scared.
That's a lot of fucking people.
Wait! Oh my
pause for pain. Hey, look, you know.
Bro, wait, how much is it for the other one?
There was a big crowd today on Manhattan's West Side for the chance to be taught by famous
Holy
live
shit.
streamer Kai Cenat.
That shit was on the news?
Cenat announced that his famous streamer university would be taking
That shit was on the news, damn.
this afternoon.
What the fuck?
We'll be good on 2. Take you and your
Decline his ass.
I can't let me in.
Oh my God.
Apply the law. Apply the law. Max! I'm not letting you in. Oh, shut. Down back.
What the fuck? There was tries everywhere. They left the place a mess. Fuck it. Oh, look at this one.
Come on.
Hey, you ready?
Come on, you the first one.
What's going on?
Why the hell you got a mic on?
They mic me up.
Oh. I forgot. Let me see.
It's my application right here.
Holy.
Do I sit?
Yeah, sit down. Lamec Guerrero.
Guerrero, yeah. I'm from the Bronx.
Your ethnicity?
Puerto Rican and Dominican.
Puerto Rican and Dominican. Okay, how long you been doing content for?
I've been doing content since July of 2025.
When last time you streamed?
Last time I streamed was, does a collab count?
No.
I want to say a month or 2 ago.
What the fuck? What?
I was.
But what is your most active social media? Like, what do you do?
Instagram and TikTok daily.
Oh, daily. Okay, I was about to say. I'm like, why are you here? I was about to say, wait, why are you here if you have not streamed in a month plus? Unless you have like a really good excuse. Unless you have like a really good excuse.
I should be in Stream University because I feel like I'm someone people can connect to.
You
I like
post
to
on
make
IG
people feel
and
comfortable.
daily,
Put
so
in an
okay.
athlete's perspective, I'm an all-around athlete.
Oh, okay.
Okay. All right, you know we got a basketball team now. Okay, all right. Hold on, stop.
Some of your Blade clips is crazy.
AI poster? Nah, I did not.
You didn't use an AI poster?
AI poster?
How do you do girl content?
Rarely. Is it the blue eyes you asking me about this girl content? I don't
like you.
I like the shoes.
Stop blazing. Did you apply online?
No, I did not because I'm dropping my trailer. No, I did not because
Wait, what did he say?
I like the shoes.
Stop blazing. Did you apply online?
No, I did not because I'm dropping my trailer.
I need more energy. Fuck all the nice shit. About to be Simon Cowell in this bitch.
No. What the fuck is KC3? Kai Cenat? What? Yeah, I know you remember me. Get that
Sit down.
dwarf out my face.
Sit down.
What the fuck?
I'm old enough to be here.
How old are you?
How old are you? Don't you gotta be 18?
Don't be scared, nigga. Come on. This your cameraman? This your cameraman? You his cameraman? See, I like this fuck nigga. You wanna know why? He don't talk. CB bitch ass always be talking.
Cameramen aren't allowed to talk.
Fuck, my nigga. What the fuck?
Ooh, sour. So you decided to come and take your bitch ass in my office. And you were born in fucking 2009? I was born.
Son, bro, imagine waiting. How long was the line? They said the line was like 12 hours long or some shit. Why the fuck are you guys in line? Bro, get your ass to school.
You must think I'm a fucking dumbass. You and that dumbass beard. Who got your little ass in this bitch?
I got myself in this bitch, nigga.
Why should you be in Streaming University? Are you crying?
Why is he crying?
Look at me.
Hello from 80. What's up, dude? Thank you.
I know you.
He's not old enough to
be here. That's why.
I thought don't you gotta be minimum 18? He's not old enough to be a streamer. What the fuck?
I think I'm clover now.
He gripping his shit.
I got the power now.
What?
Rules are 18 and older. Be honest with me, bro. You're not 18. You're not.
You had to
know
decline him.
Right? Give me your shit. Come here. Don't you ever come in my motherfucking shit at my fucking office breaking any fucking rules. Take your little ass back home before I beat your ass. You ever heard of BTA, little nigga? Get your bitch ass out of here.
And your breath snake.
Why you say that? Why you say that? Why does little ass kid say that?
Come on. Oh, you streaming? Are you streaming?
Little ass kid.
I do YouTube.
Nigga, hurry up! Dang, we don't got time.
I'm gonna let you know something right now.
Sit the fuck down. Sit the fuck down.
Where, right here?
Right here. Right here. Right here. How you doing?
Kai! Kai,
why should you be in Streaming University?
Word to my mother gang. Nah. Listen, you have to put me in Streaming University.
Why?
I don't even know what to say. Yo, gang. Word to my mother, bro. I've been watching you since Facebook, gang. Let me tell you something right now, though. I'm gonna show you something that you have never seen before.
Let me see.
Nobody in this entire line, nobody in this entire thing that you're doing in every single state is gonna show you
Let
this.
me see.
Relax. Relax.
What is that?
I know you're bringing steak.
Relax.
I know you guys didn't bring a steak. This nigga think he's...
Kai, you need to put me in Streaming University. You need to put me in Streaming University.
Motherfucker brought a snake to fucking manipulate him or something? Or like,
okay, ooh.
You know what's crazy? I don't know if you could keep it. This was a gift to you.
Why would you give me a snake, nigga? I'm obviously Gryffindor, nigga. You trying to be Slytherin? Stay in touch. Stay in touch is not a guarantee, nor is it a denial. But I'm watching you, my boy. Do you apply online?
Yes.
What is your name?
My name is Mad Manny. Stay in touch. Okay.
All right. Next! Why should I choose you? Like, you gotta give me, like, why are you different?
I'm different because I do what it takes.
What the fuck does that
What does that mean?
Trust me with this.
Hey, you talk about you got a trailer on the way? Come on. Is there anything you want to display? Anything you want to, like, show why you are different?
I don't have nothing right now, but no, it's not like that, though. It's not like that.
But you're not showing me nothing in person. It needs to be in person. I gotta.
Wait, why go in person?
I'm telling you, please. Damn.
Have you ever did a kiss or smack?
Yes.
Get the fuck out my fucking office.
What? Yo, what?
You ever did a kiss or smack?
Yes.
Get the fuck out my fucking office, buddy. Kiss or smack? Get the fuck out my office. Oh, come on. Hurry up.
If you don't mind, I just farted. I'm sorry.
Get the fuck out my face.
Wait.
Yo, why?
I've been out since 11 p.m. 11 p.m. car. 11 p.m. car.
Oh God, this nigga's thing.
My favorite professor,
What the fuck is happening, bro?
DG, bro. He was giving sauce. He was advising people to be genuine,
Professor
to make actual
DDG?
relations.
Nah,
come on, fuck me.
Apply your line.
I'm gonna bring energy. I'm gonna bring that New York energy. I'm gonna bring authenticity. I'm gonna bring
New York energy.
Take a look at that. Hold on.
Oh my God, why are you wet? What the fuck is this?
I went to the bathroom. Washed my hands.
Your official application is you shaking dick?
No.
Get the fuck out my face.
Yo, what? Who the fuck? Yo, New York is not real. New York is not real, bro. Oh. What are these applications, bro? You just have to be consistent and like just stream. Do you guys stream? I don't even know if they stream. These aren't streamers. No wonder they said that shit that more than 90% of people in line don't even stream. I thought that was a joke. No, they don't fucking stream. Why is this motherfucker shaking? Oh my fucking God.
Let me see your application. No limit dot what?
Fali.
Fali.
Yeah.
Let me hear your voice.
No limit Fali.
Okay. How old are you?
20.
What year were you doing, fuck nigga?
2006.
You look kind of old for 20, nigga.
I look kind of old or young?
Huh?
I look kind of old or young?
You look old.
Oh, really? Done?
Done what? What make you different?
I'm just different. I'm me. I look different. I come different. I smell different. I talk different.
Oh, fuck no! Nigga, you is not 20. How old are you, man? I'm 20 years old. No, you're not. No, you're not.
Why are kids sneaking in?
You just took my beard off?
Let me see your stomach. Bring me your stomach.
What the fuck?
You fucking up the disguise.
Apply online, nigga. Apply online. Ain't no way you 20, bro.
Oh shit. Oh. Yeah. Get in.
Come on, chop.
What was it?
Nigga, you got a TV, you getting money. Okay, nigga. Put that ass down. I'm not here to play with you, nigga. It's not
Ain't it the streamer, IRL streamer bag that costs like 30K?
Nigga's Dean for that. Okay, nigga.
What was it?
Nigga, you got a TV, you getting money. Okay, nigga. Sit that ass down. I'm not here to play with you, nigga. It's not Kai Cenat, nigga. It's Dean Cenat, nigga. I've been watching you all night, you know. I've been seeing you, you know, structure shit outside. That's why I make sure you come in the front. You feel what I'm saying? But hey, that don't mean shit.
Okay.
Why should you be in streaming you?
Bro, I just feel like I got a lot of good ideas. I'm be honest.
Be honest.
You was an ass Dean last year.
Oh.
Okay?
Oh.
No. You, what I
Hey. Ain't no motherfucking when you came in this bitch.
Why did you say that?
Ass.
No. I meant to.
Let me see your resume, fuck nigga.
Yes.
What you meant to say? Go.
I meant to say that I feel like you need more eyes. I feel like you didn't have enough eyes. It was one-man army.
You just said I didn't have enough eyes? You know I watch every single creator every motherfucking day. I was going to sleep at 5 a.m., waking up at 9 a.m. off a bagel and Dunkin' Donuts coffee, nigga. I was watching students from left and right. I'm seeing students from out there right now as we speak. What makes you think I don't got fucking eyes? Are you challenging the intelligence of me being a dean, nigga?
Can I say something? Can you say it, not spray it? No. Okay, deadass, okay.
CB, what did I do, CB?
No.
CB, what did I do?
He is spin.
Hey, CB, what did I do?
Spit.
Because I feel like he disrespected.
No,
What make you different?
He disrespected him like 3 times.
Honestly, like, I just got a lot of ideas. Like, bro, Kai, this year, I think you should just do like a good
Roman Atwood because I like when he pranks black people.
What? Why would you? Why did he put that on his? Why did he put that on his resume? Why?
Bro, you know I used to be a prankster, bro. Like I watched Roman Atwood a lot. You like Roman Atwood?
He was gonna canceled a million times for fucking pranking.
Is he really a Roman soldier? What was his dog name?
Damn.
Fuck out of here.
No, please. No, deadass. I'm prankster, deadass. No. Hi, deadass.
Lying on your application.
No, I'm not lying.
Yes, you are.
No.
You're not no real Roman fucking soldier, bro. Don't ever disrespect niggas like that, gang. You're not no real Roman soldier, bro. Everybody know his dog name was Zeus, gang. I feel like you play on my intelligence.
No, I'm not.
You come in here disrespecting me.
No.
Okay? You come in here disrespecting me and all this other shit. You know what? I've about had it with your shit. I already know if I had you on campus, fuck, nigga, I'm gonna have to be watching you 24/7.
No, you won't. You won't.
Yes, I would.
No, you won't.
Yes, the fuck I would.
No, I promise you won't. If I mess up, kick me out.
Application?
Huh?
You submitted the application?
No, I was about to submit mine. I got a trailer coming.
Oh, you know what? You did help outside, make sure everything was structured. Get your black ass out of my face.
Oh.
Don't ever come in my fucking shit and fucking disrespect me like that. Submit the application online. Hey, do not. Hey, Cuddy, come get this nigga.
Oh shit! You know what? Wait, my mom. No. Oh shit! Yep.
What the fuck?
Yep, I'm good. Yep. Damn.
Before niggas get started, I got something to say. I've been out there for mad long since yesterday, 2 p.m., bro. I've been in the city. I came from sparring. I came straight here. I didn't go home. I didn't take a shower. My breath stink. My feet is cooked. I got Balenciagas on. This shit is heavy as fuck. You know what I'm saying? But nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. What's your name? What's your name?
Showtime no time. My name's Alexander Jesus, you heard? But I go by Showtime or No Time. You know what I'm saying?
Showtime or No Time?
Professional.
What do you do?
Professional boxer.
Okay.
I'm 2-0, 2 KOs. I'm from the Bronx.
Do
I
you
just got
stream?
signed.
Calm down.
Do you make content?
Right, calm down.
I'm 2-0, 2 KOs. I was in talks with Keyshawn Davis, Kelvin Davis, Pete Dawson.
You glazing them niggas.
Does he stream or do content or what?
I was sparring him, not giving him his belt. I was sparring him. Look, I'm trying to be a club director for boxing, you know? I got 100K followers on TikTok and Instagram. You know what I'm saying? Different channels.
Holy shit. Do you stream or make content? Just answer the question.
Stop. You just say you want to be a club director for boxing.
Then why are you at Streamer University?
You went on the website.
Yeah, I signed up for that.
A fucking boxing club.
It was martial arts though. That's a form of boxing too. Yes, it is.
Nigga, this martial arts motherfucker.
Yes, it is, Kyle.
What?
You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Come on, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?
That is a loophole
How
of
often you
doom.
stream or you don't stream?
I just started streaming. I'm streaming right now.
Started streaming when?
Last month.
Last month. How consistent are you?
We on like almost 3 hours.
How consistent,
How consistent are you?
Every other day. I was with Talil. You know what I'm saying?
Why is you blazing niggas for? Fuck Talil, nigga.
Talil, fuck you, my bad boss, but I got you. Fuck you. We back on him.
What makes you different from everybody else, man?
Shit, bro, I'm just multi-talented. I'm from the
Jesus, man,
Bronx.
just-
A lot of
okay.
people not from the Bronx. I'm from the Bronx.
That counts.
187. Boxing is what I know. That's my.
That's your content? Like you box?
I'm a professional boxer. I don't box people. I'm a professional boxer. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people look at me like kids, you know what I'm saying? My goal is to give kids that confidence that they didn't have coming into my class that I want to teach.
Okay. Oh, you want to be a teacher?
Oh, shit.
I'll take a body shot from you right now. A body shot. And I'm going. Please.
What?
A body shot. Thank you. I'm gonna be right here. I'm not going nowhere. Oh, hell no. Come on. That's it? For real? For real? Carl? For real? Dead ass, Carl? Dead ass, Carl?
What the fuck?
There we go.
I'm different from everybody, bro. I'm telling you, bro. I've been watching you.
So what made you different?
My work ethic. I work. No, bro.
Apply online.
It's not alright, bro. Give me one more chance. One more chance. One more. What makes me different from everybody else? First, I have multiple. My work ethic, my personality. No, not my work ethic. Not my work ethic. All right, bro.
What make you different? Like, have you used an AI poster?
AI poster?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I haven't posted.
Oh,
Let me see.
nah.
At least
he honest.
Are you gonna post it soon?
Yeah.
More?
I was thinking about it.
Deny. The fuck out my fucking office.
He was honest, but yeah,
Get
deny
this AI
this.
posting ass nigga the fuck out of here. Out! No. 2, 1, action.
Hi. No, this ain't it. I've been in an hour, 2 hour, 3 hour, 4 hour, 5 hours, 6 hours. I ain't going for that. I'm trying to go to streamer you.
You be good on Tubi, fuck nigga. Okay, all right, nigga. All right. I didn't see that. Here, we'll stay in touch, nigga. Hey, look, stay in touch. What the fuck?
Yeah. Remember the freaking name. Remember the name, y'all.
That's a denial on acceptance. Okay.
I thought that was T Grizzly for a second.
You know what? Wait till that online application is good, bro.
Have a good one again. Thank you for the opportunity.
I'm gonna be looking at your stuff.
Appreciate you, Kai.
What the fuck?
Kai, I miss you. I miss you streaming. You doing your thing. I love you, Kai. Damn.
You too, all right?
Oh, bye.
We gonna review it. It's not denial or acceptance, bro. We going to. What do you?
I appreciate you, my boy. I'm gonna get that video up ASAP.
ASAP.
I appreciate you.
Stay in touch, man. Yeah. Oh fuck. Oh fuck.
Hey. What up, twin?
How you doing, twin? How's it going?
What up? We auditioning.
What the fuck?
Shut the fuck up. It ain't consonant. It's Dean Sonnet. Oh, Dean Sonnet. I don't give a fuck.
Oh, for me, I came correct today. I'm ready.
Where's your resume? Oh. Denied. Where the fuck is your resume at?
My janitor outfit from last year is my resume.
Where is your resume, Devontae?
I sent it over to your team.
Where's your resume?
Twitch.tv. Kello. That's my resume.
Where is your resume?
Everything I do is on Twitch. Okay. Crazy.
What make you different? Why should I choose you, nigga? Why?
Can I say why? Can I say why? I'm just call mommy.
Oh, that's what I'm about to say.
I'm calling mommy. Mommy, can you speak to Kai, please? Yes, Kai. He trying to not let us get us in, trying to deny us. Tell him, yeah.
I know you are the dean, and you are, one of the biggest streamers in the world.
If his mom said don't accept him, I'd have cried laughing.
And my Devontae too.
This chair.
All right. We go. I OG. What? Hold on. Wait. Wait.
That viewing actually, I was way better what they're doing.
Whoa there, man.
You're pussy as fuck. You're a bitch.
Oh.
You know. How you doing? How you doing? Hold on. Okay. I'm about to go. All right. I'm about to go. Come on in. Hey, got that shit right there, my boy. Got that shit.
I'm naturally fun. I know everybody say that.
Everybody saying that right now.
Really naturally fun. I come in and you see
That
I
chair
come
is
in
so
with energy.
small.
I'm 10. That's how I come all the time.
And how often you shoot? Where your resume at?
I'm really the resume. You talking to the resume right now, though. You see what I'm saying? It's me.
All right.
I don't got no screaming.
Can your boy vouch for you?
I can vouch for him. He got me. He knows something. He knows something. You gonna love the energy that he's speaking of.
This
He
what
knows
makes you
something.
different. When people see me, they be like, boy, he got good energy.
Boy, he got good energy.
I need to get next to him.
Okay.
I'm gonna make you laugh. I just bring energy. Like everybody gravitate to Everybody.
Wait, how y'all know each other?
Family since a little kid.
Okay. All right.
Everybody gravitate to me.
That chair, I can't stop looking at how small that chair is. What the?
Yo, Mari, can I trust your word in this? You know how much people trying to come into the university?
You can trust my
There's a lot of people out there now. What is your social media handle?
Channel 26 News.
Channel 26 News.
I can't see. Yo, listen. I'm not here to do too much talking, my nigga. You hear me? I'm not here to do too much talking, gang. It's either like, we let make some shit shake, or we got to get it on right here, nigga. I'm not playing. I don't care about Cuddy either. What? You know, Cuddy, we...
What the fuck?
Alright, you got it, bit, bro. You chill. Alright. What's up, though, bro? How you feeling, bro? Nice to meet you.
New York Final Boss.
About 2 years ago, you scammed me.
You never scammed him?
About 2 years ago, you scammed me on Fortnite.
I never scammed you.
No.
I bust your ass.
He scammed him in Fortnite.
But you told me you wasn't gonna pay me after you fucking won. You scammed me.
And the money I showed you was prop money. 48, your dumb ass. Look at you, clown.
And your teeth tooth. Okay, clown, right? Okay.
No. Let's talk a good one.
I'm not letting you in. Come on. What makes you different?
What are you doing?
I don't give a fuck.
Okay.
What am I? I don't.
Okay.
What make you different?
Alright, listen. What made me different from everybody else is that I'm a unique ass nigga. Like, you know what I'm saying? I come in here and I'm talking like I'm the one, nigga. Listen.
Oh.
I know you.
I'm the one. I'm the one I need to be in.
Are you still on my desk?
Right. But listen, I'm the one I need to be in, bro. I'm trying to. I need this. My mom's kind of homeless.
What? Wait,
You
what?
were comments? You were comments?
Stop playing.
You were comments?
Gotta be.
Yeah.
Yeah, makes sense.
Hold on my face. Apply online, nigga.
Gotta be.
Fuck that little nigga. Take you and your ass the fuck out of here. Now. And you got somebody grabbing your dick on your. Get me the fuck out of here.
What?
Yo, Cuddy, chill. Yo, Cuddy. Yo, come on, kid. I can't let me in.
Get the fuck out my face, too.
Get your ass up.
Stay in touch.
Yo, what the fuck?
Why you wrapping your legs around me?
What the fuck
my
did I
bad,
just
bro.
see?
You good, bro? How you been, bro? Good, bro? Yeah.
All right. 3 years and your dumbass still don't know English. It's
Oh.
okay. Why should you be streaming Universal, right?
I'm go over there. I'm gonna take my talent back to streaming you. I was about to take my talent to like Taiwan, but I decided to take my talent.
So you was in the middle of thinking of going to another university in Taiwan.
Yeah.
Oh, really? So you don't think streaming? So streaming university wasn't your first option?
Nah, that's my first. No. That's my first option. It's just a second option because I feel like you feel me?
Out of all the alumni, why should you be?
His
like,
English
you know
got better, yeah.
Why should you return? It look like you don't even come prepared. What the fuck are you talking about?
Nah. They all out there. They all gonna say same shit. I'm trying to be my. I'm trying to go to stream you because I can learn.
Right.
Stop that bullshit, man.
Be honest.
Stop that bullshit, man. They trying to blow up, man. They just get something. Feel me? They trying to like go to the top, man. So I'm different.
You were comments?
No, I'm humans.
There you go.
That's not talking about.
Oh my God.
I'm humans.
Okay.
Yeah.
His ass almost got declined.
You did an application?
Yeah. It's online.
No, YouTube streams don't do reactions. I started up when I play games.
Hey, no, hey, Ray. I know.
Listen.
I know you.
Let me snitch, okay?
Okay.
Let me snitch. Because I come here, I ask Kello, yo, before I come in, shall I apply?
So Kello's who?
Kello tell me, nah, just go in and lie. Nah, he tell me, come in and lie.
Come in and lie.
Kello, yup. Oh, see?
What you do?
This is shall be doing stream you. Everything you need. I'm gonna tell you everything.
Keep telling me. Kaya what?
Kaya told me, just pull a mama snack
Kaya?
card.
Cooking with Kaya?
The mama snack card.
She told you to call mama. She told you that.
And the one thing.
Pull out the mama snack card is crazy.
That, you good. He said, fuck that rat. Just go in and then do it.
Anybody else saying anything?
Yeah, they say, I want to go to stream you. I'm trying to go to Rapper University. He said, I want to go to Soldier Boy shit.
Rappers University?
Yeah. Ring say, fuck Kai, because he didn't go in.
This is why I love having you on campus. You know why? Because not only are you
He's snitching out his ass.
Not only are you my mans. Not only are you gonna tell me every single thing that people gonna do on that fucking campus.
Facts.
Not only are you going to call people out for doing the wrong things.
Facts.
But you are also a complete fucking dumbass.
Oh.
I don't give a fuck. Thanks for snitching for free, bitch ass nigga. I'm not letting you in. Go shut down. Now back. Hey, get this nigga, Gotti, get this nigga. Fuck.
Oh shit. Oh
fuck.
shit. Oh shit. What the fuck? Oh shit. Fuck, Cuddy. God damn, Cuddy. God damn.
It didn't work.
Finally. Pull a call over.
All
Every
that
time you
shit
fuck
just
with
to
that
get
nigga, I
denied?
lose. Cause I'm the one that gotta pay for it.
Wait, what?
But he the one who think he the man in Compton. Cause he is. Now you gonna get off his corners?
Wait.
You gonna let his people be?
What?
Or by all means, you gonna have to find a new plug. You don't mean that shit. The
What?
fuck I don't. I built this shit. Me. Brick by brick. And I refuse for you to tear it down because you don't like the way another nigga talk.
What?
Drug motherfucker. How you doing, Kyle?
You did that.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
Appreciate you.
Go play.
No!
Resume.
What
Resume.
Huh?
Resume.
Hello there, Casanat. My name is Marty Conte. I'm 20 years old. I'm from Brooklyn, New York. You know what I'm saying?
Come to the camera.
I'm like this. My mom pulled, my dad pulled, my grandma pulled, my auntie pulled, my uncle. Everybody pulled. I'm pulled. I live in the trenches, NYCHA. I literally had no hot water yesterday. But I'm gonna tell you this right now. Just like, accept me if you love God.
Oh, that's ridiculous. Okay, now that's a ridiculous one to pull off. What?
This is NYCHA. My grandma.
What?
From Brooklyn, New York.
Resume.
Hello there, Casanat. My name is Marty Conte. I'm 20 years old. I'm from Brooklyn, New York. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna start like this. My mom pulled, my dad pulled, my grandma pulled, my auntie pulled, my uncle. Everybody pulled. I'm pulled. I live in the trenches, NYCHA. I literally had no hot water yesterday.
He
But I'ma tell you this
said
right now,
accept
just,
me
like,
if you love God.
Accept me if you love God.
What? What if I deny you?
You don't love God.
Now, you can rap?
Whoa, I ain't gonna lie. How much screen time I getting though? Cause you know, as soon as I step out the
Can
show,
you rap?
my views gonna go down.
Can you rap?
You know my rap. We got the weed, the bottle, we got the yellow shine, the bottle. I tell you what. I don't know. Look. I know me and your brother, whatever. That was a little love taps and shit. Don't.
Oh, you did smack my brother.
Oh.
Oh my God, I forgot.
Look. That was a little love taps, I think. But come on.
He smacked his brother.
Let me smack you.
Wait, Terrio. Hello, boy.
Did he just say that shit? Did he just say what I think he just said?
Let me smack you.
Wait, Terrio. Hello,
What?
I will stay in touch. This don't mean accepted or denied. I'm gonna have to see something crazy for you to go to that next level. Online applications are out now.
And if I don't accept it, your brother gonna see something crazy.
Oh.
Thank you for your time, brother man.
What?
Yeah.
What did he just say?
Hey, nigga, I've been waiting for this moment forever.
Why is this only coming out of my right earmuff?
I've been waiting to see you forever. How you doing, Castanet? You know, your mother used to be my coworker at Mount Sinai, yeah. We was nurses and shit together. Let me get one of them Red Bulls, nigga. I'm tired as fuck. Yeah. What up, my nigga? You know, I'm Drewski wife. I'm Kid Bully, nigga. Yeah,
What?
I'm one Could Have Been Love season 2. Yeah, I'm him.
Oh.
I'm her. I'm both of them, nigga. What the fuck? I put my dick on your table. Wait. I'm sorry, Kyle. I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
She said
You
she's
feel me?
Drewski wife. I'm him,
Why do
I'm
I
her, I'm
belong
both
to
of them.
Shima?
Fuck you mean?
Why do I belong here? I belong here because I'm bringing energy, nigga. I'm bringing New York energy. If you put me in a room with 50 people, I'm coming out with 100 pieces of content and 50 new friends, nigga. I belong here. Put me in a motherfucker house.
no,
I
you
want to see you later.
So what happens if you get denied?
Then I just get denied and do it again next year.
Okay.
What's your application?
Oh.
Yo, you really have a dick?
Castanet, stop playing.
Yo!
Hey, Juicy, he took my last dick. So when he gave me the 100K when I won, I brought more dicks. So I got a dick for every dick, nigga. Talk to me nice.
Hopefully,
See you in the next life, nigga. What?
hopefully, you have a nice day.
I have another dick on. I'll make sure cause this dick is a little.
Whoa!
Whoa. Call on you, nigga. I love you. See you later. Let me have that hat. No. Let me have it. No. All right, I love you. See you later, nigga. Thank you for the Red Bull. Ow. Hey guys, see you later. What? I don't know why you coming. What you pulling up for? You was gonna drag me out, nigga? Don't touch me. I'm a girl.
Okay, oh my gosh. You about to make me cry. Yes, nice manicure. Thank you. Okay, bye. Think of me, please say you'll think of me. Whatever you say, I will do.
All right, bet. It's better acceptance or denial, right?
All right.
Think of me.
Bye.
Yeah, I like your energy. Did you send me your application?
Yes, I did.
Make sure you stay consistent because we'll be heavily reviewed.
No problem. Have a wonderful day, Dean Kai. And let me know if you need me to tell on anybody. I'm here.
Make sure you're consistent, bro.
Boy, I love you. God, love you, nigga.
You still streamers, right?
We've been in New York all day on hours, and now it's time to see if we can find more students and professors out in LA and Atlanta.
Yeah.
Get this video.
I don't know what the fuck I just watched. Yeah, they streamers just it's New York, so like it's like I don't even know if I even want to do the LA one. Apparently the LA one is even more funny.
West Side for the chance to.
Apparently the LA one is real funny.
Hey, look, you the first one. I'm the first.
I think we're gonna do this another day. LA, do y'all want to do it now or another day? Now or another day? This one's 43 minutes long. Okay, I probably won't be able to do Kenshiro today. I'll do it another day. I don't know if the thing is fixed though. I don't think I even can do Kenshiro today because the border banner thing isn't working. Hold on. It's supposed to say check out Fatal Fear and the picture is supposed to be here, but it's not working. Okay, I'm gonna just take it out of the title. We'll do Kenshiro another day. I don't know why it's not working. It won't work for some reason. It shows for you? Odd. Whatever, I'll just do it tomorrow. It's fun. I don't have there's no due date on it till like the 7th or 8th. I can just do it next year. It's fine. Alright, bro. LA Streamer University applications. Let's see it. Let's see if it shows on my phone.
I'm scared.
Come in.
Oh, it shows on my phone. It just doesn't show on the.
Oh my gosh, okay. Hey, look, you the first one.
I'm the first one. I've been here since Thursday, Kai.
Go ahead and have a seat. What's your name?
Anaya.
Anaya, nice to meet you, Anaya. I like your girls. Okay?
Thank you.
What's your main platform that you
TikTok.
TikTok, okay.
TikTok?
Should you be in
Jeez,
Streamer
TikTok
University?
is the main platform. That is scary.
Talk to me.
Moderation is cheeks.
Shown everybody that I need to be in Streamer University 2026 because starting off, I've been here since Thursday, sleeping. I haven't eaten anything today.
You ain't eaten?
I just see Lacey.
Eating.
Probably.
I'm locked in.
Thank you. Come on, you can't be starving yourself. What the hell? Did you make an AI flyer this year?
No.
Yo, Wickland, thanks for the 23. Appreciate it.
No, I'm not lying. Why would I lie about that?
You know what? I like your energy.
Thank you.
I like what you got going on. This is not denied.
Kick her out, she's starving? That's crazy. Y'all rude.
Next!
Oh no.
Oh my God. Sit down.
How the fuck these two get in, bro?
What's up, bro? Why it smell like liquor in here? I'm not drinking, is you?
Nah.
What?
Why should y'all be at university?
I think we should be professors and teach.
Professors?
Whoa, what?
Or had a dirty Mac.
Yeah.
What? Oh, hell no.
I don't let that get up.
You don't let me get nothing.
How do y'all feel about, getting lit on campus? Going out having a party for the spirit of Streamer University.
Get lit. Stay lit. Turn down, never.
So you want to go party?
I mean, we can.
We can.
I don't like no parties. You know that, right?
Oh, you don't?
I don't like no parties on the campus. I'm gonna be real. Okay? Here is the thing. The lust The fucking lust. I see your application. You talking about you gonna call me Casa Nut? That's
what I'm saying.
The lust, the horniness. That be good until the Don Julio get in the system. If Dean got a little, Dean try to, he be trying to fly, he be trying to start it.
Julio get it, it's crazy.
But y'all cannot keep doing it. I really feel as if if you put the fucking liquor down and put the lust to the side, y'all will be.
Bro, let me go grab a drink. That Don Julio got me thirsty.
If we
I'm
put
getting
the
lemonade,
liquor down
relax.
and put the lust to the side, we'll be a piece of shit.
And that's your problem, AB. Fuck that shit. I just see you use a nigga t-shirt as a napkin. You're outside. Whoa, no. Stop that. Stop doing that.
Okay.
Say it with me. Stop doing that.
Okay. All right.
How can I trust y'all enough to put that aside? There's no, I gotta be able to look at the resume. I gotta be able to look at the evidence. I gotta see change. Yeah, right. There's no change right now.
Shit. The highest number win. If I win, I can drink.
If I roll this motherfucker and I land what I gotta do, your ass is declined.
Huh?
Nah, hell no, we ain't betting that. Nah, we ain't betting that.
We ain't betting that. No, we ain't betting that. We ain't betting that. We ain't betting that.
The odds, I don't like the odds.
Right. Hold on, wait. I think you dropped this.
You gonna pick her?
You just brought me?
No.
Denied! No money, no liquor, no bitches, no lust.
Yeah! What's the deal, my boy?
Okay, set your shit up. Go ahead, come sit down. Put your seat back a little bit. Okay, I'm seeing your hours here. Okay, you got some resume here. Why would you need to become? What makes you different? Why should Streaming University 2026?
Honestly, what makes me different personally, bro, I skateboard every day, all day.
Let me see your kickflip. Okay, all right, come back.
Oh, what the fuck?
Did you submit the online application?
Yes, I did.
Hey, man, look.
Wait, what'd I miss?
I haven't seen any skaters come
Did I miss anything good? Oh, this is directly after. Okay, mind.
in here with that. I like the kickflip right there. That was cool. This is not an acceptance or a decline. It just means.
Let me see that shit.
Different personally, bro, I skateboard every day, all day.
Let me see
we don't need skateboarders on campus. Oh shit.
Okay, all right, come back now. Did you submit the online application?
Yes, I did.
Hey, man, look. I haven't seen any skaters come in here with that. I like the kickflip right there. That was cool. This is not an acceptance or a decline. It just means it's better than decline, okay? Hey. But we'll be watching you. Keep the consistency going up. I like what you got going on right here. Do not slack. Have a good day, bro.
No cap. Hey, thanks,
all right?
man. I appreciate it.
For sure, bro. Next! Oh!
I'm rare.
How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
You on Mafia Dawn 3, ain't that right?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead and sit down real quick.
Yes, sir.
Oh, you haven't streamed the entire year.
Whoa. Yeah, that's an instant decline. What? The entire year is crazy.
What voices can you do?
Hi there, I'm Ginger. Nice to meet you. Probably we're gonna get in trouble. Hello there, I'm Dexter from Dexter's Laboratory. You know, back to my days, I used to stream, but I'll get there sooner or later. So I'm like a Robin Williams, you know?
That's
You're
cool, but
gonna
like.
get declined because you gotta be a lot more consistent, man. Your talent is amazing. I've seen what you can do. You're multi-talented. You have to display it. You have to take the sacrifice. You have to want it. This isn't the last year. Be consistent. I'm sorry. How are you doing?
The hell?
Good, excellent.
You a fashion streamer?
Nobody has ever came in here with such unique stuff like this. Fashion.
That's cool.
People don't come in here talking about fashion and stuff like that at Streaming University. But from what I'm seeing, what I can tell you is, right? I'm not gonna put decline, I'll put stay in touch. You need to display this more. I don't know how often you do it. You can't just do this on TikTok.
Yeah, definitely not.
Have a nice day, all right?
Bro, how do people only stream on TikTok? I be getting banned every other day. All I'm doing is playing games too. I don't know how you only platform TikTok. That's crazy.
Just looking
I couldn't do
around.
that.
Let me see. I'm not seeing
that AI moderation is so bad.
32.2K.
I don't know how they do
I
it.
don't give a fuck. You have never sparked a live stream ever on Twitch.
Is it the right one?
Denied.
Every day. I try to spark every day.
That's a lie. You just told me every day. I have your resume put up right now. Are you gonna lie to me like that?
It's affordable, but like, goddamn.
Like I have your. Why would you say every day? We don't want liars.
The
here.
AI moderation
Apply
is so
online.
bad.
What type of tea? Like nosy tea?
Yes, female rap.
We don't want that. Deny. We don't want that here at Streaming University. Okay. Have you ever did like a kiss or slap or a rating through 1 through 10?
Yeah, I have.
You did? Get the fuck out of here. We're in 2026, bro. We're in 2026 and you're talking about goddamn kiss or slaps.
I actually haven't, bro. I don't know what I said.
Oh, so you lied. Okay, so give me, that's all you have to say, bro. Sit down. You lie. Why would you lie, bro? Damn. 2 denies. Get the fuck up out of here.
I'm gonna clear bag and you're not gonna take this shit off me, gang?
Oh, you damn right. Let me see your resume. Hey. Now come right here. Sit down.
Yes, sir.
You snitch on yourself. You say you didn't have a clear backpack.
Oh.
Get him out of here. Thanks for telling me, my boy. Have a nice day.
I see you admiring the fit. I can get you some of these for sure.
Those Galaxy pants?
Galaxy pants? What year is this?
Get out of here.
I'm gonna be here.
Galaxy
Let's
pants
go,
is crazy.
SU.
What the fuck?
SU.
You trying to be a teacher or what?
SU.
A gym teacher?
Streaming University 2026. Let's do this.
That was ass. Yes, December 2025, it looks pretty good. Yes, but other than that, everything else scattered around the place.
Oh.
You saying?
No, God, no. Oh, he starts a business. Yes, sir.
This is a jab
No music. Let me see you dance. That's ass. Do an online application.
It's not a Jabberwocky, bro. What?
Why isn't your primary platform? Why is it not Kick?
But Enzo told me. No,
Get your ass out of here. You keep talking about Enzo. Fuck Enzo, man.
I don't post any content.
Oh, you don't post nothing.
Why the fuck are you here?
Your main platform is Twitch. Your name is.
Holy shit. Bro, why do people sit in that line for like, how long is it? 10 hours or X amount of hours camping overnight and shit? And they don't even stream. And like, I'm not even like one platform or stream every other day or something. Not even like, it doesn't even have to be streaming. Like, they don't even post content. Like, they don't even do videos or nothing. They want that free bag? I don't get that shit.
Two-tone Ayo, you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 streams for the year. Every 6 days, it's not here. Am I lying?
Oh, shit. He put up the Twitch tracker. Oh, fuck. Nah, you fucked. He got a laptop this time. He didn't have a laptop in New York. Bro, this shit makes me realize how overqualified I am for this dumb shit, bro. Let me see my Twitch tracker. Holy shit, that's crazy. He put up the Twitch tracker on his ass. And my shit's just straight green. I only missed these days because I had to go to Evo Japan. And I had to go to a wedding. My shit green. 3 months straight green. Ever since June, green. What happened these days? I don't remember. What was I doing? Oh, I did a 24-hour stream. Yeah, it says duration 21 hours. Yeah, I did a 24-hour stream. Straight green. It bled into the next day, but it didn't count for me.
No, ask my chat. I promise you. Ask these niggas.
No, my boy, you haven't posted in 3 months.
I have other platforms.
My boy, your main platform is YouTube.
Crisis Magazine is
Get him out of here.
Crisis Magazine.
Bro, he's got a different YouTube channel.
Get him out of here.
That's some fuck shit.
Have a nice day. You gotta be consistent, bro.
I am consistent. You have the wrong channel.
Oh, yeah, get the fuck out. Hey, get his ass out.
Hey, get the white ass.
Damn.
You haven't streamed in
11 months. 5 months.
a long ass time.
Why are you here?
Have a nice day, my boy.
Well, everybody from Akil and Eddie to Rumble.
We don't give a fuck about no Eddie or goddamn Rumble or goddamn whoever.
Kick.
No pressure, brother.
So think about that, my boy. Good seeing you, Vicky.
Pleasure, man.
Pleasure to you, bro.
I'm a barber, bro. I'm also a barber and I do YouTube.
Let me see some of your haircut work.
Check that out, you know what I'm saying?
Guys, you fucking niggas up.
What the fuck you mean I fucking...
Wait. No, bro. Yo! No, bro. Not like this, bro. Not like this, bro. You telling me you had the opportunity of a lifetime get into streamer unity at university and you show Kaya cuts, he said you fucking what? What?
My boy, good seeing you, Biggie.
Pleasure, man.
No,
Pleasure to meet you,
bro.
I'm a barber, bro. I'm also a barber and I do YouTube.
Let me see some of your haircut work.
Check that out, you know what I'm saying?
Guys, I can't tell if he trolling him or not.
You fucking niggas up.
What the fuck you mean I fucking niggas up?
Gotta do what I got to. I was
Was that a bit? I don't know.
Please silence all these voices in my head.
What the fuck?
Long J Entertainment. I'm gonna need to see
what the fuck?
More, okay?
I said, hello, Mr. Sinat. I'm the dude with a vibe. Been streaming for 2 years with only 2 in the live. Streaming you came up, and I didn't decide to put faith into God and pursue every time.
When the last time you dropped a YouTube video?
Okay, so.
Oh,
When is
no.
the last time you dropped a YouTube video?
I do everything, though. I'm consistent in every single thing.
You're obviously not. You just said, I just asked you, when is your last time you dropped a YouTube?
That's like the one thing you gotta do. Just be consistent. That's like the main thing he's looking for. Like, you don't even gotta be that creative. If you like crazy consistent, you get in. You don't even gotta do that. Like, that shit is crazy, bro. Motherfuckers actually sign up wasting time getting in line.
Why you keep saying T-Banks?
Yeah, I'm saying because it's production video. I just want to make sure you. Wait, I know! No!
What the fuck?
You almost had foe.
Oh, you an asshole.
Decline.
He said he almost had 4.
Get your ass the fuck out of here.
I'm the one that see KC3.
You got my merch?
The LBA league, bro. Come on.
Let me see your resume.
I'm here to fucking set the fucking tone.
That's a lot of dick riding. Come on, get your ass the fuck out of here.
That's a lot. What the fuck?
Cassinet, here's my application, my resume.
Jason the fucking Wings. Sit down.
Yes, sir. I'm here to be a professor of gesturing 101. I want to teach and inspire the youth how to
what
not
101?
be embarrassed. Professor of gesturing 101. I want to teach and inspire the youth how to not be embarrassed, to embarrass themselves, because that is one of the key parts of being a great streamer.
You wanna teach people how to be a fucking joker, a fucking jester.
How to entertain, how to be outgoing, how to not have social anxiety, how to deal with problems and attacking them.
Okay,
What the fuck? What the fuck?
Hey, sit down.
This dude is
so my scamness right here, right?
bro.
This ain't ChatGPT, is it?
No, you said no AI, it's not AI.
All right.
Nah, he needs to get in, bro. He'd be a
right
good
here.
fit.
Put it into my ChatGPT.
You need big
AI
streamers like
tracker.
him, bro. That
This
should be too
reads like
funny,
it was
bro.
heavily AI assisted or AI generated, though not because of the facts themselves. The clues are mostly in the writing style. So your bitch ass.
That's not AI, it's not AI. It said it. It's just high vocabulary.
It's heavily AI generated.
I paraphrased.
shit.
That's what I did because I want to be great. I want to inspire the youth.
No. It says heavy. Get your ass the fuck out of here. Cuddy, get his ass out of here.
Cuddy, what about push a fade? Push a fade for an acceptance letter.
What we do is put a smile on people's face, entertain, and put on for our city. Vegas. Yes, sir.
Vegas?
Who 18?
All of us. Yup. And we put on for our city heavy. Even behind the cameras, we doing things.
What's it name?
Don't you dare talk.
Oh my fucking God. Oh my fucking God. That was beautiful. I love the transition. You know why? Because he was a videographer. He wasn't supposed to talk. He didn't talk. You took the
Can't
video
talk if you're the
transition. I
cameraman.
like that.
This is staying
All right. Yep. All right. That was, hey.
Hi.
You brought your son in here?
Sure did. Let me pause this, Elma. Sorry.
Come on, come.
You waited in the line with your son.
Go. Come on, boy. Come on, boy.
You want your child mama to be in here?
How you doing?
Hey.
Go ahead and sit down. You think your mom should be in Shimmy University?
No.
No? Okay.
Yes.
No.
Son, there's no way. Bro, she's gonna hate her kid. She's gonna. She's gonna hate her kid growing up. Oh my god.
He said no. To my understanding.
That's actually the end? No? Oh my god, she's gonna hate her kid.
Come on, boy.
You want your mama to be in here?
How you doing? Hey. Go ahead and sit down. You think your mom should be in Stream University?
No.
No? Okay.
Yes.
No, he said no. To my understanding, you the same nigga that stuck on my campus last year, right?
How's this guy?
Look. And you the same nigga. Wait. Just like me, I'll see and watch everything. I see your clip saying you're gonna sneak on this year.
No, I never said that.
What happened? Why are you trying to sneak on my campus, brother?
No, I'm not gonna sneak on. I want to get accepted as a real student.
Did you sneak into you sneak it today?
No, I got it. See, look.
That's what your title say? Your title don't say that.
No. No, look, see, 37.
Don't change his title. I can tell. It say it right here. It says sneaking into Casanat IRL application.
Shit, he do see
Last year I
everything.
put in work, I wasn't.
Thank you.
Shit. Wait, this dude do see everything. God damn, why does he know this?
So that means you get the clown right now. I need to see it for the next following days. Cuddy, get this nigga.
Wait, he just trying to scrap niggas.
All right, sit down. Application. Hierarchy. Oh my God. Don't start. I'm done. You bouncing your shit and shit.
I'm done.
What up, my boy?
That's my little brother.
Whoa, no!
God, that's my little brother.
Why he talk? He was supposed to talk.
I'm done.
What up, my boy?
That's my little brother.
Get this nigga the fuck out of here.
No, God, that's my little brother. No, that's my little brother.
Get the fuck out. Get the fuck out.
Oh, he's kicking him out.
No.
Get the fuck out.
Yeah, no. I'm like, he my brother, but he a bitch, though.
How many times did you shower last year?
Okay, you want good news or bad news?
No, I want the honest news.
0.
Good. Stinking
What?
ass.
You want good news or bad?
Fuck out.
Yeah, no. I'm like, he my brother, but he a bitch, though.
How many times did you shower last year?
Okay, you want good news or bad news?
Wait,
No,
what?
I want the honest news.
0.
God. Stinking ass niggas.
God, please.
Stop doing that. Take a shower.
You can shave my head. God, no, I need this, bro.
I can get out.
I need this. I need this. God, please.
Get flat.
Mr. Sinai.
How you doing? Oh, okay. Now, last time I seen your ass, you manhandled me.
You know, listen, look at the do-rag. It's still tied perfectly.
The do-rag.
All right. What
does she do?
You can talk, I can talk, however you want this to go.
How you doing, man? How you doing, broski?
Oh, that's my brother.
What's it? He just spoke.
That's my blood brother. That's my blood. Listen.
I don't give a fuck about you.
Mr. Dean, wait, before you do that. My blood brother took off work for this shit because my cameraman couldn't come. Why? Because they had the flu and I couldn't risk that shit with my students. I'm applying to be the motherfucking professor.
Watch out, back up!
Damn!
I'm a professor.
You haven't streamed.
On Twitch.
Wait.
Nigga, on Twitch. I'm producing a show.
Wait. Since May 5th?
My
Damn.
birthday week, bro.
Okay, that's not. When was this filmed? That's not that bad. We've seen people way worse. June 23rd. Okay, that's not that bad.
You know how I go.
I stream on my birthday.
I did too, but a lot of people
Everyone streams on their birthday. You should stream on your
didn't
birthday.
show up for me, man.
I don't want to see
Oh
more
shit, that kind of hurt.
Okay.
From here on out, there's not an acceptance or decline, but you need to get to that grind.
That's okay. I got my own.
What is that?
Fucking, that's approved.
Hold on, you just trying to forge it? Gotti, get her ass out of here! Gotti, get her! Get that ass out of here! Get that ass out of here! Get off!
Did she just fumble the?
What up, little nigga? Hey, Casey, I ain't gonna cap, bro. You know, last time you told me, I didn't have enough energy. You know, I was trying to be respectful. But this time, fuck that respect shit. Nigga, I ain't even gonna tell you why I should be at Stream University. I'm gonna tell you what I'm gonna do when I'm there. Like, no, I'm not asking. Like, I'm demanding, gang. Like, I'm demanding.
I just seen you in New York. How the fuck are you in LA?
How are you here?
Same way you got here. I just probably ain't fly PJ how you flew. But yeah, nigga, I'm not asking you for me. I'm demanding you. So when I'm in Streamer University, I ain't gonna cap, bro. I ain't gonna do no work. I might be a jerk. And all the female professors, I might make them twerk. I gotta be honest.
What?
I'm just being honest with you.
Now, let me ask you this real quick. How do you feel about partying on campus getting lit?
Nigga, I love the party. I love getting lit. I can't lie to you, nigga. Hoes, all that shit.
And this is your last
lie.
Fuck no, I'm going to Atlanta.
You going to Atlanta?
I'm going to Atlanta.
Well.
I'll see
That's
you
all you
there.
had to tell. I'll see your bitch ass in ATL. Get the fuck out of my fucking office. How do you get this nigga? Yay! What the fuck? Hey! Get up! I'll see you in Atlanta! Atlanta then, nigga.
Why did he have that shit? He fumbled. What?
ATL.
He had it until he said that last part.
Partying on campus getting lit.
Nigga, I love the party. I love getting lit. I can't lie to you, nigga. Hoes, all that shit.
And this is your last stop.
Fuck no, I'm going to Atlanta.
You going to Atlanta?
I'm going to Atlanta.
Well. That's all you had to tell. I'll see your bitch ass in
Christ,
ATL.
bro.
Get the fuck out of my fucking office. Cody, get this nigga. Yay! What the fuck? Hey! Get up! I'll see you in Atlanta then, nigga. Why should you be in Stream University 2026?
I want to explain it while I eat the one chip.
So you about to do the one chip challenge?
Yeah, and I'm gonna explain it to you.
All right, let me see. Oh my gosh. Bro, you're crazy.
There's no way.
So if you remember the day I met you at DreamCon, July 2023 when I met.
I'm not gonna lie.
Bro brought out a whole science fair
This is
poster.
very impressive. This don't mean accepted or declined. This just means I'm watching. We're gonna stay in touch, okay? For sure. All right? Go get you some milk. Hey, get you some water, bro. Valedictorian? Valedictorian?
What the
Thomas
hell?
James?
Valedictorian.
Go ahead and sit down, my boy. Go ahead and sit down. What up, my boy? How you doing, gang? He just spoke. That's minus 10 points.
That's
He just spoke.
That's the fucking problem.
He just spoke.
I didn't fucking come to audition. I'm coming to tell you what I need when I arrive. I didn't come to audition. I'm in. You know what I'm saying? Why should you be in Stream University? No, why should you be the fucking dean? I have a list of things, of everything I need exactly.
Bro,
the list of paper.
What do you want? Go ahead and write it down.
Cuddy, come here real quick. Cuddy, come here real quick.
What?
Come here real quick. Grab these keys right here. I need a copy.
Nah.
All right, Cuddy, step back.
First of all, you coming in here, no application, acting like you own the place. That's not cool. Just like everybody else, you gotta sign. Second of all, this nigga right here talking, he a whole videographer. Niggas don't talk on Maury. All right? King size bed.
Thanks for the gifted.
Absolutely not. Solo room. Absolutely not. Copy of every key and everything. Absolutely not. Memory foam bag? Absolutely not. Towel? Absolutely not.
You're not gonna fucking die on me after everything I did on that campus, after everything I did on that campus for you, nigga. After everything I did on that campus for you, nigga, I gave everybody fucking Wi-Fi. You crazy?
Gotta get this nigga out of here.
Everybody Wi-Fi. Yo, I got valedictorian.
Get this out of here.
How did you not have that? I got valedictorian.
Next.
Dean motherfucking Sinek.
Mr. Runick.
How you doing, my good sir?
Oh, you put your own application. Positive for gonorrhea, positive for HIV.
What?
Positive for
What?
chlamydia, positive for herpes.
COVID is good, right? They told me to take a COVID test.
Sit your ass down. Why should you be in Stream University? Because you know we had your mans last year.
I'm gonna tell you this right now. You really don't want me though. I'm gonna turn that bitch up. I'm gonna break all the rules. I'm not gonna listen to the teacher.
Why the fuck would I let you in then?
Right now.
So why would I let you in? So why would I let you in, Runick?
Maybe you shouldn't let me in. At the end of the day, look, I'm gonna keep it 1,000, bro. I'm somebody you need. I'm gonna turn that bitch up. I'm gonna break all the rules.
Hey, get your ass the fuck out of here, Runick. Get your ass the fuck out of here. Get out of here, my boy.
How you gonna deny me? Hey, fuck that.
Yeah, get out of here, boy.
Hey, bro, you know I'm gonna be rinsing all the girls.
Mr. 1.1 mil.
Oh my God.
Oh,
Oh, brother.
Go ahead and sit down, my boy.
Oh, brother.
What the fuck happened to you?
I look good, yeah.
You fat as shit.
Damn.
What? I want Viva. Come on, bro.
Where's the application?
Come on, bro. You know I come prepared, bro. Listen, this is no AI, no bullshit, none of that, bro. I'm here to change. That's where you accept. Like, there's like a little thing right there.
Okay. Why should you be at Stream University 2026, Ron?
Everyone wants to create content.
Right.
Everyone wants to be a creator.
Right.
I'm a content creator.
Oh. Okay.
Can you please sing payphone?
You want me to say payphone?
Sing payphone. That shit gonna cover the video.
Let me see something real quick. Let me just pull this up real quick. I just want you to. This reminded me of you not too long ago.
Oh, what is it?
This right here.
God, I'm gonna see you Sunday, bro. May God strike me down, my child, my mother, my cat, my girlfriend, my great-grandmother, if on Sunday I do not get accepted.
R.P. to them niggas.
Oh, no.
Bro.
Get your ass the fuck out of here.
Bro.
Hey,
Cuddy, bro, no.
Bro.
Cuddy,
Get him up.
Can I just ask
Bro.
you a question, bro? Oh my God. Yo, Cuddy. No. Mr. B, can I get Vivette? Oh God.
Can I get Vivette?
The most creative thing I've done recently.
Can I get some
Shit,
Vivette?
I be going in the pool. I be
Decline.
No,
You don't stream.
I stream on
I'm
TikTok.
looking at your resume.
On TikTok.
You said Twitch every day.
Wait, why'd you lie?
Okay.
You haven't streamed in a long time. Out of all the days you could have streamed, you chose right now to stream. I want consistency.
Oh my God, bro. Why even sit in that line?
I want consistency. You have to do better. You have to do better.
You sure?
Yes.
Here, take this back.
Ah! What the fuck is that? You haven't streamed on Twitch since 2021.
Yo!
Okay. You have to do better. You have to do better.
You sure?
Yes.
Here, take this back.
What the fuck is that? You haven't streamed on Twitch since 2021.
That's mine.
That's not funny, bro. That's not funny, bro. What the fuck is a little kid? That's not funny, bro. But what the? Why are you here?
Because you look like
No,
fucking.
no, no,
You look
no,
just like
no,
Makai.
no, no. You denied me last time.
I don't give a fuck. I'm not letting you in.
This is your canvas. You have to paint this canvas. Nobody can tell you when it's right. Nobody can tell you when it's wrong. Art, it's unique.
So nobody can stop me?
Never.
Nobody can stop me?
Not
From
one.
declining you?
Nobody can stop me from declining you?
Last year in all 3 months.
Last year. We in 2026, my.
Oh my fucking God, bro.
In here.
Last year, all 3 months? What do you mean all 3? There's 12 months.
Boy, come on, bro.
But you want the best.
What makes you different?
I'm the best dating show host on YouTube.
So give me a pickup line.
How are you doing?
Have a nice day, my boy.
Okay, wait, hold on. Would that possibly change your mind?
$8?
$8.
Have a nice day, my boy.
Could I have the...
Have a nice day!
He's made the biggest mistake of his life.
Can I...
But I think you're great.
Have a nice day, my boy.
How the fuck you get an $8 bill?
You as well. He loved me.
So I'm gonna stay in touch and we gonna see what's going on, all right? It's better than
How
denying.
the fuck you get an $8
Thank you so much. I
bill?
really appreciate it, genuinely.
All right, bye, chat. Don't end stream until you finish Atomic Habits. That's a new task.
And if the timer goes off,
Atomic Habits. What is that?
I'm gonna keep that bitch going. Boom, boom, tick, tick, boom, tick. My name is Lexi. Go, Lexi.
Go, Lexi. Okay.
What
all
the
right.
fuck? A book? Oh.
We'll stay in touch, but make sure. Hey, that's an acceptance. Calm the fuck down.
Streamer University.
Ain't no.
Son, this shit has got to stop.
Nobody doing that shit. Keep grinding though. Keep grinding though. Keep doing that. Keep singing. I'm gonna look out for you. It's not an acceptance or deny, but let's keep you under the UAV radar. It's not an acceptance or the. Come on!
How you doing?
Damn.
Oh my fucking God, bro.
10 push-ups, 10 push-ups, 10 push-ups.
What's your application?
10 push-ups.
Application. First of all, sit down and introduce.
So listen, my name is Coach Bert.
What's your Twitch?
Coach Bert.
Coach Bert. You don't have not a damn Twitch stream up.
Yeah, nah, I'm saying I'm starting streaming, but I don't really want. I want to do it for the kids.
Who the fuck is
You know what I'm
that?
saying?
Who do
All
you
kids
think?
want to be outside and bing, 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 bing. Da-da-da-da-da. Stop the violence. Let's get in the gym. Let's get hungry and.
How old are you?
40.
Damn.
Mm-hmm.
Say 40 again?
40 years old. Oh.
Say 40 again?
10 push-ups, 10 push-ups. No,
Sit down, wait, sit down. Say 40?
40 years old. Coach Bert.
I have a question, Coach Bert. Name me 5 southern states.
Listen, I'm an OG in the game. I don't, listen.
8 times 8. 8 times 8.
I'm more of basketball, I'm not.
8 times 8.
Listen.
Sit down.
Hey.
Sit down.
Bro, what?
I know that breath.
Oh.
Come here. Wait, come here. No. Relax. I'm not gonna do it. I just want to touch your head.
Oh my God.
Okay, go. Ooh. Okay. Record!
Let's give me a hug.
Hey, So you want to be in Stream University, huh?
Yes.
Let me see that forehead. Let's put that right there. Yeah. What? Yeah. Mitch, that's for Yana, bitch. Your ass wanna be disloyal, huh? Your ass wanna be disloyal, right? You get one girlfriend for one day and can't be loyal, huh?
Can we start with the bullshit?
Get out. Get the fuck out. Get him out, Cuddy.
You know what I'm saying?
Get him out. Cuddy, get him out. Cuddy, get him out. Senior, by the way. Senior.
Okay, hold on.
Senior.
Cuddy, chill, Cuddy.
Yana!
Motherfucker got the knock on.
Pass it down. Now, Yana.
I brought Tapparoonie with me.
How the hell you do that? Yana, you know what? You know, out of everybody applications, when I look through it, they always say you're the one that was their favorite.
I know, isn't that awesome?
Yes.
Yeah, I feel very blessed.
What are you applying for this year?
I could be a club director, I could be a toilet scrubber, or I could be a tap dancer, or I could be like a professor if you want to, because I want to teach streamers the art.
To be honest.
You know?
All right, well, let me put you to the test real quick.
Okay.
Who's grown so much from last year?
Of course.
Let me see what you think of the next contestant. Okay, come sit right here.
Okay, wait,
The
really?
next contestant?
Really? Yeah. All right, why do you want to get into Stream University? Why do you think you're different?
First of all, I spit soliloquy. I have actual talent. Most people fake the talent. Soliloquy.
What was it? You spit what?
Soliloquy.
Where's your application?
Right here.
Yeah, put the application.
You sure you got a Twitch account?
I do.
Are you lying about your Twitch account? Because we switched it up. You lying?
No, sir.
So where's your Twitch account?
Look up the Instagram. You want to pull it up?
My boy, you talking
He said
about
Twitch
Instagram.
account.
I'm talking about Twitch.
Twitch.
I don't like liars. You said you stream every single day.
I do.
Hit him.
YouTube, all
Hit
that.
him. Another, no, whoa. What the fuck was that? You gonna stamp that motherfucker.
Oh,
Yeah,
stamp that bitch.
Yeah, exactly.
Damn.
Get the fuck out of here. You lied. Out. Yana, that was fucking ass. No, for real. You gotta be a little bit stricter, Yana.
I'm working on my strictness.
Since you grew so much from last year, this don't mean acceptance or decline. Let's stay in touch.
Thank you so much.
Next!
Oh shit.
Oh shit. Goodness.
How you doing?
All right.
this away.
Calm down.
Kai Carlos and that the third.
Where's your resume?
I didn't get one.
Okay. Yeah. Why should you be in Stream University?
I feel like you need some experience in there. You know, teach some history lessons. Just teach a lot of things like the young bloods don't know.
Why the fuck is he in a wheelchair?
I went to school with what's his name? I had a dream. What's his name?
Martin Luther King.
Yeah. So you didn't know. So you didn't.
You know Martin?
Yeah, I know Martin.
You know way back. Do you know Duke Dennis?
Oh yeah. I know.
What you do back there with the
Blazing.
Yeah, he used to shop me in the locker.
Say locker?
Yeah, same locker. Give me wedgies and stuff.
Same locker?
Yeah, same locker. Locker. What?
Was that you?
No. That's my grandson. He actually sent me here because he said you denied him.
Canal.
Yeah, no.
Jesus.
My name. No. Oh. Shit. Oh yeah. Yep. Okay. Yep.
Even though I did deny you, thank you. It shows really good dedication. All right, you may have got denied in New York.
Yeah.
But you'll be the first person to get denied in LA too. Even if you try hella hard, still realize it.
No. You're not finna do me like that. You gonna give me this paper. You gonna take this back. You gonna take this back. Or I'm getting out this seat. Yep.
Oh shit.
Get out! Get out, my boy.
Yep. Okay. Yep.
Doctor! How you doing, Bobby? Ferrari. Okay, Doctor.
Yo.
How long have you been in the United States? How long have you been here?
1 year.
1 year.
1 year.
And you visited Atlanta one time.
Damn.
Because I have every walks. My walks no in Atlanta. My walks in Los Angeles, New York, Miami, but I don't have walk in Atlanta.
Okay, why should you be in Stream University?
I have no walk.
You accept me in Stream University, I'm back my stream every day, bro. I open my stream. Yeah.
I don't like that.
Because you should be streaming. Hold on. You should be streaming regardless every single day.
It's true.
Because you have people out there that's gonna want to watch you. You gonna wait till streaming university come around, then you want to stream? What type of shit is that?
Yeah, I want your dish, bro. Please, daddy.
What? This means good. Good. That means you're good. That means good. That means good. No, that's English. That means good.
I know you see my big dick, you face bitch ass pussy nigga.
Ray,
that shit for sure said declined.
Go ahead and sit down, my boy. I ain't like you is a dedicated individual. You know, you're very dedicated. You feel what I say? You want it badly. Why do you deserve to be in streaming university 2026?
Well, first off, I love you. You're the first person who gave me a chance to stream. And against all odds, you had me come in and work the night shift.
Isn't
with
he
drummer
supposed to be dead?
who
Yeah.
made mistakes.
He said he was gonna
throughout
die
after
soon or something.
You took a break. We didn't know
He
where to
said
go
that like
in
3
streaming.
times.
A lot of us didn't. We were lost.
Wait, lost why?
Because we were waiting for you. We were waiting for our leader. We was waiting for our leader to come back and lead us, right? So when they said we doing in person in my city, remember when I was like, yo,
it's your city.
I said, I know they not streaming and I'm not gonna take a shower with Kai.
Don't bring up, don't.
I'm
Why you gotta bring that up, bro?
resilience.
Did you do online application?
Well, I got one video when I saw you say don't use AI, we pulled back. Because so I started working on just natural videos of what all of us did.
So you were doing an AI video?
At first, because remember when I think you shot Rakai out of the thing?
Yep.
So I'm getting shot out the thing this time and I'm flying and then they like, yo.
We don't want any AI, Ray J. We want authentic, quality, creative content. So here's the thing. This is not accepted or denied. It's to stay in touch. But your online application will determine what happens next. And no shower with nobody if you make it.
Nah, it's exclusive with you.
Okay. What?
What the fuck is Stacey doing, bro?
How you doing, Dean Sinat?
What the fuck are you doing? What are you applying to be?
I would like to be an RA. Hall monitor.
Hall monitor.
I'ma keep the halls clean.
Special skills. Eating, authority, sports,
eating,
clip farming. Do you know what the duty of a hall monitor
Nah, he has
is?
to get in.
Yes.
This
What's the duty of a hall
dude
monitor?
is too good at clip farming, bro.
What is the real
He's too
truth?
fucking good at
Keeping
it,
the
bro.
halls clean. And that's what I can do. You see this right here?
Nah, he has to get in. There needs to be some really big streamers in.
Okay. As a hall monitor, would you protect streaming university?
Yes, 100%.
So what happens if somebody talks shit about streaming you?
They're out. They're gone. Gone immediately.
Why didn't you defend me?
What?
Why you didn't defend me?
What?
Somebody was talking shit around you, but you didn't defend me.
What was that?
You was right in front of him.
Let me see.
Turn it into a subathon, and then the subathon is where you blow all the begathon money. Kai Sinat's gonna steal that before you get
Oh, shit, got his ass at 4K.
Serious. Better not let Kai do it, because once he does it, it's over.
Why you didn't defend me, bro?
Listen, back then, non-confrontational. First time meeting, non-confrontational. Personally, didn't even remember that, so you just brought it up. But I'm a different person now. I'm different.
I'm gonna need to see better.
Why?
If you're gonna defend streaming university, you gotta really defend it.
Dean Sinat will defend you.
If you didn't
till
have
the
this
day I die.
segue, you would have never got this. This is not an acceptance or decline.
Stay in touch.
Yeah.
Anybody says your name, I'm cutting their throats. Cutting their throats.
I wouldn't let it happen to you.
I appreciate that.
All right, get your segue and ass out. Quinn Blackwell and Lorraine.
What the fuck?
Why should you guys be in streaming university 2026?
Why
Well,
should we be?
You know what I mean?
Go handle it.
We're not here to be students. We're here to help you.
Oh, okay. Explain further.
I feel like there's a lot of students here. It's a lot. It's very overwhelming. You need somebody to be an eye in the sky. You need some moles. So we're here to snitch with you.
So, would y'all snitch on some of the students?
Easily.
Let me ask you this, okay? What don't they have that we need?
Oh.
A butterfly.
That's not just a butterfly, it's rhinestone glitter.
What y'all here to be?
We're here to help you. Counselors, sex ed, PE. You want to see me do a push-up?
Huh?
Nigga, I'm fit.
Let me see. Let me see you do 25. Get your ass up.
Oh my God!
Son, what the fuck?
Oh my
Get your get up. Quinn, get off. Get off. What the fuck? This is not an acceptance or decline.
What the fuck did I just watch?
No. Why y'all stealing? Wait, why y'all stealing? That's my picture. Cuddy, get him. Get my stuff back, Cuddy. Yup, hand it back to Cuddy. Yup.
Quinn, put it down.
Yup, put it down.
Put it up.
Gotta do
What
like
the
this.
fuck?
Yeah, what now? Ooh. Okay, let's get the fuck out of here. You know
Baby,
what?
don't ever touch this head.
Quinn! Next! Damn! Oh my God!
Oh wow. Wow.
What? That's simple easy. I don't know what the hell I'm watching right now. Okay, this is good energy. This don't mean accepted or denied.
That was so random.
Did y'all do an
He's
online
sweating
application?
bullets, goddamn.
All right, you have a good day. You have a good day. Good energy right there. Have a good day.
I'm sweating bullets.
Well.
What the fuck?
Well.
May I take a seat?
Oh yes, you may.
I'm gonna take a seat.
Yeah, you can take a seat, Marlon. Varsity basketball team top 5 in Sweden.
Yes.
Spelling bee champion.
Yes.
Cut the tickets. Ensured a smooth ride experience for passengers.
Yes.
Okay. Fluent in Swedish, English, Spanish, Portuguese.
A lot of languages.
What? Let me hear some Portuguese. Let me hear. I love going to Streamer University.
Oh, that's a good one.
All the time.
I like that a lot. Fala português de Streamer University, boal janoi.
Let me hear that motherfucking Arabic.
MashaAllah in Streamer University, alhamdulillah.
Oh.
I know.
Oh shit.
Over 1 billion thirst trap views.
Yes. I'm
Thirst
not gonna lie,
trap views?
that one, I was gonna strike that one out. The copy machine just can I just tell you what I want to be here?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Streamer University, you know, I was watching last year and I was just thinking, damn, streamers just behind the desk, eating Pringles, nasty fingers, grease, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You're getting in shape yourself.
Yeah,
I see it.
yeah,
you know what I mean?
yeah.
Not to glaze anything.
Okay.
I want people to be healthy. I want healthy streamers.
You know we have a basketball team coming up.
We do need healthy streamers.
You know this year. You know. You look like a pretty fit guy. Let me see a jump shot real quick.
Go jump shot?
Yeah.
He dissing you. Dissing me. What I do? I'm healthy.
Oh, okay. You know what, Marlon? Nobody came in as a
Do
coach
you
or anything
work
like
out?
that in that thing, but I think regardless of what happens, we're gonna see. This is a stay in touch. This is not an acceptance
Yes,
or
sir.
decline.
Of course, yeah.
Obviously, you're now. We gotta put you on the UAV to make sure shit
Yes,
is looking
yes,
good and
of
stuff like
course.
that. But we gonna have to see, my boy.
Okay.
We gonna have to see.
All right,
We gonna have
that's
to see.
all I need to know.
All right.
Dean.
All right, my boy. Next.
Okay.
I'm the guy in the hat, and I am the Lorax. Oh, sorry, I interrupted you. Sorry. I'm the guy in the hat. There's no doubt about that. I'm super fun to. And then you're who? And then I'm the Lorax, the guardian of the forest. All right, come on, let's. Let it go. All right. Oh no, I want to sit down.
Oh yeah!
Oh yeah! All right. Is this made out of paper?
Yeah.
That comes from cut down trees?
No, this is like artificial paper.
All right. I just want to throw out there that yes, I want to apply for a potential mascot position.
Mascot.
Nobody has said that yet. You know what? Nobody has went
Appreciated.
this type of level. This is a stay in touch. Hopefully our online applications are really good. Have y'all submitted an online application?
Yes, I have first day.
All right. Have a good day.
Thank you so much.
Yeah!
Oh yeah!
Look at KC3! Yeah, hell no.
Dude, I can't watch this. Why? Who goes to an interview and starts taking their clothes off? Oh my fucking god, what am I watching, bro?
Oh
yeah!
Look at KC3! Yeah, hell no. Hey,
You must not know about me.
You must not know about me.
The meat slinger.
This is like you're here for a TikTok.
The fucking meat slinger got into the applications.
I'm not here for a TikTok.
I'm afraid it's not consistent enough.
Oh no.
You gotta put more work in.
Damn.
Oh
It looks tough. You gotta be more consistent.
Oh my god, consistency.
I'm gonna have to decline.
no. Ooh, okay.
Not consistent or what? That's snow
Get your
cone.
ass the fuck out of here. Get your ass The fuck out of here!
Come on. You got me. You feel me? Come on.
Oh,
Please, that's
okay.
20. Come on, that's 20.
You just trying to bribe the dude.
Come on,
That's
all my savings, bro.
Oh. What grade? Excuses, my boy. What grade? Get out of here. Excuses.
So I gotta get out.
No, so you gotta grind harder. And
I
you gotta
gotta
get
grind
out.
harder?
Yes. And
Okay,
make sure,
look,
submit an
look,
application
look.
online.
All right, bitch.
Submit an application online. You 18, you still young, you still got hella time, my boy. Go crazy.
Don't hurt
Okay, all right.
What the?
You know what I'm saying? But yeah.
More photos. Where's the content?
Oh my god. Dude, I feel like 99% of these people are just getting declined because they're not consistent.
All right. I'm gonna have to look at the online application. For right now, we're gonna put this, make sure you be consistent, and we're gonna see what's going on. So I like how you were honest about the 4 times a week. We wanna see more though, all right?
And if you that aren't
All right.
consistent
All
or
right,
getting
that's
like
not a decline or an acceptance.
barely.
The energy seems pretty dead ass though.
I waited outside since 5 a.m. and I haven't ate. I really want this.
How often, like how bad do you want?
I want it bad.
All right, it's up to that online application to see what you really got. They vouching for you. I'm vouching for you.
Thank you, Kaisanat.
Caught one.
No, get out, my boy.
What the fuck?
Get out, my boy.
Caught one. Caught one hug.
He wants a hug? Is that what he said?
What I'm seeing
is I have to go back.
You have a good resume. You have good consistency. I feel like you're creative. I really enjoy your online application. This is not a deny or an acceptance.
Okay.
This is just to stay in touch. That means you are on the UAV. I'm gonna be looking at a lot of. Get out, Paige. Get out, Paige.
You changed them.
Oh!
Whoa.
What's up? But I'm doing better on consistency because I'm making a video right now, today. Promise you, give me some nuts
That's
for that
not
one.
how that works.
The stream and made a video today.
Let me just say this much.
I should do it twice.
Did he just say he's being consistent by doing one now?
Better on consistency because I'm making a video right now.
Oh my
today.
god.
Promise you, give me some nuts for that
A
one.
lot of people sparked up a stream and made a video today.
Let me just say this much.
I should do it twice. I like Haskell. I like consistency. Fuck you and him. What the fuck?
Decent.
What the fuck I do?
Yogi! Holy fuck, you must be tired of shit. Cause you been here for a minute. Wow, you have been pretty consistent. This don't mean accepted or denied, but make sure you keep being consistent and we'll stay in touch.
So much deep.
Have a nice day, my boy. That is it for LA. There were some good ones, there were some bad ones, there were some great ones, there were some terrible ones, but the final stop will be Atlanta. Atlanta!
Oh, he uploaded the Atlanta video?
For Stream University.
Wait, didn't that get canceled? Because the venue backed out last second?
Above, I believe it's downtown Atlanta right now.
That shit got canceled.
This is the Kaisanet's final event here in Atlanta. It was pushed back by a day after
Final
an
stop's Atlanta.
overwhelming turnout.
Yeah, the venue backed out last second.
I want to let you know class is set.
And cops pulled up. Nah, Atlanta would definitely be worse.
State Farm Arena, there it is, right there is Sky Fox 5 pulling out. You can see just how many people are there.
Oh my god, those arrests. People got arrested, damn.
3 individuals were charged with disorderly conduct.
Oh my.
One with obstruction and simple assault, and another with obstruction and simple battery on a law enforcement officer.
About 2 hours ago, the influencer
did get canceled. He got some
posted
people.
a message on Instagram asking his fans to back off a bit.
Let's give you a live look of First Alert Chopper right now, where a social media star is drawing a massive crowd to downtown Atlanta.
Jesus Christ.
Just a lot going on
I mean,
here.
it's
People
Atlanta,
are
I'm not
waiting
surprised.
to get inside of State Farm Arena.
But what we need now is we got to get everybody out of the building. It's out of control.
Oh, they got kicked out? Damn. They're not closed. Fortunately, you can get the idea done there. Student person real soon. Damn. He canceled it. I don't even know if he's going to make a video out of it. I think it's done. I don't think he got to get enough footage. Damn. I mean, it's ATL, bro. What you expect, bro? That's their hometown, bro. That's their hometown. So, like, that shit's probably chaotic. All right, we'll do Fatal Fury tomorrow. I'm gonna just play some rivals though. All right, chat. That's pretty much it for reactions. Those 2 hours of reactions. That was pretty fun. Sheesh. Let me put up the YouTube stream. Fire reacts as always. That was fun. Chill vibes. Chill vibes. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right. See some Blade? Oh, I just talked to Sajam. He said the footage, the Tokon footage. He said the GameSpot footage is more of it, but it's on his channel. I'll look at that next stream. The really high level one, the high level gameplay, the pro matches or whatever. I mean the dev matches. He said it's on his channel or something. So I'll take a look at that VOD yesterday. I mean tomorrow. Whoops, I said yesterday. Anyways, let me look at this White Fox again. Oh, we're live in the wrong format. I went live on YouTube in the wrong format. I went live in vertical. I mean, horizontal mistake. Hold on, let me fix this real quick. Yeah, I'll pull up the White Fox in a second. Just give me a second. Boot up this YouTube stream. There we go. All right, title's adjusted. Let me go live on TikTok real quick. Where the fuck? Oh, here it is. Whoa. There we go. I was like, I bookmarked it. Where is it at? Let me go live on TikTok, and then we should be able to start. My AC on. Why is my TikTok not picking up my camera? Oh, no, not like this, bro. What's up, LOL? How you doing? Senna? Yeah, Senna went to the Atlanta ones, I think. I don't think he's gonna make a video out of it, since it clearly got canceled. He probably didn't get enough footage. Or if he did get footage, it's probably gonna be like a 20-minute video. There you go. Okay. Is my TikTok stream up? No, it is not. I gotta unplug my camera. I'll get back in. My TikTok isn't picking up my camera for some odd reason. Couldn't create camera source. Check if the device is occupied. What? Why would my camera be occupied? Something is occupying my camera. What? Oh, there you go. Fixed it. Alright, I'm live on TikTok. Okay. What am I supposed to be looking at? Oh, that's what was occupying it. My Discord tried to occupy it. Okay, what is this White Fox again?
Whoa. What a skin. Wow. Looks good. Oh, the pink is so good. Look at the pink. Pink color is fire. Oh, is the tail a different color as well? Oh my god, it is. The green one looks nice too. Plays music. Oh wow, the auto effects are sick. That looks really good. We buying that? Hell yeah, we buying that. 100%. What? Our skin is fire. Our skin is fire. What? It's a really good looking skin. Yeah, I saw the Blade game might actually get canceled. Any other skin I missed? There's new drops? What is this? Oh, these drops suck. Oh my god. These drops stink. These drops stink, bro. Oh god. Booty cheek drops, bro. Yo, put some the coin tickets in it or something. The coin tickets? These things. They need to put these in. The costume coins, they need to put that in and put more stuff in here. I don't know why they don't put that. Like there's just like, I don't know. It's so stupid. Like, I don't get it. It makes no sense. It literally makes no sense. It makes no sense, bro. We need more costume coins. Like, I don't know. Okay. Quick matchup. What's up, Soru? What's up, Regret? How you doing? Nah, I can't let the music care on Red App. Drops get worse and worse, yeah. So I playing Blade a couple days ago. I hit Eternity. I've been Eternity Punisher player. What's the season 1 of the Trust Me New? Sorry, gameplay. I'm enjoying it. That's what's up. I'm glad you've been enjoying it, man. Who want to play?
I'm not a hero.
I really want to improve with Psylocke.
My mind is sharper. My order is sharp.
Man, I want to improve with Blade too, but like it's so hard. Like just not much I can really improve on other than like the frame perfect dash. Like all the other Blade tech I see is so niche that it's not even worth it. Like here.
With the influx of
what is that guy's name? I think I liked up the thing. Where is it? Where the fuck is it at?
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Where's the Blade tech? Fuck is it at? Yo, this Sage video is funny as fuck, but I can't play it on stream. It's TOS.
So I wonder if they're like.
It's TOS. I can't play it on stream. That shit is. That video was funny as fuck though. Where is it?
The battle starts in 5.
Where the fuck is it at?
4,
It's some really good Blade tech, but
2, 1. All you need
it's
to do
Thorga
is
tank.
capture
He's
this
aight.
area.
He's not like
Got
nothing
it?
crazy. He aight.
Yes, I'm a fox spirit.
Or aight.
No, you cannot touch my tails.
I'll show it later. I'm not fucking fighting you. Not for me. Oh my god, that girl focused the hell out of me. That guy's dead. Oh, this is my playlist. I gotta fix it. You messing with Psylocke? Oh, it's my main. What do you mean? I mean Psylocke and Blade. Psylocke and Blade are my two mains. All right, make sure I like up the TikTok stream. I don't know how it works, but apparently it's like really good for the algorithm. So like up that stream, I guess. I didn't even know it was that good, but apparently it's like really good. So make sure I like up that TikTok stream. All right, same thing for the Red app as well, I guess. They do song requests. I got to turn song requests on. Are you gonna troll me? They're gonna troll my song request if I put song request on. They're gonna request some bangers. We would never troll you. All right, I'll put some request on after this match. You add me? I don't really add viewers that much. Sometimes I do. Kind of just depends. But you're pretty new though, so I don't know if I should add you. I have regulars in chat, but like, if you're not even a regular in chat, why should I add you? That guy, he's welcome up. Oh wow, that is 50 gifted is crazy. Yeah, my aim is so ass with this character. It's not even funny, bro. I feel like my aim is good, and then I play Psylocke, and I'm like, I can't hit shit. You play SMG? I wish.
I don't give up. Sayonara.
Get that vehicle moving again.
Found trouble. Here come our next victim.
We lead the yokai to the castle, or we go down trunk. Step aside.
No skill shot. Dracula's castle right now.
Oh, that did like all my health. Yo, the sorted. Thanks for the follow. That's me on the 14 HP. That's insane. How long did it take you to champion? Takes you about like 90 to 100 hours on average, unless you Lord farm. It should take you on average 90 to 100 hours as DPS. I don't know about the other roles. The other roles might be a little bit easier. And depends on how much progress you had before they change the system. But it should still take you about 80 to 100. I got both my lords in 80 to 100. I mean, both my champions. But I guess I'm champion Star Lord as well, I guess. What the fuck is happening? What the?
Now I must survive. My movement will be
Know what the new tracker site? What new tracker site?
Step aside.
Don't tell me it's another tracker, in-game tracker type shit. Yeah. Oh, great. I was trying to tell this guy to turn around and heal me, but I'm it's too late now. Oh, I can't see shit. Fuck. What's this Daryl Rage badge? That's a new badge they added like a few months ago. I think you got it if you gifted someone during it or something. I have a badge on my own channel, but my badge is better. That badge looks lame. Mine looks cooler. My aim is so ass, bro. I feel like my aim is only bad with Psylocke too, which makes no fucking sense. It's just like when I play this character, I just can't aim.
Step aside.
It's both my supports. Oh man. Yeah, my Daredevil badge is cooler.
Healing magic. Lovely. Sayonara.
Wow.
Sayonara.
We really might end up losing this match. Yo, you guys gotta stop doing that shit. I keep thinking there's a wall over there. That should be game.
30 seconds.
I get better sub, but my aim sucks. Yeah, I feel the same way. I feel like I have good aim when I play other characters, though. I don't know.
No winner yet. Going to overtime.
No skill shot.
I got it. Nice. Was he positioning and diving? Yeah, you have to really have good aim on this character, yeah. Trying to play Psylocke again, man. It's hard. It is hard. So I'm spamming Psylocke today. I'm spamming a lot of Psylocke today. I'm still playing Blade, of course. I'm just gonna spam both of them. I love this outro. JJK outro, what, 2? The emote. This one's cool. Oh, someone took my sound.
I'll fight to end the darkness that spawned me. No one's coming back from the grave.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Are you an Oni? A thing, son?
Yeah, well, I'm not sure what that is, lady, but most folks consider me an oh no.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
My bad. Okay, there we go. How do you feel about Elsa players? I mean, I play her a lot, so I feel pretty good about Elsa players. She used to be pretty broken though, but I don't think she's that bad anymore. But she's still pretty strong. Can I get a heal? You don't duo queue? I do. I just I'm playing quick play. I don't know if I'm gonna duo with anyone today. I might. We'll see. All my friends are on Deadlock today though. I think Deadlock is updated. Where is my team at? What are you guys doing? Oh my god, we have 4 DPSs.
I'm back, baby.
Welcome to quick play. Yeah, fuck that. I'm leaving. Fuck that. I'm leaving. I'm not playing that shit. Okay, at least get roll queue and quick play at least. Like, holy shit. What's up, Joey? How you doing?
I'll fight to
can't even warm up. Oh, that guy tried it. Deadlock, yeah, Deadlock updated today. I'll let him have it. I'll play Psylocke.
My order is sharp.
He left the game.
I'll fight to end the darkness that spawned me.
He left the game before I could give it to him. He left the game so fast.
My whole life, all I've known is the hunt.
He left that game so fast, bro.
30 seconds before you attack.
Oh man, my Celestial 1. I'm Celestial 2 or 3 right now. I don't know. I don't remember.
My blade was far superior though.
Check the rivals channel. I'm checking that right now real quick.
Dracula? Really?
It was called Gram, a weapon of ancient magic, the sword of truth.
The battle starts in 5.
And then I can
4,
understand why it didn't work
3,
out between the two of you.
2, 1.
You got both cloak and dagger.
Fuck is this?
I bet saving the
That shit won't load for me. Proficiency. Oh, that's cool.
So cold.
Oh, I'm fine.
That's pretty cool. They're more like the same stats kinda. No. It's kind of the same stats though. Other than the proficiency thing. Really? I think she's gonna escape me. Hell no. Oh my god, he meleeed me? How? I was dashing. What? I was already fucking gone. Wow, latency. Do you think they should give Blade a higher skill ceiling? Yes. Every character in this game that's easy as fuck should get a higher skill ceiling. Like, it's challenging to make low barrier entry and higher skill ceiling. But if possible, every character should be like that. It's not possible though, but
Back to the cave. I was born ready. Taste cold steel. 1,000 gods!
Double kill!
can I get a heal? Thank you. Hmm. Like, characters should be hard, but like if you want to do like the basic shit, it should be easy. But like the good shit should be hard. Like the good shit, like the fucking what shit can I aim? The hyper optimized shit. And that guy loves whipping me. Goddamn. Jesus Christ.
Taste cold steel. Got a med kit. Hell yeah.
Okay, aim toward Blue's gun. Used to it. I told you guys, you gotta aim where they're going, not at them. You can only aim at them if they're like directly in front of you. Like right here, he's directly in front of me. I'm gonna aim at him. But like, if they're like moderate range, you gotta aim where they're aiming. I mean, where they're walking. She doesn't die there. She's at 72 long.
That's good as new.
Close to ult again. Some of your amazing. Well, no, you're just a man. Not even amazing.
Was that it? Really?
Here's the man. Why don't you go live? You don't go live on video only shorts? What does that even mean? Oh, horizontal? You gotta come to the other app for that. Vertical is better for the algorithm. Vertical is better for the algorithm on that platform. I only go live in horizontal when like we're watch partying something.
By the eye of Agamotto.
And Spider-Man is not happy with me. You're holding on to that hate line? What the? Have I?
I'm back, baby. The hunt is on.
You can stream Portrait at the same time on YouTube. If you mean like the separate like stream key one, I'm not doing that. I know how to do that, but I'm not doing that. That's too much work because you have to schedule the stream. But if you mean like from the same stream key as in like stream YouTube link of the stream, only like really big streamers have that. Like people with millions of subs. Everyone doesn't have that feature just yet. We're all just waiting to get it. Like, I mean, there's nothing we can really do. We have to just wait. And there's an auto cropped one where it just crops the center of your screen and sends it to the short feed, but that thing is garbage. And that thing doesn't go to short feed nowhere near as strong as just straight up vertical does. If that makes any sense.
As good as new.
So until they give us it, I mean, we're just gonna have to keep streaming like this. I know the only people I know if it are people that have over 1 million subs. Come on, I go straight on real quick matches. You think the dev should do? What do you think the dev should do to make Blade better? Buff his gun and his ult. God, that no reg. Wow.
Slice rockets begin to do 1,000 gods!
Double KO.
Looks like we've got ourselves a party.
So close.
I love this opening. The Blue Exorcist opening, this shit is fire. I used to be obsessed with this song like a long time ago. Okay, I don't know what type of portal that was, but alright.
By the eye of Agamotto!
No, my team is dying. I used to be obsessed with that opening. Oh, it's just slow. They could do that or make it bigger. It's so small. The longer you charge, the more reactable it is. That's why you wouldn't want to charge it. And the gun, I mean, I don't even have to speak on the gun. Like, only weapon in the game with like the sweet spot damage or whatever though. It's so weird. But only this is done with the dash. I mean, sure, but that would just make him just full dive now instead of being hybrid. It's kind of, he's supposed to be unique in the fact that he can do both. He's just not that good at it. It's supposed to be mid at both, but instead of being mid at the gun department, it's bad. It's not even mid. It's just bad. You said my teammate tagging? He just killed me without looking at me at all. He said our Cyclops is hacking. Or my teammate said their Cyclops is hacking. He just killed me without looking at me. I'm crying. These guys, bro. They'll say he just killed me without looking at me. He's hacking.
This is real! Jury! Executioner!
Hell unleashed!
God, this gun is so weak. Like, what? Headshots, all headshots. Look how long it's taking to kill her. Headshots with Rocket Ant, by the way. Did you see how long it was taking?
Another epic victory.
All right. I mean, that still wouldn't solve it, though. Which skin do you want from each game in a collab? For Tokon and Rivals? What? That's a hard question. Which skin do you want from each game in a collab? That's such a hard question. I don't know. Because the character would have to be in both games too. Magic this guy. Damn Gooner. This guy. Hey, I'm looking for the blade thing I was talking about. I'd have to think about that. That's such a hard question. This is a very hard one. Oh, I found the blade thing.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Wait.
My odachi is sharp. My mind is sharp. My odachi is sharp. My mind is sharper.
I don't know. I can't think about that. It's making my heart hurt thinking about it. Okay, this was the thing I was talking about. This is the blade tech. Dude, look at the damage difference.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
It actually does do more damage. It's so hard to do. Wait, is this the wrong video? Alright, it's the wrong video.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
I'll show it in a second. That's the wrong video.
Sayonara.
Blade? I just did last match. You just missed it. You literally just missed it. I'll play Blade next match. No, this is, I don't know what my team is doing. Doesn't seem worth it. It isn't. I mean, it's good damage, but it does. You should cosplay Blade when Token comes out. That'd be funny. That'd be pretty funny. I can't wait to play Token. That's just gonna be so fun. We're gonna be playing Token. We're playing Rivals like every day. That's just gonna be so fun. Can I get a heal? So many shields. What is this? Damn. I didn't die. Oh no, he did die. I wish Salak was in Tocom. So sad. He's not in the game. That guy's dead. So I'm getting Doom Card yesterday. Mixed up with White Fox. But relax, White Fox is pretty cool. They have cool characters in this game. They have Daredevil, man. Besides, Rivals are also didn't release like that. You're so lucky I missed. Think one day your dreads will come special grade objects? I don't have dreads. Actually, I'm probably about to take my hair out like after this stream.
Out of sight.
Hope I make the cut.
What game is this? Love you for amazing day. Oh, appreciate that, Sam. Hope you have a good night.
You're mine. Sayonara.
Aw, man.
That's better. Farewell.
I hate ulting in between like rooms with Psylocke. It's so bad. Doesn't tank behind walls. How did you miss me?
Hey, chat! Someone clip this!
Psy against Cyclops? No, you can't. You don't want to be one Cyclops with Psylocke unless you sneak up on him. You're not gonna win. It's like Phoenix. You don't 1v1 Phoenix with Psylocke. You're not gonna win. You're not gonna win. You have to sneak up on them. There's only a few characters you beat in 1v1 if you're facing them. Like BP right there. If to beat BP, you gotta dash. Just dash. If you dash BP's dash, you win. You know this nigga on BP. You can kill him.
My
This guy's chasing me. What the fuck do you want?
I require help.
The vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
I think does so much damage.
Out of sight.
So someone say Starlord and Psy are similar characters? They are. They are very similar. They both half angle. They both dive. Just that Starlord's way easier and he's stronger. Their ults are both team up ults. Just that Starlord can direct his, Psylocke can't direct hers. They both are like the same character, which is why I played both for so long. You can't really like ban out a Starlord because if you ban out a Starlord, they're gonna play Psylocke. Same thing, vice versa. They're both alt merchants, yeah, literally. Was I just not hitting her? They both do the same thing. They both dive. So why not play Starlord? Because he's boring. He's way more boring than Psylocke. Psylocke and Starlord the same thing. When you dive, you just literally just... Well, with Starlord, you don't have to do a combo. You just have to aim. Psylocke, you need aim and you have to not fuck up the combo. Like, they're the same character. They both do the same thing. Just that Starlord is less cooler and less funner. Which is why I fucking hate the fact that... Oh my god. They made Starlord stronger than Psylocke, because why the fuck is the easier character of the same character harder? I mean, better. That's why I didn't mind when Psylocke was stronger than Starlord, because she's way harder. She's harder. You need good aim and you need to not mess up the combo. And her ult can get countered way easier than Starlord's can. But for some odd reason, they just keep buffing Starlord. So there's not really much of a reason to play Psylocke if Starlord is open. So it's like, wow, my character is basically just a worser version of this character. Like, it's like, what? Like, I already get hard countered by fucking Loki. Well, they both do, but now I get hard countered by Daredevil. It's like when time went on, like Psylocke just got worse and worse. This is why I'm happy they gave her one combo back. I mean, but yeah, this happens with a lot of characters. Why the fuck would you play like other dive characters when you can just play Daredevil? Daredevil does what everyone does, but better. Daredevil does what every other dive DPS did, but just better. Why on earth would you play Black Cat? I mean, Daredevil when Black Cat does everything she does, but better. At least she used to. There was absolutely no reason to play Black Cat. I mean, Black Panther over Black Pack. I can't fucking talk, but you get what I mean. It was just pointless. Stuff like that. It's like, why? Why would you play Hela instead of Phoenix? Like you're noticing a pattern, which is why the fan base gets so mad. They're dropping better versions of the same character. It's like, what? I don't know. If you don't use those stronger and newer characters, you're just gonna find yourself losing. Like it's just wow. The hell would I play Iron Fist when I can play Daredevil? Like what? Doesn't make any sense. Oh, Cyclops is just gaps Phoenix and Hela so far right now. Just that Phoenix still has a place because she has some unique stuff. Like her all goes through shields and she still has a place. Hela though, there's no reason to play Hela over Cyclops unless you're trying to run Hela no more.
They call me
Team up is like the only that makes them different. Other than that, Cyclops is better than both the two of them in like every way, shape, or form.
I'll fight to end the darkness that spawned me.
They obviously like. I mean, Cyclops can destroy Rocket out pretty fast, even if Zop doesn't instant destroy like Phoenix's can. If I had to pick, I'd pick Phoenix over Cyclops, but that depends on the situation, I'd say.
Spilling blood to save the world.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Filthy.
I usually only hunt vamps, but for these guys, I'll make an exception.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
A threat against Krakoa is a threat against all mutants. We shall not combine. Follow the enemy! Thanks for the shield. I'm cutting in.
A little help, please.
Can I? Oh, okay.
The mission area is yours to capture now. We captured the mission area.
Much better. The hunt is on.
9% of dive is melee. Yeah, which is why I don't get when people make fun of me. Is it possible you get banned from shouting TikTok? Yes. Which is why I don't get when people make fun of me when I make a short. I make a blade short, and they make fun of me saying you're just holding left click. Like, bro, that's like 90% of melee characters. Of course I'm holding left click. That's like me telling a Hela you're just holding M1 aiming at people. Yeah, that's what they do. It was that one clip I posted, it was Flow State Blade. They was making fun of me saying, bro, you're just holding left click. You're not even doing anything that crazy. I'm like, bro, what am I supposed to do? They made my character like this. My character's basic, bro. I would love to do more. Like, once I play fighting games, I would be honored to do more. Just hold left click. Give me combos, I'll do them. What the hell? Give me command inputs on Blade, I'll do them. The fuck? Give me command inputs. Oh, you'll see some combos. That's why I'm happy we're getting Blade and Tokon. These dudes think they can beat me. Oh yeah, we can go all for ult. Yep, we can go all for ult. I knew she was gonna solo me, so I did it first. I knew it. I knew it. I knew she would do that. You're not the only ult merchant. Oh yeah, I thought of this. Maybe that BP wasn't cheating. He probably just used the melee ease in settings. Melee ease. No, he got banned for cheating. He was cheating. He literally got banned for cheating. That guy was cheating. What? The game wouldn't have banned him if he wasn't cheating. I don't think it would have false positive, man. That guy was cheating. That motherfucker was cheating. After checking that replay, yeah, that motherfucker was cheating. it didn't look normal. I've seen really good BPs, but what he was doing did not look normal at all. This freaking Black Widow, bro. I know what a good BP looks like. I literally watch Samju like almost every morning. And that motherfucker was cheating. What the fuck is hitting me before I even... You awake when he streams? No. Wait, yes. At the start of it. Because sometimes he streams at like 9 a.m. and I'm awake at 9 a.m. sometimes. I think the other night, or I think yesterday, he started at like 8.
All of these champions, and for what?
You think you're ever gonna be a top 5 Blade? I've already been top 5 Blade before. What do you mean? I heard I'm going with it. I don't know what I'm at right now. Let me check.
It wasn't a good showing. We're not using teamwork, and they are. Like their Spider-Man is comboing with their.
I'm number 9 right now. I don't care to get rank 1 back. Yo, this is quick play. Relax.
Oh, but we're all here to win, right?
I mean, yeah, but like it's not that deep.
Yeah, but he's right though. We're flashing our champions, which means we're on our best characters.
I don't know about best characters, but
this is definitely not my best character.
Yeah. Like what? I'm playing Blade. Son, what? This is quick play, bro. Like what?
What I'm saying.
I never seen this much comms in quick play.
We're not learning these characters. We're on champion, which means
we're playing quick. We're playing for fun, bro. Fun comes first. It's quick play. If we're playing ranked, then yeah, I get what you mean, but like, relax. Yeah, of course we want to win. We're playing the game, no?
Yeah.
I say we lose.
I want above all time.
Like I'm not playing to win. I'm playing for improvement right now. I'm not playing. That's why I'm on quick play. If I was playing to win, I'd go to ranked. I'm literally spamming quick play right now because I'm trying to improve. I get what you mean though.
Next time.
That does count with improving. Are we gonna fight or what? Bro, this bubble is so fucking cheating, bro. I hate this bubble because he knows my sword can't cut through bubbles. Oh, you're so weird.
Shit.
Oh, nah, I'm not fighting that guy. That guy's crazy.
You're lucky I was here. Slice and dice.
Son. You're so weird, bro.
I'm cutting in. Back in the game.
Watching your short bullying the Luna on the museum map. Wait, which one is that one? I feel like I've done so many shorts now. I'm starting to forget which ones you guys are talking about now. I've been uploading shorts every day for the past year. I used to do 2 every day, but I had to slow down. Sometimes I still do 2.
Not in this alone. Thanks for the shield. Oh, here they are now. Taste cold steel. Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man.
She chased me with him. What the? I think he's supposed to go up here.
Thank you.
You bullying a Luna and a Hulk jumps in.
Hardly knew her.
Missed the rainbow.
Talking about me.
1,000 cards!
Nowhere yet. Going to overtime.
Looks to me, you guys are all laughing.
Somebody's always trying to escape.
I was gonna shoot him. Oh my god, dude ran away. You gonna hop back on Genshin? No. Honestly, we going to try Blade. I get that a lot.
No one's coming back from the grave on
my watch. How many times are you gonna slow me? Until How many times until I'm not gonna do it?
Oh, I don't even yield, man.
30 seconds before you attack.
I'm just saying until the game's
ready.
over.
Shield? Not bad.
Luna Snow! The one and only, I think. You were my Oba-chan's favorite singer. Wow, did not expect that. The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it? Whoa. Krakoa has a style all its own. So different than Tokyo.
Silver bullet.
So you missed one shot you're cooked on also?
A shield? Not bad.
I don't know about that. No, one shot. That guy almost died. No, he died. Oh, that's not good. Oh, that's good.
Next time.
What's up, Mythical? If you kill random chat, but would you be down to queue? I'm down. You wanna play? Sure. We can play. I'm playing quick play right now, so sure. You seen the AB update? No. Why would I care? Yeah, this is just mute you that talk about that game because I don't care.
I'm cutting in.
I'm going to talk to me about something I don't care about.
I am ready to
Or you
put
know
on a
I don't
show.
care about and I'm not interested in talking about.
More than half of the mission
Because those people
area.
just end up
Keep
doing it on
going.
purpose.
A shield? Not
Yeah, this is
bad.
quick play.
Taste cold steel. I was born ready.
I'm at maximum force. The area's almost yours.
Has Spidey ulted yet?
I think not.
He's saving that shit.
Yeah.
Whoever's been driven the problem, he's probably gonna do it to the other
That
spot.
works. Is she teabagging my body? Oh, that girl was mad. Oh no, what? Why did she do that? She started meleeing my body. Or whatever she thought my body was. Damn, bro, I'm getting pushed like crazy. Nah, you gotta die, Mag. There's no way. My man was pushing me like crazy. That CC change almost kicked in. Kind of surprised it didn't, honestly. Jeez. I was getting pushed like crazy. Let me eat. Let me eat, bro. I need to eat. I'm hungry. I'm hungry.
Another epic victory. Big win.
Stay mad, I'm better. Wait, what? Okay, so he said, wait, what's that? Oh, that was the Luna. Okay, so Luna, wait, was he talking to me or him? Oh, he was talking to me. He said, how many times are you gonna solo me? I said until the game's over. He said, bet, run it then. He switches to rocket. Okay. And then he said, I think I killed him. And he said, all you do is run at people and hold left click. There's simply no talent with anything you do. Sitting in your team waiting for me, Chud. Wait, what? Wait, who's Sticky Man? Wait, what? That's a Spider-Man yelling at, I think, my Spider-Man. And then you need your team, at least you not a bitch. What? Sitting in my back line while my blade does everything. Damn. Well, I think you meant to say your blade. Yeah, that guy was mad. He said, there's no talent to anything I'm doing. I'm just holding left click. I was just talking about this too. And there's another person yelling at me for holding left click on blade. I was just talking about this, bro. There's another one. Okay, I'm turning song request on. If it's so easy, why doesn't people, even at the highest level, play blade? If it's that easy, bro, you just hold left click and you get wins. Why don't they play blade in MRI? Let me know, bro. If it's that easy, if it's truly that easy, let me see you play it in MRI or MRC. It's got to be that easy, no? I'm doing it. Why can't they? Why can't they do it? What's up, Boardless? How you doing? Soki will play it. NMRC Soki. You said silly? Rivals fatigue? Nah, I don't get Rivals fatigue because I played other games. I don't only play Rivals. It may just look like I only play Rivals because it's my main game, but I didn't play Rivals at all yesterday, actually. Wait, yes I did. Day before yesterday, I didn't play Rivals at all.
My odachi is sharp. My mind is sharper.
Anyway, song request is on the purple app. If anyone wants to slide through, feel free to come get your drops. And yeah, we got a song request going. Inside.
30 seconds before you attack.
Steven Universe band? Yes. Nothing has changed. You sure you wouldn't like my music? I mean, you never know until you do it.
I'm not looking to bag a panther as a trophy.
Just do it.
I kill bloody monsters.
Fuck it, just do it, bro.
Even so, you seem to take far more.
I wouldn't ban you though. I won't ban you. I'll probably skip the song if I don't, but I wouldn't ban you or nothing. Unless I repeatedly tell someone that stop requesting a certain song or a type of song, they keep doing it.
Sure, those are bad guys.
You do music now? No. Song request is on. Just forget it. Just forget it. I give up. What? What? How did that go through his body? Did you see that? Did you see that? It went through his body. Was I too close so it just whiffed? I think it went through his body because I was too close to him.
How sad. Farewell.
Hmm. 75. No. It's free. Song request is free. Just do exclamation point SR. It's song request night. That's only if song request isn't on. It's on right now, so you don't have to pay. My dash was on cooldown. Oh, request. My bad. Nah. You're good. You're good. Don't worry. I probably didn't explain it right. On mobile, I can't pin. Oh, I could have pinned it, but it works. Why the quick play chat so heated? I don't know. Oh, hey, you. Thanks for the follow. I don't know why the quick play so heated.
Vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
Quick play's hilarious, bro. I love this game mode. Until people play Gambit. Like yesterday I played quick play, people were just playing Gambit. Oh fuck, there's a Gambit now. No, I jinxed it. Fuck. Can I get a heal? Yeah, support pool. Can I get a heal, please? Or not? Okay.
Damage sustained. Need assistance.
That works.
That's 3. You're halfway there. Keep going.
That works.
We can't afford to slow down now. Out of sight.
Whoa. And kill me.
What a difference. Damage sustained. Need assistance.
Gambit never fall!
Did her all get shredded instantly? Oh yeah, it did.
Step aside. The enemy has arrived.
That guy almost got diffed. Damn it.
Mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
Out of sight. Step aside.
Damn, heal me! What are you doing? Why are you trying to 1v1 a Spider-Man? Yo, you're trolling. Well, that's awkward. Nah, I got some. There you go.
This landscape deserves out of sight.
Yo, the payload, help please. Oh my lordy, bro. The payload. My team's just going for kills. Yo. I'm over here, the only one on the payload. Everybody else is going for kills. This guy's spawn killing me. Okay. Like, okay. He knows I use both my dashes out the spawn room, so it's a free kill. Oh, it's the same guy from last match that I lost. Oh, yeah. He's about to lose again. Kill me. My name is ass.
That's it! Don't let anything stand in your way.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
So close!
Born again!
That's 3! Wow, 4 in a row!
Step aside.
Whoa. Oh man, unlucky. Unlucky. You guys lose that? Are you serious? I killed 3. Or 2. Damn, that's crazy. I don't know, they lost that. It's quite embarrassing. I have no clue how they lost that. That's like what's
Morocco respects progress. Keep advancing.
losing that is interesting.
Your discipline shows our protection.
What is his name? Widow's favorite magic? Oh great.
Another epic victory!
Another epic victory. W. Hmm. 94. Oh snap. It's 12 o'clock or 1. Oh, I did start streaming pretty late on. Damn, today is actually July 1st. Wow. We're actually in July already. It was kind of crazy, you know? Feels like we were just in June. When is the White Fox skin comes out? Oh, it's today. So today. So I'll be able to use it next stream. Yeah, next stream. Was indeed. Wow. Wow. I don't know if I'm gonna run into that same Spider-Man again. Yesterday was your birthday? Oh, happy belated birthday.
Pick your hero. Or villain. I'm not judging.
Someone's got to guard the galaxy. Might as well be me.
I fight to end
Blade
the
this
darkness
time.
that I fight to end the darkness that spawned me.
Twitch Prime?
To end the darkness
Primed
that
up?
spawned me.
Any primers? Any primers? No, this skin is crazy, dog. My friend's losing over the Mantle Summer skin. Like, bruh, lock in.
I earn my name with every slice of cold steel.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Hey, want to know a little secret? Your song Flow is on my slay list.
Slay list?
Yeah, the playlist I put on when I'm out slaying vamps. Oh, really gets my blood pumping.
People have told me that was a killer track, but I didn't take it literally.
When the K-pop is this shit, can't understand the word.
3, 2, 1.
My favorite color?
Capture the mission area. Got it?
I have multiple. Like crimson red though.
Look, our next victims.
So many Spider-Mans. Bruh. Oh, I gotta fight a human torch. Oh man. Hitting this guy's gonna be impossible.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
The Mr. Fantastic peeling. Wow, that's interesting. Bro, I like literally cannot hit this guy. Like what's? He's getting healed up there too. What's? That guy's not down here anytime soon. This gun sucks, bro. Oh my god, it's not hit scan, so I have to just like shoot in a vicinity. It's so dumb. Wow. Vampire golf skin? What the hell are you talking about?
The hunt is on.
SSB, what's up, dude? Nah, because if I shoot at him, it's just gonna miss. One stinks. Wow. Yeah, trying to fight Johnny is just like, there's no point of trying to fight him in Blade. Like, you're not hitting that guy with this gun. Using like probably the worst projectile in the game. You're trying to shoot a flyer. It's pointless. Like, look, they're literally missing before they even get to them because the bullet's travel time is so slow. Hey, at least it used to be way worse. At least they sped it up. I think Moon Knight's projectiles are faster. I'm literally 0-2 now. Can't hit nobody when you hit them.
My whole life, all I've known is the hunt.
Mm. 30 seconds before you attack. Get
I'm not about to switch character just to kill him. No, I'm not doing that. Fuck that.
The hunt is on. At last,
Fuck that.
the prodigal son
Just quick
has
play.
returned. Thanks for taking point.
More hours on Blade than my career. Like he's not playing a counter. You're playing human torch. I can't even hit you. I literally cannot even hit you, bro.
The battle starts in 5.
There's no way, bro.
3, 2, 1.
I literally cannot. Is that him? I don't even know, bro.
Got it?
Can dash and knock. Do you see how far away he is? Of course I can dash and knock him out the sky. Do you see how far away he is in the sky? Like what? Yeah, I'm gonna dash him right here and just get him out the sky. This map sucks for dive. This is a poke map. It's actually probably the worst map in the game for dive. I think it is. Yeah, I'm dead. This map is actually so bad for dive. That's why you got 2 dashes.
Hell yeah. Some things you just can't control, Fox. Finally took you out, one dead hag. I was born for 1,000 gods!
We are undefeated!
Oh, wow. Folks on rage? Yeah, I don't know. I'm getting rage baited in quick play like I'm not playing Blade. That is very interesting.
Slice and dice. Us against the world.
I'm not gonna switch in quick play, bro. Let's fucking quick play. I'm dead as fuck.
Whoa, that was too close. Hell yeah. Slice and dice.
Attacking from behind. Rude.
That was too easy.
We didn't walk up? What? That's quick play. I can't expect that. I can't expect that in quick play. I gotta play at their pace. I forgot it's quick play. Blade scene's your favorite? We're the world cutter one.
I'm cutting in. More of them than there are us. Was that it? Really? Looks like it's like jumping. Back in the game.
No, this guy wants me dead. Oh, he's Mantis buffed. Hell yeah, I'm gonna die.
Hell yeah.
Us against the world.
That sucks. That was those. I mean, he's Mantis buffed. Like, he's just gonna shred everything. He's Mantis buffed.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
Kofa's gonna go extinct. Okay. Gotta keep going. We gotta keep it going. We gotta keep it going. Mr. Fantastic and Blade buff and Blade. Mr. Fantastic, don't need that.
Hero or villain.
No, I'm joking.
not judging.
That character is buns. Character is buns.
I'll fight to end the darkness that spawned me.
Oh, is this the same Spider-Man that was rage baiting me? That's hilarious. Now he's on my team. Man, I can't wait for that new Cyberpunk season. That shit's gonna be fire. That shit's gonna be fire, bro. Actually, I'm gonna request the thing right now. Is this King Crimson? What the?
No one's coming back from the grave on my watch.
This is King Crimson.
This is a nice spot.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
You truly believe that you're safe inside a metal shell? How naive.
Extra year? Oh, hell nah. Bro said an extra year. Son.
If
Son.
there's even a trace of metal
Extra
in the
year is
machine's
crazy.
frame, I
Lock in.
can find it.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3,
Extra year.
2, 1.
Should watch season 1 again. I want to keep my sanity.
Friends have saved my life far more times than weapons.
Shit, I need to rewatch season 1. Season 1 was fire. Yeah, I feel like if I watch season 1, it's gonna make me want to play Cyberpunk again. Oh, brother. Can I get a heal? What are you guys? Oh, who's diving that, bro? What? Son, who are they fighting back there? What? Yo, quick play ain't real, bro. Bro, Nasty, I'll be carrying on Blade, and my teams just be burgers. I mean, you gotta play at their pace. You don't have a choice. That's what I'm going through right now in quick play.
As good as new.
I'm over here like, where can I get a? I don't know who they're fighting back. They're fighting Casper back there or some shit. You gotta play at their pace. You don't have a choice. Not every team's gonna play the same. I cannot fucking shoot this guy, bro. I killed the beacon though. Where's most anti-dive? Dive tank?
The hunt is on.
That was Ultron. Yo, let me get on the. Where the fuck did he go? Where'd he go? Whoa. Wait, can we destroy that? My team is fucking dead. Where did you come from? Wow. Did it slow in lifesteal? I mean, lifesteal's alright, it just needs to slow.
My time to shine. Sue Richards. Ready to
Last match I had 25, my highest team had 5. Yikes. That's a fat yikes. I missed. It's in front of me. I'm playing like ass. God, this guy just stinks. Can't wait for Tokon Blade. Holy shit. This guy just stinks in this game. Compared to what you could play, this character is so ass. He's so bad.
You've captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going. Control lost.
Took Blade got better weapons too? Exactly, bro. This character stinks in this game.
Yeah.
He's so bad in this game. You have for Deadpool? The loads I got? I have like 10.
I fight to end the
Right there.
that spawned me.
Alright, there's one more missing. Wait, do I have 9?
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
I have 9. Thought I had 10. I guess I have 9. I could have sworn there was one more, but I can't think, I guess. Elsa? Elsa is fun as hell.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
After this match, let's go to ranked.
Once I saved lives with a scalpel. Now I do it with a spell.
This quick play is just a meh.
Here they come. Back in the cave.
My goodness, bro.
Start healing soon.
The mission area is yours.
The blade trash? Okay, it is pretty trash. Wow, they all just took a step to the left. That is very fun. Innovative gameplay. Are we gonna fight or like you're just gonna run away? Bruh.
Better watch your back.
Better start healing soon.
Oh wow, they are big and active. Oh, can I hit something, please? Please, someone give me some stacks, bro. My character's ass, bro. Please give me some stacks. Oh, he's ulting me. He's ulting me as Ultron. They both press ult? Oh, they did. Oh my god, this gun stinks. I'm so sick of it. Like, I can't hit shit, bro. They just run away.
Back in the game.
Look at that. I'm shooting where she's at, but the bullets travel too slow to even touch her. It's so ass. I'm so sick of this fucking gun.
You might want to stay down.
It's so bad.
Control seized. The area is almost yours.
Why is he hit scan? I don't fucking know.
Please, we're hurt.
Nah, I don't fucking know, man.
Nowhere yet. Going to
Yeah, this guy's just not gonna fight me, bro. Ugh. I just juked her out. I juked her out. Ooh.
Spilling blood to save the world. I love my job.
All right, let's go.
Hell yeah.
I need to switch skins. Skin soups. Skin soups.
Slice and dice.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
How have things been on Krakoa while I was away?
We've had our triumphs and our tragedies, but we survived.
As X-Men always do.
What was emo not working? Oh, this one.
Well, the Quiet Council's seat of spring does happen to be.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is
Yeah, but why is
capture
this
the
nice
mission
skills?
area.
Nope.
Got it?
Have you checked out Invincible Versus? Yeah, I did several videos. I haven't played it in a while though.
Look, our next victims.
Damn, my team was too slow.
As good as
I don't know what they was doing. I don't know how their entire team made it to second before us. Oh my god, please just kill, bro. Yeah, alright, bro, it's done. I just can't. Get TikTok, bro. I'm doing TikTok. Oh, great, Rogue is coming. How'd you lose your TikTok?
Psionic burst.
Fine, thank you.
An extra force field? Great.
Trench go? Oh, I don't remember that.
Slice and dice.
Consider your circuits fried. I'll be turning up that.
The hunt is on. I have tagged them both. Slice and dice.
Bruh. Oh, great.
As good as new.
This rogue thinks she can just do whatever she wants. Okay. Okay. I've never seen a Spider-Man player switch to Phoenix. That's new. That's a rare one. I don't think I've ever seen that before.
Back in the game.
There you are.
The raccoon's beacon is scrapped now.
Their team's capture progress has passed the halfway point.
Silver bullet. Better start healing soon. The hunt is on. Hey, Dad! Someone clip this! I'm cutting in.
What the fuck? She just takes no damage. Like, I'm not even trolling you. This girl just takes no damage. Like, I don't know what to do. Like, my TTK is just too low. She's getting healed like crazy. If I even go into healers, the Phoenix is playing behind the damn healers. Oh my god, I cannot catch this guy.
Nowhere yet. Going to overtime.
Wow, okay. Oh, I play this character, bro. He can't kill anything. This character can't kill anything, bro. Oh my god, bro. This character. Oh my lordy, bro. How much damage did I just do there? Nothing died, bro.
No winner yet. Going to overtime.
This character is so bad. It doesn't matter if I have a mantis heal, they're just eating that shit up like it's fucking candy. I have to keep touching, I don't have a choice. Do we have any support ults like ever or?
Double KO. That's 3.
The hunt is on.
Yeah, I don't know, bro. We passed the honeymoon phase of the buffs, yeah. Yeah, that shit's over, bro. This shit is ass. This character's ass, bro. That shit's over, bro. That shit is ass. Yeah, we dropping Blade down a tier. My man's buns. My man is buns, bro. Not at all, bro. It's enough of him, bro. It's enough out of this character, bro. Watch Blade be no, yo, if Blade is ass in Tokon, I'm going to lose my shit, bro. Oh, I'm gonna lose my shit if he's ass in Tokon, man. Okay, rank time. Let's go. I didn't mean to press Times Square. I did not mean to press Times Square, bro. Fuck.
All right, time to clobber your foes.
All right, let's go. Insta-Q. Ooh. Lash OTP. This is not whatever.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
Hulk gameplay. I hate that character. Oh hell no.
My order is sharp.
I hate that character, bro.
My mind is sharper.
I don't think that character is good. You're Rocket Man, thanks for the follow.
Now, who am I gonna banish
I
from
fucking
this
hate
match?
Hulk. I think that character is buns. Magneto. I don't mind Magneto. Hulk though. Yeah, you're not seeing me on Hulk.
My order
That
is
character.
sharp. My order is sharp. My mind is sharper.
Oh, I was playing ranked. Is she cooking?
But slow songs and
Y'all
rap.
better be cooking.
I'm not a big fan. Oh, he's not going rock. Oh, Rocket's banned. Wait,
Y'all
I've never
better
seen
be
him play
cooking.
D&D.
Captain, what tier is Captain?
Y'all better be cooking.
Fucking Z tier, bro.
We are. We are. Emperor, how
Fucking Z tier, bro.
How are your games going? We need to run some games sometime. We have it in a minute. Oh, and Cuphead.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
I'm quickly trying to improve. What are you trying to improve? I actually saw that on one of your streams. You said trying to improve. What were you trying to improve?
Uh-oh.
Once again, happy birthday, Unk alive. Unk. I'm not Unk.
Who's this? That's Unk.
Infer's Unk.
Oh, fuck no, I'm not.
For Bill. Help him death. I don't know if that's streaming.
All right, bro. Let's go. That's Unk. What's up, Kang? How you doing?
Hi, hero. Psylocke and Blade. Oh, that's right. I know you haven't played Psylocke that much. I think you mentioned that you wanted to play
30 seconds
more.
before you attack. Get ready.
Bro, Magneto looks so fucking sick in Tokon, bro.
Everyone feared it, right? I've heard that story.
No.
How your day? Day's going pretty well. What is that skin? Bro, oh my god. Son, I switched the skin once. And y'all instantly lose it, bro. It's a summer skin, bro. What do you expect?
Battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
We have demons to slay. What are we waiting for? Step aside.
Oh, what is that like? Oh, I'm dead. Nah, what is that rubber band? No, y'all saw that, right? What? Did y'all see that? Nah, that's trash, bro. Oh my god, bro. I dashed and then it rubber banded me to the wall and I just insta-died.
What a difference.
Not an ounce of beach in sight. Jesus Christ, bro. How old are you, man? Oh, I got clapped.
Out of sight.
How old are you, man? Lock in. Oh my goodness, I can't enjoy playing the character I love because fucking gets fucking hard countered. I gotta switch. I don't have a choice. I'm getting hard countered since DD's open.
They call me the Punisher.
We can capture this
Oh my god, I insta died. You skipped my song? No I didn't. Come on.
Can't keep me down for long.
Stand down!
Where am I? Invisible?
Oh, gotcha. Spiders exterminated. Woo! Never miss. There goes one.
Disappear! It's spider time!
What is hitting me, bro?
I was looking for one of these.
Okay, I'm just gonna die, I guess. Like, I don't know. I mean, I guess. I don't know.
Making the cut.
Admit it, you need me.
No stopping the Star-Lord.
Only 60 seconds left.
This my way!
Oh, sweet moves, right?
I am ready to put on
Oh,
a show.
sucks.
We have company.
I like the cold.
Okay, bro.
Down to 30 seconds.
Oh, they're all dead. I hate pushing this point. I hate it as well. It's not fun with Penny in the game.
The final 10 seconds.
You picked the wrong game to drag me into this. Let the double.
Nowhere yet. Going to overtime.
Very nice, was it? One of the double. That's supposed to hurt me. Let's do this.
You got them all.
Clutch of Doom.
Help get that vehicle to its destination.
Can I play a game with you one day? We do customs occasionally. I gotta switch now.
Never believed I would.
I gotta put up this guy. So it's-
Wolverine don't go down that easy. Let's do
You're
this.
halfway there. Keep going.
I'll play a little this match. Fuck it.
I don't have to be center stage. An ancient mystical squirrel? No, I've seen it all. Oh, hello.
You're mine.
Almost there. Don't turn back now.
Ain't over yet.
Oh my goodness, bro.
Only 60 seconds left.
Our next victims.
So low too. They're so low.
You can put me down.
Fuck.
Get that vehicle moving again. Down to 30 seconds.
You're mine.
Well, that was not the right play.
Ready to put on a show.
I think it was all of them right there. What the fuck? There's like 4 people just standing there. I don't know what they were doing though. I thought they were spread out, but they clearly were not.
Let's do this.
Yeah, that's not the worst hold, I suppose. Not the worst hold.
Current score is 1-2-0.
Could be worse, I suppose, but.
Time to switch things up, including which side you're on. The right heroes could make all the difference.
Anyone stands in my way, they won't be standing much longer.
Who's ready
It's
to
not the
go
worst of
hunting?
holds. Who's Psylocke? I mean, I saw him do also. I can't play Psylocke since it's a Daredevil. I want to play Psylocke this match, but I can't. The Daredevil, as soon as the game Daredevil's broken, he's S tier. He's been S tier for a very long time. Dude, just hard counters my character, bro. Oh, so annoying, man.
Why can't a girl ever get a bloody day off?
Frack got top 8. What the fuck? Who let Rat get top 8? Yo, who let Rat get top 8 in TNS?
They'll be coming in 30 seconds.
Son let a rivals player get top 8.
Venom?
Y'all let a rivals player get top 8? Why the fuck is why the fuck is he top 8? Motherfucker still got it, yeah. You don't let a rivals player get top 8.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3.
He's playing Heihachi. No double jump?
You have to stop them from securing the mission area. Honestly, I didn't like snow growing up. I remember always that there were snowballs in there. There they are.
Oops. I did not mean to do that. What the fuck?
Really smart.
Nice.
I am ready to put on a show.
Oh, that sucks, bro. Yeah, ultimate blade.
Ha! Let's see them try to take this place. Got you good.
Elsa was about to die, yeah. Nah, Elsa, Cloak.
You need me.
Cheers, mate. Watch your step. Why not?
Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Oh, man. What's team died again? That sucks. I wonder if anyone could read those pin messages. What do you mean?
Back from the grave, better than ever.
Can't read the pin?
Mate, you need to stop that vehicle in its tracks. Another fearsome foe.
Shot to the soul. Cheers, mate.
Anyone willing to help?
I gotta make sure if I'm gonna play Psylocke, I have to ban Daredevil. Oh my goodness, bro.
Really smart.
I'm trying to practice Psylocke, but I can't get to practice Psylocke if Daredevil's open. It's like an impossible matchup. Because Psylocke wants to off angle, but I can't off angle if Daredevil's gonna catch me every time. It's not even worth practicing. It's like just not. It's not advised at all.
Some uninvited.
Just literally not advised at all.
An extra force field? Great.
Turn up the music when you can.
Bloodstones don't go down quite so easy, love.
You want to explore 3 seconds? Oh, she get a cool clip.
Cheers, mate.
Brother, what are you typing in my chat, bro?
Shot to the soul.
Against the world.
Release the slaughter! Got you good.
Double KO. I am ready to put on a show. That's 3.
3. Did we lose this team? Are you serious? Why is the game volume so loud? It's loud, is it? I'll fix it in a second. Can I hear my song at all? Oh, okay, I'll fix it in a second.
Much better.
If it was like a really old song, the songs are really low. I'll fix it in a second though.
Only 60 seconds left.
Yes. What is
Uh-oh, that's not good.
Never miss.
A nice deep freeze.
You guys, that's not good.
30 seconds.
Oh, sucks. Oh, we fixed it. We fixed it. We fixed it. We fixed it. Can you guys not die to this? Son, I just did all that for no reason. Oh, I just did all that for no reason. That's crazy. I just. Can you guys not die that? Why'd you guys not use the ult? Oh. They both had ult, none of them used. I just killed 3, and they just didn't use their ults. Okay. And the other one thought the other one was gonna do it first. Okay, whatever, bro. The other one thought the other one was gonna do it first. Okay, bro, whatever. Was that a support diff? Low-key kind of was. I wouldn't say, I mean, we would have won the match if they just pressed Q. I killed 2 of them, but they just didn't press Q. Gotta clarify for your team. I mean, how am I supposed to? Oh, you're talking about those 2. I'm about to say, they're talking about me. Like, I mean, I would assume they would just press it instead of just letting the cloak kill them. Oh well. Yeah, I don't know, bro. You can't really do nothing about that. I play tanks, yeah. I'm a Dino. I mean, I can play all of them. I just don't need to.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
I never need to, so that's why I don't do it.
My order is sharp.
I gotta ban
Is sharper.
I gotta ban Daredevil.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
Listen to old songs? I mean, that is a pretty old song, I can't lie. That is a pretty old song. Okay, Daredevil's banned. I would love to ban Loki, but that would be selfish. That would be selfish. Just ban Dino. Oh, Gambit's not banned. Fuck. Dude, there's too much stuff to ban, man. Very frustrating. There's too much stuff to ban. It's so frustrating, man. Can you guys hear the music now?
Heroes could make all the difference.
Or is the game still too loud? That's so frustrating, man. Oh, okay. Bruh. Okay.
It appears some timelines.
My mic should be louder too as well.
Sing a little during battle. It helps me get in the right rhythm.
You do you, kid. Just try to keep the volume down so the rest of us can focus.
Thanks. I promise to stick to my greatest hits.
Whatever works. I'm sure it can't be any worse than
Top
Dazzler.
America get buff.
Battle starts in 5.
Only for Sun 4? No, fuck no. He's already super strong. You would not need that. Yeah, I wanted to ban this Dino. It's unfortunate.
Get some DPS for this Dino, please.
They've made it halfway. Stop them.
Damn, this dude wants me.
I am ready to put on a show. A nice disappear.
Nice. Okay.
Hostiles up front.
That Iron Man? What is Iron Man?
Battlefield ready again. I'm doing this my way.
What's up, newbie? How you doing?
Woo! Never miss.
They are men, but with sayonara.
Mom.
Only 60 seconds left.
That's annoying.
We hit the checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
Man, can I get a cap? If two keyboards connected to one PC? Nah. That's a different computer.
Our time has finally arrived.
Oh boy, here they come.
Hmm.
Better stop that vehicle.
You're mine. Invisible?
Stop them.
You're mine.
Better stop that vehicle.
This guy takes no damage.
Embrace the dark.
Aw.
I'm vulnerable.
There's still a chance to stop them.
Fuck did he go?
Shields up. I am ready to put on a show. Disappear.
I can't even ult yet because cap ult. Motherfuckers got 3 support ults. Motherfuckers got 3 support ults, bro. I basically can't ult yet. That's so dumb.
Out of sight. You're mine.
You play on FGC, look familiar? I do.
Everybody needs a hand sometimes.
First one, even Sage and Slam or something.
Never miss. Prepare to engage.
Only 60 seconds left.
You're mine. Really magic. Lovely. Farewell.
Top 8 in VF is crazy. Yeah, at least you didn't say like DOA.
Bro, if you're gonna die, can you just
Now
play Venom?
might be a good time to stop them.
Play any of these heroes, bro. I told Dog to stay on cap so I could heal, and he didn't listen to me. I don't know what you want me to do. Wait, who do you play then? I'm a DPS OTP, but like I'm flexing because y'all are DPS.
That's better.
It's fine. I don't mind healing, but like, damn. No, you could Don't blame me. Go DPS. I'm not blaming you. Just saying go Venom, but go DPS. I go tank.
We should just let our champion Cat play Cat. I don't know why he's not listening.
We have a champion cap and they're not on cap.
I'm saying, bro.
Wait, why are we, what's...
I told him he's on fucking heals. I told him that I would heal. Nah, I said no, stay cap. Look at chat.
What a disgrace.
Co-op time. I am ready to put on a show.
I'm happy for the practice. Like I want to get better at these heroes.
Only 60 seconds left.
Oh fuck, I forgot about hers. Not quite sure what to do about this. Oh, that's pretty weird.
The current score is
What's up, Potty?
2.
So you guys think it's worth breaking my curse of never having played a fighting game so I can get Tokon? Yes. I think it's worth it. Too so scared and believe me, people willing to play a League of Legends fighting game. I think people are, just that. Well, yeah, probably.
Is sharper. My order is sharp. My order is sharp. My order is sharp. My mind.
I don't know what to do, bro. This team is I don't know, it's all over the place. Yeah, if you want to prepare for Tokon, you should be playing 2x scale. I think that's pretty obvious.
By my blade, just the same.
Great! Who came before me? Oh, the thing? How awesome! Oh, Gambit?
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Yeah, the only fighting games I play right now are Tokon, I mean not Tokon, 2x and Tekken. That's all I've been playing lately. Like yesterday night, did I play 2x yesterday night? I don't remember if I did. I think I did. I don't remember.
The battle starts in 5, 4.
I mean 2x. I mean Yasuo.
1.
What's up, 11? How you doing? How you been? Oh my God, this guy just knows where I'm going. Yeah, I don't know. I just keep getting bad teammates, I guess. I'm fighting a duo of Cap and another DPS, and I just keep getting, I guess, like the worst teammates possible, I guess. I'm trying off angle, but like I keep getting stuffed by Torch.
Yo, if you see your ulti definitely going down a corner mag, you should probably bubble him. That's just an idea though. It's like totally optional, you don't have to.
Oh man, I'm getting chased. W ankle breaker? Yeah, but we're not getting anything done. Let's probably just go Star-Lord for this. Yeah, I might have to just go Starler for this one. My team is pretty bad.
Don't you ult for fucking for those?
I don't know. We're not using these ults. So what are we holding for? I don't get it. Oh, we're ready for Rivals 2 or?
That one hurts. I'm ready to put on a show. Disappear! Hope I make the cut! Only 60 seconds left.
Yo, Zeneric, thanks for the follow. Yeah, this team is yikes, man. I don't know. Like, we just can't win a team fight, I guess.
Step aside. A nice deep freeze. The final 10 seconds.
Where are you? I said.
No winner yet. Going to overtime. The vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
Oh, fuck, I'm trolling. That guy plays Cap and he plays Daredevil. We're got the Mark Geezy starter pack. My daughter lie. She's not in this rank. She's still a rank. She's diamond right now. Where is she, GM? I don't know what she is. She's too low rank. Also, I think they're 3 stacking already. I could do 4 stack, but I don't know. I could.
Out of sight.
I could. I mean, if they ask me, I'll join. I think they're fine. If they ask me, I'll play. But I'm pretty sure they got it. Damn, bro. Jeez.
Farewell.
Getting haunted.
1,000 gods!
The enemy has arrived.
He was holding his all in for me. I just never used it. He definitely was holding for me.
Good job, team.
Nice.
The vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum. This core should solve Arako's Ultron problem.
Step aside.
I am ready to put on a show.
She's just ulted in her spawn room.
No, you're free. Yippee.
Here they come now.
Only 60 seconds left. I like the cold.
Luna and Afterlife hold today. So they're Luna spinning.
This feels good. I'm actually getting some good reps in with Psylocke. I feel like I'm actually getting better at her. I'm like tracking ults better, and I'm actually like playing better. I feel like my neutral and positioning is getting better with her. Aim kind of aim kind of ad though. My aim kind of What? Did you see that ghost shot? My ult no reg. Did you see that? That slash. You saw that? That slash no reg. Yeah, she swung at nothing. What the hell was that? What? Nah, it was like the third or second to last one. That thing swung and it hit nothing. That should have killed. Man, they still died regardless, but that shit was a no reg of doom. So nice, wonderful Cuphead video. Yeah, we're gonna play some more soon. I think we're gonna play one of these days. I think tomorrow we might play Cuphead. I mean, obviously the YouTube isn't up to date. I think that's 4, right? YouTube is 1 part behind.
We'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
If I'm correct, YouTube is 1 part behind. I'd have to check though, but it should be 1 part behind.
All that matters is now.
Right. Gotta be present.
Cuphead 5. Yeah, 5 isn't on YouTube. Yeah, YouTube is 1 part behind. Okay.
3, 2, 1.
We might do Cuphead next year. So we're both addicted to Rivals this year. Whoa. Priest after I got away. Yeah, this guy's playing DPS Luna. Yeah, Summon Subathon's next week. It's part of me on the 4th of July. So I gotta, whenever I end stream today, I gotta start setting all that stuff up. Hopefully the timer doesn't break. I'm gonna use the same timer I used last time. Hopefully it doesn't break, but even if it breaks, it's fine. I'll just do the math and add the time. I don't think it's gonna break though. That's what happened last time. I think someone gifted so much to the point where that shit broke.
Bro, I killed the whole fucking team. Yeah, I killed them.
They're down 1. They're down 1.
Hey, bro, go ahead and mute your mic from here.
Yo, you are a very angry individual.
Hey, mute up. Hey, mute that shit.
You're terrible, be quiet. Mad for
The
what?
current score is 3, 2,
We kind of looking like today. 1-1. 1-0. I mean, 0-1. 0-1. 0-1. My bad. I think it's 0-1. This is my second ranked match.
to win this one.
My order
All I've done is reactions to stream. I wasn't live on TikTok or Red app when I did reactions, and also I did quick play. So I've been live for 5 hours, even though on the Red app it probably says like 2. Oh no, the Red app says 1. I don't do reactions when I'm live on TikTok or Red app because they'll shoot my shit. I'm done doing that. So if I do reactions, it's gonna be at the start of the stream, and I just won't go live on until I'm done. That video was so stupid. Loaded DD? Yeah, I loaded DD. I played a little bit off stream. I loaded them. Since you're rich, can I have a gift to sub? You're rich. Who said I'm rich? I'm poor. Who said I'm rich? What? I'm not rich. I live with my mama. What? My mom's basement. Is that how the saying goes? I'm on my basement, bro. I'm on my basement. You give me money to move out. Bye bye. Can I stop trolling, trying to surrender, please? Okay. Nice. GG's. GG.
Yo, badass game.
Another epic victory.
What the fuck am I looking at?
Rifle that I have to destroy.
Yo, Blue Lock is hilarious, bro.
The rifle that I have to destroy. So don't forget. I'm going to kill you no matter what.
Yeah, okay. Okay, bro. Blue Lock is too funny. Oh, fucking Blue Lock, bro. What are you talking about killing people in soccer? Fucking Blue Lock, bro. That's just too funny, bro. I'm not reading or watching it anymore, bro. I gave up on that shit. That shit is too unserious to me, bro. I can't. No, bro. It's never that serious, bro. No, man. No, man. I'm good, bro. I'm good. What is this song? What am I listening to?
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
This is a goofy song. Goofy ass song.
Someone's got to guard the galaxy.
Now, who am I gonna banish from
Day
this
1 and
match?
day 2 asking you to revive NO2. I'm just gonna get you out of here. People take their sport seriously.
I'll fight to end the darkness that spawned me.
That shit has me in tears, bro. You know, mute me. I mean, if you say it again, I'll just ban you from here. So you got muted for 5 minutes. You'd rather me ban instead or what? I could ban instead if you'd want that instead, I guess. It's up to you. I don't really care.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
It was a joke. It's just a bad one. You think you're the first person to do this? It's just a bad one. It doesn't even make me laugh. It's not a good joke. Going into got you butt hurt. No, it's not about NO2. It's just I quit Roblox ages ago and I still get asked about it. So like, it's not even like, like what? It's not even a funny joke. You're like the 900th person to make a joke like that.
Round one.
Day and night. No monsters getting the best of
30
me.
seconds before you attack. Get ready.
It just like extremely late.
Cute nickname.
Yeah, jokes are supposed to be funny. How's that a joke? Like, I don't know.
You know I'm the real deal.
You're the one missing the point. Where's the joke part?
We'll see about that when this is all over.
Jokes are subjective. Oh, brother.
The battle starts in 5.
Pre-poke comp. Pre-poke comp is crazy.
Let's get it.
You know how this should be when I get on Blade, bro. Pre-poke comp.
Got it?
Back in the game. Here they come. Just who I was looking for.
Oh, great, a champion Phoenix. I don't know. I guess we're gonna burn me at the stake for committing something minor. We're not gonna burn you at a stake. It was just a bad joke.
Thank you.
It was a bad joke, bro.
As good as
If anything, you're the one acting like you got banned or something. You got timed out for 5 minutes. How fast 5 minutes is. What is happening this match? Why is my game so loud? Oh fuck, I can't adjust my volume yet. Hold on.
as good as new. I had you covered.
I'm lowering my volume. This shit loud as hell.
We're gonna have Mantis ult next.
You can just kite that.
I'm not tripping. No, you're good.
We are undefeatable.
Oh, he blocked my dash. So annoying.
Yeah, throw him back.
Better than my hell power. Taste cold steel. As good as new.
You're gonna go to sleep? Oh, good night, dude.
Oh, we don't need triple.
We're an interesting comp.
Alright, we have supposed to.
What is this match, bro? Oh god.
We only have one support.
Hell yeah.
Are you guys ready? Mold this. Yeah.
Oh my god, this character does so much damage, bro. So.
Hold on point.
Oh god, I died to Phoenix like 9 million times. This character gives me a headache, bro. She's so overtuned.
The stakes just
She has 16 kills, bro. What the fuck is this character, bro? Like, Jesus Christ, bro. I'm dead. She's getting Mantis boosted, yeah, so she's just doing insane damage.
Behold the god of thunder! Back in the game.
I can't beat, bro.
Yeah, I do.
That shit is silly, bro. Yo, can we get some shield tanks or something, or like what? Or like we're really gonna run this comp? Like,
Now we have one thing. So what the fuck?
Hell yeah.
that guy's so weird.
Back in the game. Taste cold steel. 1,000 gods!
Oops.
Only 60 seconds left.
You're lucky I was here.
Meanwhile, Thor's just doing whatever he wants in my backline. What the fuck? Okay, I mean, I guess.
Double KO. You're halfway there. Keep going.
Top shot, so I don't have.
I'm about to go back to spamming quick play.
Throw me on.
Get more practice in.
Wait, can we back up? I just said we're down 3.
Matches are weird. Like, are we gonna use these support ults? Like,
Thor's still blind. Thor's still blind.
What are you aiming at? By the fangs of Farala, that was a fine battle. Like sneaking through a
Almost there.
Behold the god of thunder!
Go behind still.
I don't know, man. What's up, TK?
Hell yeah. Taste cold steel.
I think I might have to go Starler if I want to win this. If I want to compete with this Phoenix.
Gambit, help.
I don't think I have a choice.
Slice and dice. I unleash the Shanti's power. The hunt is on.
Go Wolverine.
Taste cold steel. 1,000 gods!
Oh, where the fuck? Don't C9, don't C9, don't C9, don't C9.
Phoenix on point.
Can I get a boost? Boost on point? No, he that's one.
Slice and dice.
Look on point.
Cutting in. Don't need 6 claws. One sword is more than enough. As good as new.
Oh,
job,
C9.
The vehicle reached a checkpoint.
I had to call that out so they were to C9. I think I gotta go Starlord. I don't think I can play Blade here.
I found a family out here in space, and I'll do whatever it takes to keep them safe. Let's get moving before no one
Yeah, go in now. Is it? Get it from me?
Only 60 seconds left.
Did you see that?
One on point.
Okay. Get Eternity yet? No, it's the Celestial. Okay, man. Oh, that's not good. Yikes.
Just ready, can you go?
Need a touch on the TP.
Come on, bud.
The fuck?
Look, Wolverine. Wolverine Thor.
This Thor, bro. How is he still alive? It's like it's as if he's getting healed. How are they taking that long to kill that Thor? Oh my god.
Kill it.
John's done.
Thor on point.
That's not that bad of a push. Just runes. Motherfucker just don't die. He got so low-key runes.
2, 0.
This motherfucker just don't die.
Time to switch things up, including which side you're on.
That's hilarious. This dude just does not fucking die, bro.
Someone's got to guard the galaxy. Might as well be me.
I'm crying, bro. This guy just does not die. Hold on, let me go grab something.
Yeah.
Round 2.
Right from one cosmic disaster to the next. Story of my life.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
We just gotta combo the Gambit Star-Lord. Or Gambit Punisher,
Angela?
one or the other.
Whoa!
Yeah.
Hey, it feels
couldn't
like it's
last
been ages
long,
since we teamed up.
I have been quite busy, Peter Quill. I am sure the Guardians fared just fine without me.
Yeah. I mean, we did, okay, but sure would have been nice to have you back on board the Milano.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
Sanctum Sanctorum is my refuge, my fortress. Our enemies are near. This feels immovable. It somehow takes...
They're on the left.
Gotta get out. Oh, come on. What TP?
Let's try this again.
A shortcut through space.
There's some. Awesome. Check in the room and main.
In its tracks.
I have found.
Better stop that vehicle.
I'm back, baby.
Here is an enemy to pursue.
Where's behind again?
Oh, sweet moves, right?
I have found one of them. Our enemy has taken their base.
Not look happy.
Behold the god of thunder!
Oh, sweet moves, right?
Now you do the same for me.
Our enemy has shown their face.
Mike was muted. Oh, whoops. I was saying he's 1. Like, I don't know why that guy didn't just kill him, but whatever. What the fuck? Son. Brother, that is ridiculous. Brother, that's ridiculous. Did you see the Shinra trailer for Shinra Unleashed? No, why would I watch that? I don't care about it. Why would I watch that? It's a pretty stupid question.
I could play Thing if somebody else wants to support.
Now might be a good time to stop them.
This feels empty. It's somehow dangerous. Nothing here.
My man just gobbling health packs, just exploring the map, bro.
I am ready to put on a show.
What's good behind? Can't revive.
Bro, if we even get her low, she just goes to max health. It's so dumb, bro. Like, they need to get rid of that shit. It's so stupid, bro. Like, you punish her for having bad positioning or anything. She didn't have bad positioning there, but like, you punish her for her dash being off cooldown. She just presses Q like it's a health pack. It's so silly, bro. I don't get why she needs that. Like, I understand she's a Phoenix, but like, or maybe she just doesn't go to max health, maybe. Like, I don't know. Like, it's so silly. I feel like there's better ways to go about it than her just getting a full ass heal on an ult that has no startup time, that's uninterruptible. On an ult with uninterruptible startup time. Like, you can't shoot her when she's going into the sky or nothing. Like, you have to just hold that shit. Brother, what are you guys doing? Why is my Angela just sitting there just flying around the payload while we're just dying back to yo, did you guys see the Angela? Bro, we're fighting for our lives against this Hulk and our Angela's just sitting on the point, flying around it, fighting nobody. That girl's a troll. Oh my goodness. Oh man. He said aim labs is free. Angela, what happened? You know, it's Pro X auto tell you moves. Wait, what? What are you talking about? my god. Yo, I can't kill no one. I keep getting grabbed.
Nice.
Nice.
That's game. Their Phoenix just killed 3 of my people. For all. She just got a 3-piece. Okay, this still so broken, bro. She was farming my backline, bro. Oh man. What a character, bro. What a character. How much finals does she have? She had 27. Oh no, bro. Not like this. Oh yeah, my team was getting farmed. Jeez. What a character. This is why you don't let Phoenix through no matter what, chat. Do not let Phoenix through. Do not. Have I seen the Shown Unleashed trailer? No. Why would I look at the Shown Unleashed trailer when I quit Roblox like 7 months ago? Why would I have looked at that? That is a very dumb question. Why would I have looked at that? Why would I care to look at that, bro? If you can give me 5 reasons why I would have cared to look at it, bro. So I can't even think of a single reason why. Jeez, bro. I want to play Psylocke. I want to quick play. You know you wanna? I know I want to ban you. How about that?
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
My order is sharp. My mind is sharper.
Alright. Skin do I use?
My order is sharp. My order is sharp. My order is sharp.
I don't even know what skin to use.
My order is
Let's use this skin. I never used this skin.
My mind is
Sharp. Quick play now. I mean, I was playing quick play at the start of the stream. I didn't think I was gonna play ranked today, but I'm just on and off going ranked and quick play, honestly. Just alternating.
Yokai and villains. They all fall by my blade.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
I'm afraid this battle may be far beyond the scope of your abilities, Spider-Man.
We want song number 20 in the queue? I got you.
Force. I can still feel the faintest of traces on you.
See? Power like that.
The battle starts in 5, 4,
Yeah, it's gone.
3, 2, 1. Help get that vehicle to its destination. The world together. For right now, we need
I want to play Psylocke and I got a fight a Loki. Oh, brother. Oof. This is gonna be a hard one. Good practice though, so I don't mind fighting Loki. How the hell are you up here? Nah, my team's getting farmed. That emote is crazy. Is he on chase? Or is he not? But I can't even like. Oh my lordy, bro. What a backline. Well, you don't even get to play the game? Yeah. Or still take Thor into group.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man.
Pretty hard to dive. Favorite game? I don't think I have one.
Your powers are mine.
Speed up. Oh, fuck. I mean, okay, I guess. He didn't die? No, shout out at him. I don't know why this quick match is so sweaty, but you'd have thought I was playing ranked. I'm not gonna lie. This is a sweaty ass quick play. I have no clue why. But I'm not switching off Silex. I'm trying to practice here. This is a very sweaty quick play.
Out of sight. Rest easy, Ben. You've earned it.
Only 60 seconds left.
Unlucky me, I suppose. I can't even go. They have Soulbound. Like, I'm getting hard counter pick. They have Adam Soulbound I have to wait for, and then they have Loki Lamps I have to wait for. Like, I literally should. If this was ranked, I would switch off Psylocke, obviously. But nah, it's quick play, so I don't really care. It's just a very unlucky match. I literally cannot even play my damn character at all. And this Loki, I don't know. I mean, this Bucky is crazy, I guess. I'm not gonna track to him. I guess I can track him in the sky. Wow. Yeah, I don't know what that. I don't know if I was fighting a 5-stack or something. I mean, a 6-stack or something. But that was a very sweaty quick play. I don't know. It was a crazy sweaty one. How the fuck did he know where I was, though? I guess he just guessed? I don't know. He just knew. I don't fucking know. I'm about to look the replay, actually. That shit was kind of sus. That shit was low-key sus. That shit was low-key sus, bro. He just got lucky. Where is it?
Always glad to help, partner. I'm gone.
There it is.
I require some aid.
Oh wait, wrong one. What do you do to Spider-Man? Damn. was unfortunate. That one. We hooked me when I ulted. Audio on what? Oh, I don't know why this song is so low. Because it's an old ass song. That's why I keep telling you guys don't request very old songs, because the audio is gonna be low.
I require some aid. Nothing personal.
Wow. Yeah, I think he just guessed. Yeah, he just guessed. Hilarious. Okay, I'm just gonna skip the song since it's extremely low. I can't raise the volume because if I raise it, the next song's gonna be dummy loud.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
My odachi is sharp. My mind is sharper. My odachi is sharp. My mind is sharper.
Good try. I mean, it was a hard counter pick. Like they had an Adam and they had a Loki. Like, what am I supposed to do as Psylocke there? Like,
Demons.
I dive them, they're literally just healing like crazy, or just running away from me.
Fall by my blade.
They have an Adam and a Loki. Like if I ult, they just insta soulbound or they lamps. I can't wait for both. There's just no way. There's no way I wait for both. Or I mean get both. What's next? Customs? We could probably do some now, honestly. We could probably do some after this match. I don't know, we'll see.
As someone who has been held captive here, I assure you.
The battle starts in 5.
We'll see.
4, 3,
I kinda want to just keep playing quick play though.
1.
They're ranked.
Farewell.
Son, I gotta fight a Daredevil now. Damn, I just can't get no Psylocke practice. It's gonna be hard trying to off angle with this guy. Yep. I literally cannot off angle with this guy on my ass, bro. I have to just play main. Oh, that was Cyclops. He just shot me through the wall. Yeah,
I don't give up out of sight. The enemy has arrived.
Oh my god, this Cyclops just one-shot me. Yo, quick play is so awful, bro. This shit is so awful, bro.
Farewell.
This shit is ass. So one-sided. Oh, he was so low, but he got healed. Oh, he bubbled himself. Heals 1 HP. Off. Oh, damn, that would have killed him if I didn't get it nerfed. If the ult didn't get the damage nerf, he would have died. That sucks. They gonna pull it back?
Consider yourself an honorary bloodstone, Si.
Vehicle reached the checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
Farewell.
Trying to use natural cover more as well. I feel like I don't do that enough. I mean, it wouldn't matter against Magneto because, yeah, you could just shoot the floor, but you get what I mean. Can I gotta get off Daredevil already? Oh, great. What? You didn't die? How you survive that? How do we survive that? How much off is DP again?
What a disgrace.
Was it a no reg? Because that was more than enough to kill. And I dashed too. I did the one combo and I dashed. That should have been more than enough to kill that guy. What? I don't fucking know what happened. I can check the replay though. That guy definitely should have died. Does healing factor kick in? Healing factor? BP? What are you talking about?
I have reawakened.
What healing factor?
Farewell.
No. BP. It was BP. Yeah, I'll check the replay after this and show you what I did. I'm like, what the hell are you talking about? We got new abilities? Healing factor? Why would he even get a healing factor? He does more damage at low health. What is the counterplay to that? What? Okay, man. Like, what the fuck is that, bro? That ability is so brain dead, bro. The ability is so brain dead, bro. It's not even funny. And then for some reason, sometimes it just does 150 damage for some odd reason. I think it has like the throw double toss bug. Like sometimes it just does more damage than it's supposed to do, and I don't know why. I'm pretty sure it's just like DD's devil's toss. Because sometimes I be using that shit will just shred. And then sometimes it just does the normal damage. Nothing TP'd. Yeah, sometimes it just does 100 plus. What is the normal damage of it? I don't even know. Isn't it like 70 damage? I don't fucking know how it works, but that ability is weird. That ability should not be doing more than 100, that's for sure. I'm not gonna lie, that ability is too broken. Feel like that should not be probably if it does more damage, bounce off multiple floors and walls. Oh, that makes sense. Also, if they're in a small room, oh fuck no. Yo, delete that. What? Nah, delete that shit. What? Bro, what are you guys doing? Can I get a heal? We are fighting back there. Okay, they're fighting nobody. Okay. Okay. No, it should not be. It should cap out at like 100. It should not do more than 100. That ability should. Does it have like a cap or like what? That is a ridiculous ability. I play him and I don't think that shit's okay. What? I'm so ultimate.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
Sayonara. I need time to heal.
I'm hulking out!
So close!
Out of sight.
Brother, how did you know where I was? What? I gotta run. Fuck that. Man, there's a Hulk chasing me. Great.
Lovely.
Yeah, well, these ults, we're not using them. Direct hit. I don't know how much it does on direct hit. This is quick play.
We need to free people. Damn it, not end up trapped up in assistance.
That was Iron Man. Oh my god, this stupid character, bro. Okay.
Out of sight. Step aside.
Oh my god, he got fucking murdered. Oh my god, this character is so... Son! Okay, man. Okay, bro. Like, whatever. I gotta play it, I guess. Like, I don't know.
The final 10 seconds! No winner yet. Going to overtime!
Oh my god, I got impaled by something. I think it was Magneto. Damn it. Perfect angle. Dude shoots a wall. Talking about some perfect angle. Dude shoot the floor. Dude, he would shoot anything and just say perfect angle for no reason. Okay, I can't win a quick play, I guess. Like, I don't know.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
Perfect angle. Oh man. Maximum impact. What a character, bro. Like, oh wait, let me look at the replay. Holy shit, I can't win a quick match. That's so dumb, bro. Okay, when did I do the combo? It was right here. Oh, I think it did miss. What? My right click missed.
I still have some hunters in me.
Oh yeah, it missed. Wait, my dash missed too. What the fuck?
I still have some hunters left in me.
Oh, my right click missed. How? Where the fuck is it at? Dead as acknowledged.
Problem solved.
Fucking hell, my right click missed. That's why he survived. Oh wow, my right click missed. That looked like it hit too. That sounds like, how the fuck is he alive? What? Just need better aim.
I still have some.
That's what it looks like on my screen. That sucks. Yeah, my right click missed. It hit coming back, but it hit going forward, so he didn't die. That's why I was like, what the fuck? I did the dash with it too. That should be way more than enough to kill. I'll go to rank this time. That should be way more than enough to kill. Hit marker reminds me of playing COD. It happens. It happens. It's fine. Oops. Drop my phone. Dollar bills, y'all.
Ain't looking for a fight, but ain't backing down to one either. Unlucky for you.
What the? Oh, my thing. Fuck, I'm gonna just go to quick play. Rank queues take 10 years this time of night. Lucky Zeal stand. How's Lucky been? Has he been winning? He's C2, so he's probably been winning.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
Okay.
My order is sharp. My mind is my
I need to buy the other colors of this race car skin. I keep forgetting to buy the rest.
mind is sharper.
Favorite? Let's see. Probably.
Demons.
Let's see.
Stay strong.
Just the same. I have cleared the evil spirits from
That's hard.
this realm shall be no different.
Probably Lovesick Part 6, maybe?
I fight neither for fame nor for
I have a whole playlist, don't I?
simply for the great
Lady and Brown is really good too, yeah.
The battle starts in 5, 4,
Does features count?
2, 1.
Don't I have a playlist? Oh, I do. Oh, fuck no, that's not the right playlist. Never mind, I don't. I think if I type !playlist that, it goes to the other playlist. I don't think that's the right playlist. Let me see it. Nope, wrong one. I'll fix that later. Because it thinks I'm typing !playlist. Or maybe the command is different. I don't know what the command is. Really, bro? You went for me? Interesting. Why are you in quick play? Because I'm just practicing. I don't have to play ranked to practice. I'm just been playing ranked and I've been playing quick. I've been playing both. I just keep switching between the two. And rank takes ages for me to get a match, so I kind of would rather quick play. I'm not gonna lie. I don't feel like waiting. There's like the old band phase and shit. Oh wow, I dashed. Ooh. Did one, so that's almost selected one chicken blade this season. So it feels great. Feels good when he works, but still gets countered easily. And his gun sucks ass. Gun all sucks ass. Not playing blade there. I'm not really feeling him right now. I just want to practice Psylocke. Oh, he's so low. Whoa. Oh, he pushed him. What the hell was that? Did you see that? YouTube chat? Jesus Christ.
Only 60 seconds left. We stopped them in their tracks.
What is that guy portaling? What the fuck is this portal? The hell are they cooking? What the? What? Huh? I think Blade is stronger than Sai. That is a crazy take. I would not go around saying that. I would not advise running around saying that. They gonna think you rage baiting. You ever thought of Siege? Rainbow Six Siege? Hell no, I'm not touching that game. Don't sponsor me. No, I'm joking. I have no interest in that. Coming from the same guy who said Blade was A tier? Blade was A. I said low A. You twisted my words, and I didn't say he's A this season. He's B. If you're playing perfectly and he's actually working, B. But like right now, in my brain right now, after today, I'm thinking C, bro. I'm thinking back to C, bro. That gun is ass cheeks. Brawlhalla? Oh, hell no. I'm not touching that game. I'm never playing that game again. That game is buns. I'm not touching that game, bro. Nah, man. I'm good off that, bro. I play, like, I'm already playing the games I want to play, man. It's just, like... Clash Royale, that game is fun as hell. Two perfectly good games. Yeah, one of those games is not like the other.
My order is sharp.
Those games is not like the other.
Is sharper. My order is sharp. My mind.
Yeah, poke is. We're in a poke meta, bro. Like, I'm getting blasted in the back, bro. I just had a Phoenix drop like 30 plus finals earlier today. Like, brother. Like, I didn't even bother pulling Blade out. It was a champion Phoenix player. Like, oh my god, bro. Nah, I'm good, bro. I'm good.
30 seconds before you attack.
She was getting back shots from a Phoenix. Hey, yo.
Whoa. What year is it where you come from?
What year is it anywhere? All that matters is now.
Right. Gotta be present.
I need a there's something I had to do, but now I don't remember what it was.
All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Yeah, whatever.
All prey has been loaded. Sayonara.
Appreciate it.
Let's switch my crosshair color back to green.
Strategic retreat.
Oh wait, I want to try out Scion. I used to use Scion in what's that shit called? In Overwatch. Oh, that's awkward. I used to use Scion in Overwatch.
Appreciate it. Our enemies are near.
I mean, not Overwatch. Valorant. Does the run first? Up. Armored Frankie. How do you use this skin more? I bought this skin. I don't use it enough. It's not a bad skin either. I just don't use it. So bored. I don't know what to do today. Oh shit. Oh, I need to take my hair out. That's what I had to do. Yeah, after stream, I gotta take my hair out. My hair's been in for way too long. I like that also. Yeah, it's pretty good. The hell? What the hell? Did he just shoot into the crowd? That's exactly what he did. Okay.
We can't afford to slow down now.
Excellent. Alchemax is always watching.
These teams, bro. Play is so unbalanced. They can't even get a kill on us. What? Okay, we are running a pretty disgusting comp though. Yeah, I'm not even gonna bother fighting that shit. Yeah, I started to think about it when I was watching those matches yesterday of remember when we were watching those matches from the World Cup? I started to think about it. Why they all just scattered like that. I think it's better to don't even bother fighting. If you don't have an ult that can kill through Gambit ult or something like that, I don't even think it's worth fighting. I think you should just run. And like, I don't even think run, hide. Like, so you don't give them ult charge. Like, I think you should just literally run away. Like, don't even bother fighting it. Okay, I'm gonna fucking die to this guy. Like, I don't know. Okay, yeah, I fucking suck. But, yeah, I think you should just run. I don't even think you bother fighting it. Because like, if you stay and you don't have a support ult, you're just feeding ult charge. And they're getting bonus ult charge for hitting you with Gambit ult on. So I think you should just run away. And also, even if you do have a support ult, honestly, I think you should still kite it. I forgot I gotta get his dash first. I forgot. I have to shoot him and get his dash first. And I did that stupidly. I mean, the issue is that he has two of them though, so I would have had to bait both of them. See, I don't have to worry about him running away like that if I'm Star-Lord, because you have to hide behind. You have to run away completely if it's Star-Lord. And that, oh wow, I died. Bucky came up behind me. He was peeling like a motherfucker. Damn.
The god of thunder!
I don't know mine. I need assistance.
Keep pushing forward.
Posture check. Give me a second. Team never realized we didn't have the point. Already know the size. Neutral kit seems really low. You have to have good aim. It's actually really high if you have good aim. It's just hard. It's just a hard character. It's actually really high if you have really good aim. Yeah, I mean, obviously there's characters that have it higher. Like, I mean, Star-Lord, but like, she's not Star-Lord. If you have good aim, it's really high. If you don't, then, well, yeah, it won't be high. Oh, man. Okay. 9 finals. Solo diving in a nutshell. I mean, yeah, it's pretty much normal solo dive stuff. You play ranked? I'm not playing ranked right now, but yes, I do play ranked. You play the Cyberpunk Woo on stream? Cyberpunk Woo. I don't play Withering Waves. Gotta do one more, then let's go back to ranked.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
Okay.
I fight to end the dark.
My order is sharp. My order is sharp. My mind is sharper.
One was 0-10 on the enemy team. Yeah, I don't know. These teams weren't. I don't think these teams were that balanced. Teams were pretty poorly balanced, in my opinion. In my opinion. GG's, dude. You have teams like that, it's kind of nah.
Coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
Demons, yokai, and villains.
Hmm.
They all fall by my blade, just the same.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You have to stop them.
This is not a bad comp. Oh, damn it. Quick play? That's how you get down? Yeah. We doing portal tech and quick play? Damn. I didn't know it was that deep. Come on, Price DD. I remember when I did that. What was it, 4-day DD practice? That shit was fun. The DD boot camp I was doing. Oh my god, bro, right when I dashed out. There to see it? It's all on the second channel. I uploaded all of it. I played DD for like 4 streams straight, or 3. So I could be good enough to play him on my main account and ranked. It worked, obviously. But yeah, I was playing DD and ranked on an alt for like 4 days straight. Until I was finally able to play my main. I'll peep before bed. Whoa, the videos are long. I don't know, I'll peep before bed. The stream, each session was like 3 hours or 2. I usually do segments. Big O. I was Big O, yeah. Once I noticed they didn't counter all Spider-Man's ult, I realized they didn't have it. Yeah, that guy's way too hard to hit. Wow, that poor guy. I'm not sure how that didn't hit me, but like the payload kind of body blocked it. That was pretty hilarious. You kidding me? Wow, they scattered.
What a disgrace.
Got him. Is that a rocket raccoon trying to shoot me from across the map?
What a difference.
Why did he try that? Bro, what? Onion ring. Bro, where did my health go? Holy shit. Hold on.
Double KO.
Sayonara. Step aside.
Am I gonna stream the Avatar fighting game later tomorrow? Wait, that's tomorrow? That's not tomorrow. That's not tomorrow. Don't say that. That's not tomorrow, right? That's not tomorrow. That's the 4th or 3rd. That's not tomorrow, bro. Don't do that. It is tomorrow? Like next stream tomorrow? Or like tomorrow? Like past 12 o'clock tomorrow? Like you gotta specify. Oh my god, it's the 2nd? Oh my fuck. Oh, I should have done that fatal. No, I have to do that Fatal Fury sponsor this stream then. What the fuck? What time? I might just do the sponsor now or immediately have to start the next stream. Holy shit. Wow. Can someone find the time for that? What time is the beta? Like, what time does it open? Because if it opens like... Oh, shit. Yo, are you serious? That's tomorrow? I thought it was like the 3rd or 4th. Shit, I'm playing Azula. What the hell? I found my character's finally in the beta. This guy is so dead, bro. Yeah, this guy is so hard to hit. Can't find the time? No way it didn't post the time. Are these devs trolling?
Hey, thanks.
I'll check the Discord after this. Is that a Scarlet Witch? Why are you... Oh man, this guy is gonna kill me. I'm dead. I don't know why the fuck he's right there. Lock time yet? Oh, okay. It said 9 p.m. PST and 12 a.m. EST.
I'm back. Mind, body, and soul.
That's midnight for me. Oh, okay, that's not bad. That's not bad. Never mind. I was worried it would be like at like 5 or something. That's not bad. Never mind. Yeah, we can play that next year. I'll just do the Fatal Fury sponsor to start next stream. Cause I was supposed to do it this stream, but well, here we are. I have to just. They want me to check out Kenshiro and Fatal Fury. That's gonna be fun. It'll be fast. They want me to just play for an hour or two or something like that. Yikes. Bro, this guy is on me every time, no matter where I'm at. I'm dead, bro. Nah, I couldn't get a big one. My whole team's dead. Like, every time I'm in the backline, the Hulk is peeling. I think he's dueled with them or something. Just screaming. They're just screaming, come help me out. Oh, that guy's getting shredded, damn. They have no support ult, so like, I mean, this should be a fair one. I can tell I'm getting better at tracking ults though. It's one of the things I feel like I always forget, even though it's like very important on DPS. Tracking ult timers. Also, next stream I need to look at the rest of that Tilcon footage. Because I was talking to Sage and he said, remember the footage that we looked at earlier of the Sherry and Magneto, the dev matches? The really good matches? He said he has the rest of the footage on his channel. So he said, I should look at the VOD. So we can do that next stream as well. So next stream we're gonna Kenshiro Fatal Fury. We're gonna play some more Rivals. We're gonna play Avatar Beta. Maybe we do Cuphead as well. I don't know. It depends on the lie. I don't know. Be pretty fun to stream next stream. Look up to you trying to see some Johnny again. You want me to play Johnny again? I like Lucy too much. I don't think I'm ever gonna play Johnny again like that. I like Lucy. I like Lucy, bro. Lucy is fun as hell. I like Lucy, man. True. Yeah, Lucy is too fun, man. I like Lucy a lot. I don't know if I would ever go back. I highly doubt I'd ever go back. Highly, highly doubt.
Here they come now.
Where's the other skin at?
I'm just a sword for hire. This is all so much bigger than me.
5, 4, 3.
Everyone says she's weak. Yeah, she is. Compared to what you could play, yeah, she's very weak. You don't think she's weak? She's pretty weak. But what you could play, she is pretty fucking weak. Yeah, it's not even worth using my right click at this range. I mean,
Did that hurt? Good.
Testament.
Here they come now.
Here, I need to go back up. Hold on. The range is just not worth using. I gotta actually lab this.
What a disgrace.
What is the damage fall off range?
Double KO. That's 3.
Like 25 meters.
Wow, 4 in a row. 5. That's amazing. 6 in a row. Way to go.
Yeah, it doesn't even reach right here. 30 meters. 25. Yeah, it's not even worth using. Yeah, like 25 is not even worth using. Look at that. Yeah.
Did that hurt? Good.
Yeah, if you're at 25, it's just. Hmm. How are you supposed to play Blade? Do you find yourself diving in the back often? Occasionally. You ending after Marvel? I don't know.
You lose, Steve.
Yeah, it doesn't even matter. I don't see the markers on the floor.
Here they come now. Yes.
I wonder if it's even worth using my right click at this range. Oh, it does. That's 20 meters. I guess it is, but it's just very hard. My right click is missing a lot. So I'm saying I wonder if it's worth using. Blade has a fast TTK than Psy. Not technically, no. No. Blade just has more sustain.
Mind over matter.
Ooh. Only prove your message. I wouldn't say Blade has a fast TTK than Psy. He just has more sustain and survivability. I mean, if he's at 10, yes, he can probably like do some pretty fast damage, but Psylocke's burst is like pretty fast. I wish I can Q from here, but you can't. I wish they made it so that like if you put settings in training mode or whatever, when you come back, it instantly will apply the. I mean, it'll put you right back where you left training mode at. So let's say I have this active, right? It's on, and I Q. I wish like when I came out the match, it puts me right back here. Kind of like a fighting game where it puts you back in training mode instead of, I don't know, the fucking main menu. It does it for the New York place or the beach, but like it doesn't do it for. Just for some reason, like you can't queue from here. I don't know why. I literally cannot queue from here if I wanted to. It's so silly.
Did that hurt? Good.
There's so much stuff training mode just does not have.
Vance gave me my powers. I'll make them regret it.
Look what happens when if I shoot the direction they're at. This shit just whiffs, bro. Yo, she's moving really slow, but
Look, our next victims. You might want to stay down.
God, this gun travels so slow. But you see how like I'm shooting in front of her instead of at her at this distance? Because if I shoot at her, it's gonna fucking whiff. Which is why it's so fucking hard to kill flies with this fuck ass gun.
That was too easy.
Okay. Oh, Zeal been winning? His profile is hidden. This guy, bro. This guy. Brother hit his profile. Flyers and hit scan. In my opinion, flyers and hit scan. Some people say thing counters him. I don't think thing counters him. White no comp. The queues take too long, and also I'm trying to practice. I'm not really like playing to win right now. I'm playing to like improve.
Pick your hero or villain. I'm not judging.
I mean, which counts, but like I'm mainly like playing for like character improvement, not for like, you know what I mean? Am I doing a 24? Where did you get that from? I struggle versus Flyers. Yes, I struggle versus Flyers as well. Like Flyers against Blade, it's like, bro, oh my god. I don't think Thing counters Blade. I think doesn't do anything to Blade. Blade's main source of damage isn't his dash. His main source of damage is just M1ing. So, I mean, what is Thing? Thing can't stop that. It's not like BP where your most damaging skill is your dash. That's not how Blade works. I mean, sure, it makes him like easy to catch him, so he can't get away. But like, I don't know. I mean, any Blade is just gonna block, and then once they're out of the thing, like if you let's say Thing uses shift right here in this circle, I'm just gonna hold right click and then dash out. Like that doesn't. I don't. Like, that doesn't counter him, in my opinion. But yeah, I know some people that don't like fighting Thing as Blade, but I mean, whatever. I just hate fighting Flyers and hit scan. Like trying to fight Phoenix with Blade is like impossible. Can't Blade knock down Flyers? Yeah, but they fly so high where you can't even reach them with your shift. They don't fly low. Like Torch. I'm talking about like Torch and Ultron. They don't fly low. Like Storm, yes. Storm flies low. But like, I'm talking about like Torch and comp is this? What's support pool? I'm not fighting you head on. Like, what's... You get a shield for dashing. Like, what's... I'm not fighting you head on. You lost your mind. That girl is trolling. Okay, I can't. My own teammate walled me off. Wow. Yeah, that's why you don't fight Elsa alone. You don't fight Elsa on a solo. You have to sneak up on her. You just die. I thought she was low, which she was, but I think she was getting healed or something. I don't know. Doom, listening to MF Doom. I played hella Doom last bit. He was my most played character. I didn't play a single character more than I played Doom. That's why I have like I think 2 Doom videos. What health pack's at? There's no health pack here. Oh, I got healed. Don't heal me. Holy shit, my aim is us. I think you got a dash or dash. I think it's like BP. Everybody else, I think you dash or dash. Oh, she didn't get nobody. I think that's the matchup. That works. That works. There's a pack right by that portal. We go through it. Oh, I immediately got it. Oh, okay, I didn't see that. Cause I was like, I could have sworn there's a health pack in there somewhere. I just don't ever remember where it is. What's up, Nasu? What's up, dude? Okay, so I have to buy the Avatar game.
It appears some timelines feature a very different version of me.
Yeah, I have to buy the Avatar game.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Damn, that's tomorrow? Really? Yeah, sure. Where they said the beta was. Oh, they didn't they announce it when they delayed the game?
The battle starts in 5.
I think it's right here on Steam.
3, 2.
Okay, I'll buy it after this match.
All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Some may call this entanglement chaos. I only see opportunities.
I got the beta on my console. Yeah, I'm playing on PC. The game is crossplay, so it doesn't matter. What, bro? DD, bro? Oh my god. Alright, bro. Rip off angles. Damn. I got his head torn off. What? You're back? What the? Oh, they have a rocket.
I am ready to put on a show.
My game lagged, by the way. I don't know what that was. My game lagged when I pulled up on my rocket. It was weird. Oh, lags like a doom. What the fuck is that? Oh, that's my teammates. He has ult already again. I'm at 42%. He ulted again. Oh, you're dead as fuck. Oh yeah, you're hella dead. I'm not gonna lie. Jesus.
Focus on the battle. I will unleash
Look at camera, lighting.
Out of sight.
It's all lighting.
You're mine.
the queen of hell. Control lost.
What the fuck just hit me?
Farewell. That's better.
Yeah, can I breathe? Who else? And they have a DD. Cannot go invisible. Yeah, okay, I think that's the matchup. Oh my goodness. Okay, bro. Oh, that's my whole team.
Out of sight. Step aside.
Your team's capture progress has passed the halfway point.
Okay, with a flashbang. I can't off angle and I can't play main? Damn, bro. This sucks. Let's go. I guess I didn't need to do that.
That's better. You captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
Nice.
I'm gone.
Did he just CC me in his ult? Did he just ignore the beacon? What? Man, it swerved on me. Well, that's not good. No! Got it.
Nowhere yet. Going to overtime.
Fuck. Whoa, 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 whoa. Get this else away from me. Oh, what? Oh, man. She almost died, but then she got TP too. Oh, yeah, no, I did kill her.
Out of sight.
She was at half when she went up there, but then she got healed.
Going to overtime.
Damn it. Unlucky. Unlucky.
Demons, yokai.
Never start practicing Spidey? No.
They all
No.
blade, just the same.
It's a waste of my time. It's a waste of my time.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
It is a waste of my time.
If I had a quantum converter, I could build us a device capable of...
Yawn. Another of your convoluted contraptions. I have magic at my fingertips.
Sorry, but I'll put my faith in science over sorcery any day, Loki.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Wait a second.
This may be one problem I can't solve through brain power alone.
Out of sight. You're mine.
Learn DD. DD is fire. Careful with tanks. Why do I hear DD here?
Friends, gather around.
This is real firepower.
That was too close.
The mission area is yours.
He said you're not real Wolverine. Is he similar to Iron Fist? Daredevil? No. If Blade gets a token out of the skin, that'd be pretty cool. I buy it. Uh-oh. Wait, no, chill, it was a prank. Oh my god, I'm alive. It was just a prank.
You've captured more than half of the mission area.
Weaving, Daryl. Not really. But sometimes I don't do it a lot. Whoa.
The area's almost yours. I'm quite shake it up.
What? A son. Oh, you guys are super dead. You guys are super dead. I'm not gonna lie. That Groot is broken, bro. That character is so silly, bro. Like, why is that ult cost that low and it does that much? Yeah, you guys are super dead. Why does this ult only cost 2,800 and it's a team wiper? I don't get it. That's so silly, bro. That's the same ult cost as Blade, and Blades does not team wipe. Like, what? Then again, he's a tank, but still, bro. That made no sense. That don't make no sense, bro. Not a lick of sense went into that old cost. Like, I don't know. Not a lick of sense was put into that, bro. I play ranked. Like, who thought of that? That shit is silly, bro. And if he gets banned, I mean, yeah, he does get banned. Sometimes he just slips through the cracks, bro. There's too much shit you gotta ban. You hop back on 2x here with Samira and Luxshot? Oh, yeah, of course. Of course. 100%. What's up, Daniel? 100%. Who's on? Stala, Zeal? Is that a lie? Why is his name Buttercup? That's funny. That's a funny name. Accessories. I need a new accessory. What do I buy? That's Invis one. And Herbie. It's a funny one. Bucky's a good DPS. Yeah, Bucky's a good DPS to learn. Okay, buy this. Oh man. Rex the robot dog.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
My order is sharp. My mind is sharper. My order is sharp.
Who's this skin?
My mind is sharper.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
Ban no more, trust.
Ban no more, what the?
What do you got against them? Now they're gonna think you're gonna play Spider-Man.
Yeah, that's the whole point. I'm not playing Spider-Man. I just know they have a Namor player, and he's too good on that hero.
Oh.
They have a Namora player? Okay.
I agree with Rob.
Oh, well, lordy. He's lying, I can't hear in his voice. Think you trying to play some dive, that's all. Will be the first time someone did that. You just trying to play dive.
Especially if we're not gonna plan. Wow. Okay, RNG gods.
Pick your hero. Or villain. I'm not judging.
What's up, Andrew? GG's. Cyclops is a band, yeah. It's one of those games. It's gonna be a fun one.
Rocket's banned.
It's gonna be a fun one. It's gonna be a fun one, that's for sure. Phoenix and group free. Yeah, bro, take me back to quick play. Take me back to quick play.
We've got some pretty big competition.
Yo, that is ridiculous. That is crazy. That is not art.
Please don't tell me you steal music too.
What am I looking at? That is not art.
Battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Once I saved lives with a scalpel.
Oh shit, I can't climb.
That sounds like you got raped.
What did he just say? Oh my god, bro. What? Bro, who made that character, bro? What? Who made that fuck ass character, bro? Oh my god. Like, we're making hit scans, don't even gotta hit you no more for you to die. That shit is ridiculous. He has the highest damage and output in the game, and he's gonna have to look at you and you can die. Like, who? Like, okay, bro. He don't even gotta look at you no more.
Step aside. That's better.
I wouldn't even walk in. This comp is not good for Gambit.
I have reawakened out of sight.
Yeah, all of a sudden I don't want to play this game mode anymore. We're not even running a good comp for this. I'm like the only one diving. That's why I ran and died alone, because we're not running a comp for this. Yeah, there's nothing I can do. They're running Star-Lord, Gambit, and Cyclops. Like, and we're not running neither. Like, this is a free loss if we don't play those characters.
Nowhere yet. Going to overtime.
Okay, let's play some VOD.
This is, I don't know, man.
I am using my snowflake.
A nice deep freeze.
Can I get a full heal, please? Like, to max? I'm getting a half heal, like, what's...
Us against the world.
Oh, you're crazy, what? Oh my god, why does Gambit beat Psylocke 1v1? What? Does he heal himself that much? Oh, he does. Bro has better lifesteal than Blade. I'm crying. He has so much burst heal, yeah. Like, you cannot kill that guy without sneaking up on him. There's just no way. All good, noted.
Gambit.
If I'm Star-Lord, I can beat him. But Psylocke, I don't think so.
Defend the target area.
TP? Yeah, TP.
An open portal. The enemy will be nowhere.
TP his ass. You guys died in that, bro? Oh, your Star-Lord just killed my entire team. Yeah, hey, bro. This character's just way better than mine. I don't have it. Like, oh, this is why I don't want to play ranked, bro. Like, if I don't play Cyclops or Star-Lord, we're just gonna lose. Like, those characters are so broken right now.
I will not rest until I return to my world once more. My order is sharp.
So silly, bro. Yeah, Deadlock did update, yeah. Yeah, they're running a meta team, yeah. They're running Gambit, Cyclops, Star-Lord. He had a terrible TP, but I don't know. Someone insta-died when he opened that TP somehow. I don't know how.
Go like solo mag with 2 healers. Why? Can we do that? Can we try that instead of
Need to watch Faker. What?
Show me what
Bro said watch Faker. This isn't League.
The battle starts in 5.
What?
4, 3, 2, 1.
Play Jeff next? Oh, I don't know. Oh, we're TPing, I forgot.
The Invisible Woman is here.
A shortcut. Maximum impact.
She insta-ulted. It was a good TP, but they insta-ulted.
Double KO. Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now. They captured the mission area.
Right on target. Maximum impact. Gambit never falls.
Oh my god, why is he back here?
The professor didn't train. Blasting through. Right on target.
A nice deep freeze.
Thanks for the boost.
A little help, please. Your team's capture progress.
Luna, you want to go first?
Yeah, go. You go first.
I unleash the Vishanti's power. Blasting through. Right on target.
Double KO. Control seized.
How boring, bro. How boring. I don't want to play this character, but he's so broken that I kind of have to. How boring. I don't know why I should use her ult, but whatever. This character is so broken, bro. Like, do you see what I'm doing to these kids, bro? Like, what happened to skill expression? Like, honestly, like, what is this character, bro? You guys died in that? Oh no, bro. My support died in it? Oh no. This shit's fun though. That was because they're running Gambit Star-Lord, so she just got lasered out her roll by Star-Lord. Which is why you ban Gambit. But for some odd reason, he's just not banned this match, so it's just gonna be an insta loss, so we don't have a Gambit player. Oh, I'm about to say, like, if you survive that, you are extremely lucky.
That should make a difference.
Push him, push him, push him. Don't let her kill me.
What the fuck are you doing? What was he doing? Did you see that? He was trying to touch, I think? Oh, hell nah. This character is a war crime, bro. This character is like so... What's up, Behold? Thought you was still on Psylocke? No, bro. I'm pressing 2 buttons and you're dead. Bro, thought I was still on Psylocke? Oh, no.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Your spells can conjure essential items in times of need, right, Doc?
I suppose they can, if the Vishanti are willing.
Good, because I have been craving a chimichanga like you cannot believe.
I am not sure that would be considered essential.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
The guy's name is Tap 13. I got a fake Tap 13 on my team.
Got it?
That's pretty funny.
Honestly, I didn't like snow growing up. I'm when you always tried to throw snowballs with me, though.
That should make a difference.
Need some help. A nice deep freeze.
Enemies on you.
Invisible?
Maximum impact!
Check this out!
Maximum impact!
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now. The mission area is yours.
Did he res? Because didn't he die? Oh, no, that was other girl. I'm tripping.
I'm an X-Men. Force boost!
This guy looks so boring. I mean, he's fun. It's just that he gets boring really quick. His skill expression is not really... The skill ceiling is so low. It's just like... You just kill people. That's it. He just does fuckloads of damage. I mean, he's not really like... I mean, he's one of the easier characters. Like, I don't know. I'm about to ult walk up. Oh my goodness, bro.
Another hit for Luna Snow.
Why is Invis not using her ult? Oh my god. I don't know why Invis didn't use her ult. Well, I mean, she got silenced by Emma.
We X-Men propulsion beam!
Yeah, we're probably gonna lose. I don't know.
Thanks for the boost.
I should have just stayed in quick play. This is boring, bro. Fuck me, man. Who did I kill? Oh, I killed their Cyclops. Oh my god, this character, bro. Okay, bro. Like, just fucking Thanos. Like, I don't know.
Defense is the key.
This fucking character, bro.
I'll have ult for next fight.
Okay. Out of Gambit, make it. No, this is ranked. This is a ranked match. I decided to keep one ranked match. It was a mistake, clearly. Oh, great. Oh, that should be game, I think. This fucking Cyclops, bro. I mean, this freaking Gambit is just a fucking battle Gambit, I guess. Like, I don't know. Gambit, Cyclops, and there was running Star-Lord earlier. Like, might be the most unfun match I've ever played of this game. Eesh. Yeah, I should have stayed in quick play. That was very unfun. That was very unfun.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
Yeah, that wasn't fun. I couldn't even get to play Solak there because they have a Gambit and they had a Cyclops and they're running Gambit Star-Lord. It was like, bro, that was just way too unfun. That was way too unfun.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Whoa, why was my ping that high?
My mind is sharper.
Just playing Widow? Yikes. Coming for season 9? Season 9? Isn't it rumored to be like, what, Jubilee or something? Maybe some explosions in the back line. I want to see the patch notes, bro. I don't care about the character, bro. Fucking hell, bro. Just for the love of God, nerf Gambit already, bro. Nerf the alt, bro. Oh my god.
This should be easy.
For the love of God, nerf his ult already, man.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Like, please. I've been dealing with Gambit for so long now. I'm so sick of this character, bro. I'm about to just play some Tokon, bro. Holy shit. I'm gonna play Tokon, like, holy.
The battle starts in 5, 4,
That shit was crazy, bro.
2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission.
What a character, bro. Tokon gonna save me? Oh, man. They need a nerf Gambit already. Like, I'm so serious, bro. How many metas has it been? How many seasons has it been? It's been since season 6, right? My bad. No, not 6. 5. 6 was Elsa and Deadpool. Since season 6, bro. Nah, this shit's crazy, bro. And Cyclops literally needs to get, like, I don't know, like, cut in half. That character needs to get, like, decapitated, bro. Like, I don't know. Like, I don't know, bro. That guy's head needs to go beheaded. Like, I don't know. Like, that guy's doing way too much damage, bro. And his E needs to get nerfed. Like, if his E doesn't get nerfed, like, I don't know. I give up on this game. I'm about to go play some fighting games, I guess. Like, I don't know. At least in fighting games, I can actually beat people that are not better than me and are just playing an over-tuned character. I can still beat them still. But in team fighters, or not team fighters, in team games like this, it's like, what is this? What was that portal he put? I mean, that res beacon he put. Like, he basically just got me killed. That was a res beacon. He is mid. What you mean? 2x right there. 2x is fire. You're tripping. It's a free tag fighter. You're tripping. Hey, Mario. What would you do to nerf it? Just lower the damage. It should not be doing over 100 damage. Like, it should doing like 70 damage or 75 minimum. Like maximum, honestly. That shit should not be doing more than 70 damage, bro. That shit is way too... For a move that you don't even have to aim at someone, that's kind of crazy, you know? Did he see me through the wall? I think he did. Alright, bro. I be forgetting he has that shit. Oh my god, I'm dying to someone that's not even aiming at me. Please, bro. Got a cap out at 80? No, bro. I think 70 or 75. That move should not be doing more than that. Like, you're not aiming at the person. Like, that is insane. You can just aim at the floor or aim at the wall. And the attack cancels into his primary fire, which is ridiculous. So he can just kill you into... I mean, his primary fire needs to get a damage nerf too. Like, that guy does way too much damage. Yeah, I can't aim at this guy. Okay, is it that time of the night where I can't aim or something, or what? Whoa. Oh, she chased me. I don't know, man. It's whatever, bro. I don't really care to rank up like that anyway. I'm mainly playing for fun and content, so I don't give a fuck that much. That's why you can never see me get mad at this game. I don't care enough. Three HP, let's go. I don't care enough. I just don't care enough. Keep the pushback. Was it slow? I don't know. Oh, the shift? I don't care about the shift. Oh no, that needs a higher cooldown probably. The shift is a 12-second cooldown. Same thing was F. The shift should probably be like 15. I mean, he can stay at high damage DPS. He just needs to be killable. Like, I don't know. He needs to be easier to kill. He needs to be easier to kill. He's able to get toned down a little bit, but it's more of just cooldowns, I'd say. The E needs a damage nerf and then increase the cooldown of it. But, I mean, I'm saying all this, but they're not gonna do it. Like, they're just gonna give him a slap on the wrist. The only time they've actually like gutted is like Black Cat or Tank Pool, and Tank Pool is still pretty good. Black Cat though, she got fucking murdered. Oh, I got charmed. There's my front lines. Fucking jiggle nuts, bro. Fucking jiggle nuts on the beat. Fucking jiggle nuts on the beat, bruh.
Double KO.
What's up, Stella?
Bursting with life energy. Vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep
I don't know. I just don't see myself ever getting angry at this game. I just can't. Especially with the Looney Tunes balancing. Like, I just don't care enough. I'm gonna just play with my characters and have fun. That girl want me dead, damn. I hear her chasing me. Oh, he juked me out, I can't lie. He juked the fuck out of me. He really juked me, he climbed the wall. Why? It's just one guy. Why are we all up? Whatever. Would you want to clear 24 hours to get X2? I've already done some. I've done 2 already. It just depends on the timing. I was actually supposed to do one with Jessica, but it's bad timing. It just skipped your song, or why? Oh no. That was close. Haven't you won like 2? Yeah, I've been in 2 and I've won both. That was Boger Bash and then the Oreo. It was an Oreo tournament for like 25k or 40 or something. I don't know how much that was. Boger Bash was 100k.
Here they come. Right there. Down to 30 seconds.
Let's fuck that up. Got it. Oh, she fucking teleported. Oh, she killed him. Whoa. Did we just lose? Oh, we lost. That's hilarious. We lost. We lost. Stadium Slam. Oh, I remember those, yeah. We've done like 3 of those. Good practice? Yeah, I'm getting good practice from this. You may think I'm just sitting here just beating on noobs or something. No, I'm not. I'm actually getting better at like doing this. Yeah, everybody sleep. It is 4 a.m. Everybody sleep. Everybody sleep. Everybody went to sleep.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Everybody went to sleep. I hate this map. I ain't that bad.
My order is sharp. My mind is sharper. My order is sharp. My mind is sharper. My order is sharp. My order is sharp. My
When you hopping on the sticks? Come out for a console again? You want me to get back on console?
enemies can become friends, but only if we show our foes respect.
No, this wasn't that. Was this the video? You want me to hop back on console?
Get ready.
Where's the damage difference? No, it wasn't this one. I don't remember which clip it was. Or Rodrigo, what's up, dude?
I get it. Too busy saving the world with your new crew to save the world.
I don't know which one it was.
It's all good. No, it's not. Battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
That is so unoptimal. What the fuck?
There they are.
The team up one was so unoptimal. Looks cool as shit though. That's why it's called an aura combo. No, those aren't practical. It's called an aura combo. It's just aura. What? Oh my god, that scared the shit out of me. I'm like, another Cyclops? I forgot I'm in quick play. Fucking Thanos characters. Damn it, I tried to get a heal, but they were fighting someone else. I misread it. I'm pretty sure that said aura combo. I'll look at it after this match. Okay. I just stole that kill. Ooh, a dino. Oh, that's about to do crazy damage. Oh shit. Oh, this so ass. Who's ult? Oh, White Fox? Yeah, I don't like White Fox ult. I think that ult's one of the worst ults in the game. Well, that's kind of biased to say that because we're in a poke meta. Of course that shit's gonna suck. No fucking poke meta. Of course that shit's gonna suck. It's kind of not fair to say that in a poke meta. I don't know why I did that. That was stupid to me. Where's the permission to remove songs from the queue? What do you mean they have permission to remove songs from the queue? No, they don't. Do they? It says I can. Try it. See if it works. Try it. See if it works.
I am ready to put on a show.
Yeah, it just says you can. You can't actually do it. I think your song that you requested probably got taken down. So if you requested it, well, make sure you use this. Well, if you use the link, I think the link to the song, whoever uploaded probably took the video down. But if you're searching it up, it should work.
Get that vehicle moving again.
Unless the link to the song you're using doesn't work in my region or something. That'd be weird. Could be that. Please look at me, look at me, look at me, look at me, please look at me. Holy shit, look at me, bro. All the gifts I use on Discord are images of you? What the? That's kind of freaky. I don't think you should be telling people that. That's very freaky. That is a freaky thing to say.
The collector cannot be allowed to win.
Yeah, it's more creepy than it is a flex. I don't know, man. You want me badly. This character's so overtuned. Oh my god. No, this character is so overtuned. It's not even funny. It's not even funny, bro. We've been talking about this all night. This character is so overtuned, bro. Like, absolute Z tier, bro. Like, do you see the angle it took to kill me? Like, yeah, the character says perfect angle a lot, and it doesn't. And he would just shoot the floor. But no, that was the actual perfect angle. That shit, bro. What? Dude, did you see how far it? Whatever, bro. Fucking overtuned ass character, bro. Like, we're making poke characters now. I don't even gotta look at you to die. Like, that's insane. He does the highest damage in the game, and he doesn't have to look at you, and you can just die. Like, okay, bro. But nah, when I made that short saying he was overtuned, I got made fun of. Okay, because it was like, oh, you're fighting bots. You're fighting bots on test server. Yeah, all right, bro. Yeah, all right. All right, bro. What did he ult? We're getting spawn camped by a Cyclops. We're getting spawn trapped by a Cyclops. Oh, nah. This quick play shit is something serious. No, that patch can't come sooner because this character is way too overtuned.
I am ready to put on a show. Down to 30 seconds.
Oh my god, he's chasing me. Son, I don't want to fight your Z tier ass, bro. Get away. Oh man. I'm gonna go to bed or see a dude. Play Brawlhalla? Your name is Suck on Toes, bro. Like, I don't think you can be making demands. I don't think you have the credentials to make demands where your name is Suck on Toes. Just as ult. It was bait. It was bait. So you can eat these penny mines. Oh, we lost our mind. It was bait. I baited her to walk out. She died of penny mines. Don't listen to him. Don't listen to me. What I do?
Yo, check this place out.
Please play Brawler. Once again, I'll say it again. I don't think you can be making demands when your name is Suck on Toes. I don't think I would ever listen to someone whose name is Suck on Toes.
What a difference.
When you come into the sticks. Talking about console? I did a video on console the other day. What you mean? It's not a demand, it's a plead. I mean, well, hey, your plea does not amuse me, bro. I can't take you serious with a name like that. I'm sorry. Bro, this character just does not die, bro. Yeah, alright, man. Like, I don't know. He just doesn't die. Like, he has more mobility than some diva characters. Like, I don't know. The Z tier is a Z tier. Like, that guy has more mobility than some dive characters, bro. Like, what? I don't know what's... Wait, what dive character doesn't he? I think he's faster than them. I'm not gonna lie. Can I get a heal, please? I don't know, bro.
No winner yet. Going to overtime.
Oh my goodness. Can he... Is he just immortal? I've been shooting him for decades, bro. He just does not die. Nah, you come here. You gonna learn today. God damn, his fucking character, bro. This guy just does not die, bro. Bro, I think he's faster than Iron Fist. Unless Iron Fist B-hops. Or portaling. What is this? Portal? Oh my. Yeah, we don't know how to portal no more. We forgot how to portal, I fear. We forgot a portal, I fear. Not some mobility. That's got to be a 5-star hero. Cyclops got to be a 5-star hero. There's no way he's not, bro. 3-star is not that. That's not cutting it. Oh, he's 2-star? No, bro. No, bro. He doesn't even have to look at you and you die, bro. There's no way he's not 5-star. Or actually, no, the more stars, the difficult. He needs to be 1-star or 0 stars, bro. He needs to be 1-star, bro. That character is Thanos, bro. Jeff is the only 1-star. Where's Jeff? Why is Rocket not lower than Jeff? Rocket should be 0. Rocket should be 0 stars. I know Deadpool is 0 stars, but that's all of them are 0 because you can't really
Your hero or villain, I'm not judging.
It's hard to gauge them because of different build paths and stuff. I think Deadpool should be 5 or 4.
My order is.
I fight to end the darkness that spawned me.
Any tips to dive the Mike Tyson of support, White Fox? Mike Tyson of support. You gotta get her deep or TP. You have to get her TP. If you don't get her TP, you're not killing her. If you don't burn her TP, she's not dying.
Spilling blood to save the world. I love my
30
job.
seconds before you attack. Get ready.
It must be hard fighting to protect a world that hates and fears you.
I imagine it's equally difficult fighting for a world that hates on your every move.
How so?
They want us to make mistakes. And when we do, everyone is watching. And they're ready to tear us down.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3,
Let's go.
2, 1.
This is funny. I don't know what that is, but do not link videos in my chat without asking first. Or asking the mods, man. You gotta ask the mods before you link a video, bro. No, this is for song request. We are not clicking that link. I haven't played on this map in so long. What is this map? This map Are you guys getting dove or what are you guys doing?
Capture the mission area.
Okay, I don't know where my supports were, but whatever, I suppose. God forbid it's Dagger Fox backline. I mean, Dagger Fox is not as bad as White Fox and Luna, because they would just charm you and just charm you and charm you and charm. That shit is undivable. If they're good at White Fox and Luna, that shit's undivable, I'm not gonna lie. Because you will get charmed off repeat. That was a no rag, you see that? He missed every tracer. He missed every tracer until he was in front of my face. Oh man. Where's my team at? Oh yeah, I don't have a front line. Oh my god, bro.
I could use this. I was always glad to help. Stand down! Again!
Control seized.
Back in the game. Boom, one shot.
I'm not shooting in front of him enough.
Hell yeah. You're lucky I was here. 1,000 gods!
Oh wow, that's bold. That guy's dead. That guy's dead. Okay. That's a skip of doom, I'm not gonna lie. I feel like someone's requested that before and I've skipped it.
Staying in the light is a constant struggle.
Okay. We are almost at quota. Nice. We are almost at quota.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Like 20 minutes? Or no. 13 minutes to quota. Let's go.
Such a huge star to the Badoon.
I am? Amazing. I didn't think
This looks so weird without the skin.
For sure. Yeah, Rocket said that we could still sign pics of you for like a fortune on Low Tiara.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Oh yeah, you have to get her melee form as well, not just her TP. Why am I seeing 2 Star-Lords? What? Wait, what? That's Cyclops, not Star-Lord. Oh my goodness. We have a Gambit? Okay, I mean, I guess. It was on console. In the lobby, there was 2. Maybe an emote or something. I don't know. There's no Loki though, so I don't know. Sleepy? Okay, no heals, I guess. My Gambit is Battle Gambit instead of healing me. My Gambit is Battle Gambit, I suppose. Done a drinking stream? Nah, I don't drink. Well, I don't want to say I don't, but I drink occasionally, but very, very rarely. I've been drinking like 2 years. I don't want to say I don't, but like, I usually don't. I don't think I would ever do a drinking stream. Unless. I don't think I would though. Yeah, last time I drank was 2 years ago. That shit tastes like ass, bruh. That shit tastes like ass, bruh. Why are you playing Ravos at 5 AM? It's not 5 AM for me yet. Soju? I had pineapple soju in Japan. That shit was disgusting. That shit was disgusting. The most I would do is like a Smirnoff or something. Those are like the fruity ones. You'd have to drink a lot of those to get drunk. Nobody drinks for the taste. Hope you realize that people don't drink for the people just drink for the feeling. Fair enough. You guys don't care for the feeling. I don't know. It feels like shit. It feels like shit. So like I don't know. I don't get the feeling. Holy hell! I must love grabbing blade. Oh my god. They love grabbing blade, bro. Other reasons to drink, like depression and stuff. Well, I'm not depressed, so I don't think I have any reasons to drink. I have no benefits from drinking, so. Holy fuck. Holy fuck, that's a lot of people. I'm talking about for the love of the game, hey, yo.
Nowhere yet. Going to overtime.
It's gonna feel really good to play a blade with combos instead of this weak ass one in rifles. Just holy shit. The motherfucker said, oh, all you doing is holding left click. Alright, see me in Tokon. See me in Tokon. All you're doing is holding left click. See me in Tokon, bitch boy. Let's go. Let's see who hold left click. Oh, you don't play Tokon. Oh, you don't play fighting games. Oh, okay. Motherfuckers saying all you doing is holding left click. All right, see me in Tokon then. Let's see who's holding left click. Can't wait for that Tokon blade. Let's see it, bro. Project Smash. About the link, you gotta ask the mods first. You can't just link stuff unless you're linking for the song request. I think we have time for one more. Are you familiar with DPS pool? Yeah. Alright, I think last match we have time for. The DPS pool is fun. Locked, loaded, and loudmouth. My hands feel weird. My hands feel kind of weird. Not sure why.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
My order is sharp. My mind is sharper. My order is sharp. My mind is sharp.
I don't know what skin to use.
My order is sharp. My mind is sharper.
Alright. Last match. Let's lock in. Let's lock in.
Yokai and villains.
We are 9 minutes away. Quota. What song is this? What the? This funk? So damn, we're gonna have a big stream next stream. So next stream we're gonna do Avatar, Kenshiro, Rivals. We might do Cuphead or something. I don't know, depending on Alai. If she wants to do Cuphead, I don't know. We'll see. So yeah, next stream's gonna be pretty fun.
I'd rather make music than do anything else.
I might start stream. Oh, and I also need to look at the rest of that Tokon footage. So I'm gonna start with reactions next stream again. So I want to look at the rest of that Tokon footage. Main game? No, we haven't beat the main game yet. If you didn't, oh my god, part 4 went up on YouTube today. If you didn't see it. With Cuphead, I'll be there. There you go. I stole his kill. I stole his kill. Dog, I'm in your game. What's up, dude? I'm just gonna come over here and farm all, I guess.
Back to the ocean's depths, demons.
Nice.
The vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
My aim with Psylocke is getting better, that's for sure. She dipped. Wow. Yeah, this is a beatdown, I can't lie. This is a beatdown. What character worth learning? Yes. Sadly right now, Star-Lord is a better version of her, but I don't know if that's gonna last for long. That motherfucker need nerves. Whoa. Okay, I couldn't dash, so I got knocked out. What's up, C-Mac? How you doing?
Out of sight.
What the fuck? Get my off angles, bruh. Watching this stream right now from an off angle. Be off angle around here.
The Sea King's pet yokai are vanquished.
All we know on Psylocke is off angles. That's all we know. How long have I been streaming? I've been streaming for 8 hours. Well, 7 hours and 56 minutes. For the start of the stream, I did reactions, so I wasn't live on TikTok and Red app yet. So we did reactions for like 3 hours. You gotta be fucking kidding me. Are you kidding me? That should have hit her. What? That should have hit her. If you offered 10 million over streaming, would you do it? No.
My hunt continues.
I don't stream for money. I stream for the fun of it.
Step aside.
What the fuck? Oh, what?
Wow, 4 in a row.
Nice. Taking a big CEO nap after this? A big CEO nap is crazy. What the fuck? Why are you right there? Just push my shit in. You're so humble. It's not just that. I'm pretty confident if I keep doing this streaming stuff, I can make more than 10 mil streaming. I think you underestimate how big money these streamers make. Big streamers make.
Checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
I remember.
But it's amazing.
Pretty good. Just chilling. That's what's up. 1 minute left. Yeah, I think I can definitely make more than 10 mil streaming. If I just keep streaming. Oh man, my dash was on cooldown. It was at 140 consistent years. Which moves there are? Yeah. It's like 5 a.m. too. Like playing like a very saturated game like Rebels. What the fuck? Oh, he mad. He mad. I know he is. He want me dead so badly. He like, it's one shot. See, dead? I'm coming right back. Oh shit, my team is getting fried. Oh no.
Get that vehicle moving again.
Oh, you would have died. Oh, you would have died. Yo, this girl just bodied me. I feel like you're generally gonna be one of those with consistency. I mean, I don't. There's not much rival streamers that stream as much as me. Like you check the charts. Oh, what the fuck? There's only a few that stream as much. You want TP, right? Oh, this so bad in buildings. Oh my god, I forgot. Oh my god. What is that tracking? It didn't even touch them. Where did it go? Oh, this is why you don't use Psylocke in buildings, bro. You just don't. Oh my god, that hit none of them. Like, oh my god, I would have preferred Blade ult in a situation like that. That's how bad that shit is in buildings. Holy shit. That shit didn't track to nobody, bro. It's the tracking AI, the AI on it, it just goes haywire. It just goes full like 8 mode or whatever. If you're in a building, it's bad. It's really, really bad. That shit goes full on psycho if you're in a building. Oh man, that's hilarious, bro. Okay, that is 8 hours, chat. Appreciate everybody being here. GG's. Oof, why did we lose that? It was kind of yikes. Oh well, happens. GG's everybody, GG's. It was pretty fun. I definitely improved with Psylocke tonight. Lost a lot of quick match though. I don't know why, but some of these matches you cannot do nothing about. You're still waiting? Nah, I'm gonna go to bed. I just ate 8 hours. Quota has been met. Quota has been met. Quota has been met. Alright, to sword pissed off. But yeah, bro, I appreciate everybody that's been here tonight. Stream, that was a lot of fun. Yeah, next stream we got a pretty big stream as well. We're gonna be playing some rivals. We're gonna check out Kenshiro. The Kenshiro stream is sponsored. I have to check out Kenshiro for like an hour. I'll probably do it at the start of the stream. I want to look at the rest of that Tokon footage. We're gonna do Avatar next stream because the beta opens, and then we're gonna also do maybe Cuphead. I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, I appreciate you guys being here. Thank you guys all for watching. Yeah. I don't know what time we're gonna start stream, but it'll probably be a long stream next stream. So yeah, live daily after 5 p.m. every day. So you guys know me. You know me, and yeah, I hope you guys have a good night, good evening, or good afternoon, wherever you are. And yeah, see ya. Boom.